Hey, Jenny, you have your audio on.
Yeah. Jenny's here.
All right, Mr. Vice Mayor, if you'd like to call your meeting to order, you may do so.
Okay, I'd like to call this meeting to order. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance this morning, and I'll ask our clerk, Ms. Turney, to do the honors.
To the flag United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God,
one nation,
indivisible,
under God,
with liberty and
indivisible,
justice
with
for all.
liberty and justice for all.
All right, Mr. Vice Mayor, moving on to the first item of today's Reno City Council meeting is roll call for council. At this time, we will ensure that all council members are unmuted on our end. We will ask each council member to please unmute yourself for the roll call portion of this meeting. Breckus,
Here.
Dewar, looks like we just dropped Councilmember Dewar. She was just with us. She will be rejoining us shortly. Delgado,
Here.
Weber, Councilmember Weber, we can see that you are connected. You are muted. We will note for the record that she is logged in. Jarden?
Yes.
Thank you. Reese?
Here.
Sheevy?
Here.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. With that, Mr. Vice Mayor, you do have a quorum of the Reno City Council. Your first item today, Mr. Vice Mayor, is public comment. I believe that you wanted to start with a few things.
I do, and I'll let you read the standard provisos about public comment. First of all, an apology. We're having some technical difficulties in the chamber, and so I cannot get on to the Zoom, so I won't be able to see the public commenters, and they won't be able to see me until we fix that. But I do want to just thank all the folks who are here today. There is a long list of folks who are here to address this body, and I'm honored that they are here. I just want to remind folks that our council members are not all in the chambers. We're not able to see you, and sometimes you're not able to see us. Sometimes our council members are taking notes, often copious notes, and so it's not a disservice that they are trying to take notes. Sometimes they're writing down your name to follow up with you or taking down an idea. So I just want to give a little bit of grace to my colleagues. Obviously, also, we'll have a fairly lengthy day today because we have a morning session and an evening session. And so folks will need to get up from time to time to take comfort breaks. I will try to have breaks scheduled throughout the morning and the afternoon, but sometimes I'm not very good at that myself. And so if any of the council members need a break, just please let me know. We do try to take public comment in one sitting because it's important for our public who may have to get back to jobs or other things to be able to go back to their lives, but might want to stay for all of the public commenters to honor their commitment to being here as well. So just again, a bit of grace for everyone today as we are still dealing with some of the technology issues that come with this new environment and some of the technology issues in the chamber. So thank you all for being here today. It's a privilege to serve this community and each of you, and we'll get started here. Ms. Attorney, you have some comments as well.
I do, Mr. Vice Mayor. At this time, as we mentioned, we will be transitioning to our public comment portion of our item. This should be noted for the general public. You are permitted 3 minutes for your public comment. We address that you speak to the council as a whole and do not identify one member over others. Additionally, we do ask that you are respectful with your comments at this time. There's still an expectation of decorum while you are commenting, even in a virtual setting. If you are threatening or otherwise vulgar, you will be asked to stop. If that continues, then you will be muted and removed from public comment. You are permitted to 3 minutes. At 3 minutes, we will end your public comment. Mr. Vice Mayor, with that, we will transition. Councilmember Jarden, I believe.
Thank you, and I understand we're transitioning into public comment, and at the time during public comment, we don't engage back and forth during public comment, but I did think it was important to kind of maybe explain a bit why we are doing these meetings over Zoom due to COVID and to the destruction of our chambers largely. There was some things out in the public that were insinuating that we were intentionally trying to keep the public out, and I think it's important to note for the record that due to COVID restrictions and to the fact that someone set fire and took a baseball bat to our chambers, that we have restrictions on attendance that are in addition to the restrictions restrictions on the number of people that we can have in the chambers that prevent us from allowing the public in. So I thought that was important to get that on the record.
Thank you, Councilmember Jordan. Certainly, all of us are dealing with some, changes to the technology. I know that our body is working every day to be as open and transparent and welcoming as we can. I think actually in many ways we've allowed more people into our deliberative process because people can be here from great distance or even if they have to work. And so I'm excited to hear from the public today. I know that we've received perhaps more than 1,500 or 2,000 emails in the last 10 days on a variety of subjects and topics. And I know that it's important that we hear the members of this community.
And Mr. Vice Mayor,
Councilmember Dewar.
yeah, I just wanted to register the fact I was on the Zoom video earlier, but I had a technical difficulty, so I've called in. I'll be trying to rejoin through the computer, but I just wanted to make sure you knew I was here.
Yes, and we have you marked as present for the record.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Vice Mayor, as we acknowledge, we will begin our virtual public comment at this time in order to continue to have access to our constituency. We will be calling 3 persons at a time. Please be aware when your name is coming up and your 3 minutes will be presented to you. You will need to unmute on your end. You will be unmuted on our side. All of the callers and anyone coming in through Zoom, there is an unmute option through Zoom. If you are phoning, you have the option to *6 to unmute. Additionally, if you previously marked no for your public comment and you wish to speak, please push *9 in order to raise your hand. And we will begin with our public comment. First to speak today is Chris Lanier, followed by Dominique Brewer, followed by Emily Hobson. All right, Chris Lanier, you've been unmuted on our time. You may begin your public comment.
Thank you very much. I am a Reno resident who would like to present to City Council my wish to have the City of Reno expunge the misdemeanor convictions for people who were in violation of curfew. There was some really good reporting out of the Reno Gazette Journal that made it look as though there are a number of people who were sort of swept up, were not aware that curfew was in place, or it hadn't been communicated to them very well what the parameters of the curfew was. And particularly at this time, there's one case in particular, a young man named Deshaun Manson, who on the first night of the protest had joined the protest and had actually gone to the Reno Police Department. And when people started vandalizing the station, he actually asked them to stop doing that, saying that this is not what the protests are all about. And this is actually confirmed by a Reno Gazette Journal photojournalist at the time. The following night, he was outside of his apartment and was arrested for being in curfew violation. I think about shortly after, an hour after the order had been put out. And he had been advised to essentially plead guilty to the misdemeanor, or he might be spending a couple of weeks in jail defending himself, which particularly in this kind of pandemic, this time of pandemic, spending 2 weeks without being able to kind of control your kind of health situation, could be a pretty draconian choice. But I don't want to second guess the decision to run a curfew. I understand that right that Saturday night there was, a lot of damage to city property. And I sort of understand that pulling a curfew was a way of just basically looking at a fairly unprecedented situation and trying to kind of preserve order and preserve property and safety. I do think that the way the orders were issued, I don't think it was very clear exactly that there was a curfew. I know myself, I got a text message the first night of the curfew But in subsequent evenings, I didn't get a text message, and the only reason I knew that there was a curfew in place was I happened to be on Facebook, and there's some people who knew about it. But if I hadn't been there, I could have easily gone out to walk the dog or whatever, being unaware that I was in violation of curfew. And so I don't want to second guess the city's decision to put a curfew in place, but I do think that if people were basically given a misdemeanor for being in violation of the curfew, given the sort of lack of clarity around that, I really think the city should make an effort to have those records expunged or sealed, because they could have really profound consequences for employment or access to schools or loans in a way that I think is an undue burden for people who are just out and about or just weren't clear on.
Thank you for your comments today, Chris. Next to speak, Mr. Vice Mayor, is Dominique Brewer, followed by Emily Hobson, followed by Sage On. Dominique, you have the floor.
Hi, I would first like to state that this is not necessarily a stance of being anti-police, but really one that is pro-reform. And just in light of what has transpired, I just ask that we enter these conversations with positive intent. Reno's vision is that we're a vibrant university town known for our activities, events, arts, culture, and innovative industries. And I would really like to encourage the council to continue to work towards adding that we lead in proactive reform and equality for all citizens. As a proud citizen of Reno, these are steps that I think that we can take to further our vision of being a place where people are proud to call home. I'd also like to acknowledge the swift action taken to update the use of force policy after multiple requests. And I would further suggest 4 items. 1, outline ramification procedures for peer intervention after peer use of force reporting has occurred. 2, add to Section B, subpoint A, to report all instances of non-approved force regardless of injury complaint. 3, completely ban the use of carotid and chokeholds, not just state general prohibition. 4, publish monthly reports on use of force by type, injury, death, and employment status of anyone involved. I firmly believe in transparency with our local governing bodies and agencies, and as such, would like to point out a few items I think that we can improve. 1, the crime statistics by ward have not been updated since June of 2018. I couldn't find the Reno Police Department annual report since 2018. In addition, there's no clear public policy for when internal affairs reports complaints to the police chief. I suggest a really clear and public process flow with IA reporting all incidents to both the chief and the mayor. Additionally, more granularity into department spend on equipment and training. In reviewing the 2020 budget, I saw that 36% of our budgetary expenses go to the police department, which is pretty high. It's more than LA, more than Houston, more than New York, more than Baltimore, more than Atlanta, more than Orlando. The police budget in total is almost $75 million. And of that $75 million, only 2% was dedicated to police training. And of that 2%, I'm not sure how much is allocated to use of force and mitigation attempts. Additionally, I do ask that the mayor that you partner with the appropriate government bodies to review NRS 201-465, Section 3B, stating that there is a loophole where law enforcement is allowed to engage in sexual conduct with an arrestee or detainee if deemed necessary to carry out the necessary duties of the officer. I call on the council to review the budget and, despite recent adjustments that have already been approved and in light of current events, to evaluate on how we can really reallocate our funds to ensure what we all want, which is great training for our police officers who are authorized to, display lethal use of force, clear investments into our community projects, safety and equality for all members of the community, in addition to adoption of the realization that while we can't really change, historical oppression of some groups, we can certainly take great strides forward together.
Thank you for your comments today, Dominique. Next to speak is Emily Hobson. Yes, Madam Mayor?
Hillary, I'm sorry to interrupt. I know that's not typical decorum, but I do want everyone to know there might be other public commenters. There's going to be extensive community engagement and input all across the board. So I want everyone to know that I appreciate the last public commenters' comments. I think they're extremely valuable and they're valid. So I just want everyone to know that right now, the city, unfortunately, we're trying to figure out with COVID concerns how we do this. Much of the conversation will probably be virtual, and we will come out next week with several. There'll be town halls and roundtables and things like that with our police department, our leaders throughout the city, other entities and jurisdictions. It's a very there's a lot of conversation to be had. This isn't enough to just put policy in. It must be lifelong change. So I want people to understand that as much as you say policy, that only goes so far. Is if, you know, policy sits on a shelf, it doesn't do any good. So we need to make sure that we're doing everything we can and uncovering every facet that we can work on. So I want everyone to know that there will definitely be dates. We will be promoting it. We will let you know. We want everyone at the table to have these conversations with us. It's just a little more challenging with COVID and trying to get a lot of people in a room because you can't typically, you know, do a large gathering. So again, I just wanted to point that out, and we will have that next week with scheduled of events and roundtables and discussion. And I would ask everyone to be part of the conversation, bring your ideas, bring your thoughts and opinions, because it's going to be very, very valuable. All right, thanks, Ashley. I just wanted to clarify that in case anyone was wondering, you know, how this is taking place. This is not going to take place, you know, behind the scenes. It's going to take place in public, and I want everyone at the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for your comments. Next for public comment today is Emily Hobson, followed by Sage On, followed by Gordon Shaw. Emily, the floor is yours.
Great. Good morning. So I attended the vigil on Sunday, and throughout the event, I was standing on the Virginia Street side of the plaza. Throughout that time, I observed numerous members of white supremacist and militia organizations at the perimeter and circulating within the event. By their clothing, insignia, and in some cases weaponry, they were recognizable as belonging to the Lightfoot Militia, the Three Percenters, and to other white supremacist groups that are active in Nevada, California, and Idaho. There is video online showing a number of them, for example, getting out of a large white SUV with California license plates that was parked more into downtown. Local attorney Joey Gilbert, who's made donations to the campaigns of our mayor and city council members, stood with the Lightfoot Militia and advised them throughout their presence. In addition, several visibly white supremacist individuals moved among the broader crowd with weapons either absent or hidden. Those who were visibly armed gathered on the perimeter, and their numbers grew throughout the vigil. At approximately 5 o'clock, 75 members or so of local biker gangs marched down Virginia Street in formation and assembled on the opposite side of the street from the plaza, staring, talking, and laughing in clear acts of intimidation. The bikers occasionally crossed the street and attempted to take vigil attendees' signs and engaged in verbal confrontations with vigil attendees. Both the militia and the bikers stated that they were there as a form of protection, but at the end of the vigil, organizers wisely urged everyone to avoid them entirely because the militia and bikers posed imminent danger. At the southwest corner of Virginia, just below the bridge, I saw Reno police laughing and talking with the white supremacist militia members, shaking hands and talking with them at length. On Twitter, Jetty Rodriguez has defended the Reno police behavior as a tactic of de-escalation. But I can tell you that the vigil attendees who witnessed this police behavior openly discussed it as a collaboration with white supremacist militia and witnessed a failure to establish any real visible opposition to the implicit threats of violence that were being made. As the temperature dropped and vigil attendees began to leave the event, many had to walk past armed militia who were crowding the sidewalk, and the police made no effort to escort individuals past these militia members or to physically distance the militia from attendees. There was no way to interpret police behavior at the vigil as anything other than tacit support and even outright collaboration. I demand that the Reno City Council and the Reno Police Department renounce their support for white supremacist militia, more openly oppose these white supremacist militia, and begin to name those that are active in our city. That the city mount an outside investigation into Reno police relationships with white supremacist networks, including among retired officers or those who have applied to the department, and that Chief Soto be removed as interim city manager so that the police department can control the city's purse strings in this time of budget crisis, putting the city council in thrall to the police. I also support calls to drop misdemeanor charges for curfew violations, and I demand that the Reno police budget cut in the coming fiscal year at a rate higher than those cuts imposed in other city departments. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments today, Emily. Next to speak is Sage On, followed by Gordon Shaw, followed by Michael Moberly. Sage, you have the floor.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You may proceed.
Okay. I wanted to speak about the growing issue of how the city is treating its unsheltered. As someone who works directly with these individuals, I can confidently say that enough is not being done. I have seen the city show exactly what it thinks of these individuals and their presence, and it's unwanted. You have had multiple meetings to address this issue. You have even hired an outside consulting firm to come in and give you ideas and solutions. Well, it's been almost a year since then and hundreds of thousands of dollars spent, and you're telling me that the homeless sweeps, like the one conducted on March 4th and like the one most recently last Wednesday, is the best solution that money could come up with, and during a pandemic? I don't think so. I also heard from a public commenter in a previous council meeting asking why qualified people within our community have volunteered their time and have presented viable solutions to this epidemic but are not being listened to. One of those solutions even estimating to save you $6.5 million in personnel cost alone, and they have yet to hear from you. You need to be reaching out to this community more, and it sounds to me like they're ready and willing to help. I have heard many solutions to this issue, but have yet to see the city act on any of them. Instead, you have shown these people, these human beings, time and again, exactly what people with money can do, not pay someone else to make it all go away. Your priorities are skewed and reek of supremacy. I would suggest if money really is the issue, then when you defund and demilitarize the police, I think there's somewhere around $17 million in military armament alone. You can allocate some of that money back into the communities that over-policing directly affects. These people, your citizens, need your help, and they need you to stop wasting time and money on Band-Aid solutions. The city is waking up, and it's watching you. We are checking our privilege, and we need to be better. We need to be better. You need to be better, and you need to do better. It is our responsibility as people of privilege to speak for those who can't speak for themselves, as most unsheltered do not have regular access to internet, computers, or other devices that would permit them to attend this meeting. It is up to those who have never had to go a day without a home to help others return to that basic human need. Thank you very much. I yield my time.
Thank you for your comments, Sage. Next to speak is Gordon Shaw, followed by Michael Moberly, followed by Vera Miller. Gordon? Gordon has dropped off of the call. We will transition to Michael. If Gordon rejoins us, we will put him back in the queue. Michael Moberly, you are unmuted on our end and you have the floor.
Thank you, council members. I would like to know that what actions the city is going to take to address the findings of the 2018 Wynn Center report that states that the RPD's data reporting is inconsistent and limited on key police accountability measures and key agency policies, including the lack of review by agencies in Northern Nevada that may draft, evaluate, and review policies and procedures. This report also addressed the lack of officers from unrepresented backgrounds and the gaps in current training practices. This report laid out recommendations over 2 years ago, and I would like to know what steps the council has made to remain accountable to these recommendations. I encourage the council to make these steps public so we all may hold our city accountable. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you for your comments, Michael. Next to speak is Vera Miller, followed by Bryce Toberlin, followed by Sarah Richmond. Vera, we've transitioned you over to speak and are unmuting you on our end. You do have the floor now.
Cool. Thank you. Sorry, let me pull up my comment. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yes, we can. You have the floor.
Thank you so much. Okay, so I'll start. The proposed budget cuts of $67 million from higher education is unacceptable. I really want us to defund RPD and all police, ICE, and affiliated departments with City Council. ICE is also unacceptable. The collaboration between ICE and police is unacceptable. If y'all wanted to do something, you should have done something with the Oversight Committee for RPD. That's sat on the shelf for 2 years. Your time is up now. Micah Lee is dead now, murdered by Sparks PD. Other folks have died in the last 2 years by RPD. This was and is forever unacceptable. We need to take care of our people and our community. Police don't take care of our community. They crack skulls and kill suicidal teenagers because they're Black. I want every single bit of information on the murder of Michael Lee, including the names of the officers who killed him and the cam footage, open for the public. Even if this is only to do with Sparks PD, we are sister cities. We need to figure it out. We need to fund affordable housing, stop the raids on our houseless neighbors. Your silence and stagnation on this is complicity. Your silence is violence. The fact that y'all let RPD do what they want to houseless folks, and the fact that y'all let RPD brutalize folks is unacceptable. In the midst of all this, COVID is still happening. The city is opening for whatever godforsaken reason. We need rent caps immediately, and we must stop inviting developers in. We need to curb the gentrification that's happening, and we need to hold corrupt banks and landlords accountable. We need relief for our citizens who are inevitably going to lose loved ones as you open up the city to save your precious business and money in capitalism. The more people we lose, the more uprisings we will have and that you will have on your hands. So choose wisely now to support the people in your wards, and that is all I have to say, and I yield my time.
Thank you for your comments, Vera. Next to speak is Bryce Tomberlin. Bryce has fallen off the call. If he comes back, we'll put him back in the queue. We'll move to Sarah Richmond. Sarah, you're unmuted on our end. You may begin.
Great, thank you. So last week, the council heard over 2 hours of public comment from members of the Reno community who are appalled by police violence against Black people and other people of color at the hands of Reno police. At the same time, the nation saw a wave of action by other city governments aimed at defunding and dismantling police departments. In Minneapolis, a veto-proof majority of city council members vowed to dismantle city police and prioritize community-based public safety. The city of Los Angeles has cut police funding by at least $100 million. City governments in New York City, Asheville, North Carolina, Athens, Georgia, and Richmond, Virginia are beginning defunding discussions. These are concepts that even a week ago, during our last city council meeting, seemed far too radical to be a reality. Now, defunding police departments is being discussed on all mainstream news outlets. The country is clearly experiencing a profound transition away from policing as we know it. And my question for the Reno City Council is, how are you going to respond? I urge you to pay attention to the national conversations about defunding police and to enact policy to defund Reno PD. With a little bit of research and reflection, I think you'll find that it's not as radical an idea as it may initially seem. It simply means divesting city budget funds away from policing and reinvesting in other city priorities such as education, public health, and community service. At the last meeting, community members presented extremely compelling data about the disproportionate amount of funding currently allocated to Reno PD. You have at your disposal all of the information necessary to put a plan into action. You need to hold police accountable. They are clearly not capable of doing this for themselves. Last Friday, in response to public outcry, Reno PD announced amendments to its use of force policy. One of the major changes is that officers must now warn before using deadly force, and I quote, when reasonable. This is a shameful, vague, and pathetic attempt at police reform. When could it possibly be considered unreasonable for an officer to warn someone before using deadly force against them? Why do we have a system of policing where deadly force is considered a reasonable action in the first place? And perhaps most importantly, why is the City Council not taking action against the police department's lazy and feeble self-regulatory measures? If police aren't up to the task of keeping our community safe, they don't deserve community funding. The City Council has the power to take their funding away. Use it. Before I yield the rest of my time, I'd also like to add my voice in support of public transparency regarding the death of Micaiah Lee at the hands of Sparks PD. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Sarah. Next to speak is Anna McKay, followed by Rudy Leon, followed by Bob Fulkerson.
Hi, my name is Anna McKay. I'm a constituent of Ward 5, a lifelong resident of Northern Nevada. I would like to back up some of the previous comments. The one that insisted that the records of the individuals arrested for violating curfew be expunged immediately. I would also like to point out that the recent updates in the Reno Police Department's use of force policy are not enough. Reform is not enough, and even the changes that were made lack accountability and real change. The already passed city budget for 2020 to 2021 allots 34% of our budget to the police department. I would like to demand an emergency budget review and that the matter is placed on the City Council's agenda immediately. $17 million of the $140 million given to the Reno PD goes to military armament alone. The continued inflation of the police department budget and continued reduction of other funds has coincided with the city's failures to provide affordable housing or rent caps, give meaningful support to our homeless community members, who are repeatedly subject to cruel and unsanitary sweeps by the unqualified members of the Nevada Department of Transport and abuse by the Reno Police Department. This council has happily defunded our schools, our public health, and the resources for our most vulnerable community members. So why the resistance to defunding a department that is not transparent, that is violent, and that kills our community members? I would also like to demand transparency for the case of Micaiah Lee, who was killed earlier this year and whose family has still not had justice. The body cam footage must be released, the investigation must be released, and the names of the officers involved must be made public. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Anna. Next to speak is Rudy Leon, followed by Bob Fulkerson, followed by Brandy Moore. Rudy, you have the floor.
And I think I'm unmuted. First of all, I'm blown away by the intelligence and on-pointness of the citizens of Reno. The public comment today has been very inspiring. I also want to say I've been trying for 4 days to get this thing that I could talk about for hours into a cogent 3 minutes. I am not sure that I've succeeded. I apologize if I have not. So I'm talking here about what we should do with the police department. There are sort of 6 background facts that lead into what I want to say. Police funding and staffing has stayed flat in the face of skyrocketing population. I'm not saying that they're underfunded or overfunded, but that is a fact of the department. One of the failures of the department is that they have not reorganized in the face of this. When you grow by 120,000 people and you don't add a line, and the department does not have the self-reflexivity to reorganize in the face of that, that is a real problem. And because of that, the people of Reno have learned to live without police response to any number of things that are non-emergent and don't involve threat to life and limb. Again, because the police did not reorganize based on the massive growth of our city and the lack of growth of the police department, they did not take the managerial leadership steps that they needed to serve our needs. That is just one of the many ways that we have not seen the RPD applying fundamentally necessary self-awareness. We have had 7 years of near constant public protest about the deaths of Black men at the hands of police, and the Reno Police Department has done nothing to respond to that in their own, without someone standing on their back and saying, you must do this. We have had protests about police brutality, racism, and discriminatory policies, and they have not looked at themselves and say, do we do this? What do we do? And I will also say that that is a failure of council, because ultimately council is the boss of the Reno Police Department. And we need that kind of leadership that does the job that it is supposed to do when the life and liberty and safety of our citizens are at risk. The Reno Police Department was not targeted by Eric Holder as one of the police departments needing reform in 2015, but I would think that any intelligent and self-aware department would have undertaken steps to investigate themselves and see if they needed to undertake change in light of a national conversation from the Attorney General that these reforms needed to be undertaken. Our department did not have the self-awareness or the leadership to do that. So that lack of self-awareness, again, extends to the number of people killed by the Reno Police Department. I do want to thank Jenny Breckus for posting Brian Burkhart's very detailed analysis of the statistics. 62 people have been killed at the hands of the Reno Police Department in the last 20 years, which is gut-wrenching and outrageous. And the Reno Police Department has furthered the wrongness of that by at no point thinking maybe that's a big number and maybe we should be doing something about it. And again, Reno City Council did not look at the deaths of 62 people murdered at the hands of police in 20 years and say maybe that's a problem and maybe we should be doing a little bit more oversight of how our police are behaving. 4 Black men.
Thank you for your comments today, Rudy. Next to speak is Bob Volkerson, followed by Brandy Moore, followed by Summer Baker.
Good morning. Bob Fulkerson speaking on behalf of the Progressive Leadership Alliance of Nevada. We all know that last week's curfew announcements and rollout were botched, but it wasn't till an article in the Reno Gazette-Journal by Anjanette Damon revealed that many Reno workers were arrested in violation of it. These Reno residents were minding their own business, walking home or to work, when the police confronted and arrested them. Arrested for walking to work in Reno. Could it get any worse? Yes. Prosecutors gave these innocent workers a choice, whether to plead guilty or languish in the COVID petri dish that is the Washoe County Jail for up to 2 weeks. City Attorney Carl Hall and the City of Reno have a responsibility now to get these charges expunged from their criminal record. Why should they have a conviction on their record that they'll have to disclose on employment applications for the rest of their lives? Kashawn Manson was arrested on a charge of violating curfew after standing outside on his apartment. Quoting the article, "It took 30 seconds for officers to descend on the 22-year-old Black man and take him into custody for violating a curfew that had been announced less than an hour earlier." Quoting another story from the article, "Jennifer Grassi was arrested outside her home less than a block away from the Reno police station. Grassi said she and her husband left the home about 4 a.m. Sunday to walk to the store. The officers pulled up on us like we had murdered somebody," Grassi said. Both Grassi and her husband were booked into jail on charges of violating curfew. Another story from the article, Lucas Negay, 26, was arrested Sunday evening walking with a group of friends along the river near downtown after the last-minute curfew was called. "I didn't know it was illegal to hang out with your friends at 9 o'clock and then get arrested for lack of knowledge of the curfew," he said. Ending quote from the article. The litany of stories like this makes it appear that the Reno Police Department engaged in stop and frisk of Reno residents, possibly in revenge for the citizen unrest against their building days before. Since these arrests were made in the name of the city of Reno, in my name, in the name of everybody who lives here, you, Reno City Council, and City Attorney Carl Hall must right this injustice and do so immediately. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Bob. Next to speak is Rafaela Godoy, followed by Alexander Cullen, followed by Sarah Coyle. Rafaela, you are unmuted on our end. Rafaela, we will come back to you. We will keep you in the queue on our end. We'll go to Alexander Cullen.
Thank you, council people, for having this meeting today. Thank you for organizing future town halls and gatherings so that the public voices can be heard. Thank you for Reno Public for gathering as well. I want to echo a lot of what was said today, especially the very eloquent contributions from Emily, Sage, and Dominique at the top of this public forum. I propose Reno lead the way in the data collection statistics on the epidemic that is excessive force and racial bias within law enforcement. As with COVID and other public health risks, it's pivotal to understand our current state of epidemiology and working variables to eradicate it, while continuing the statistical analysis to measure their effectiveness and report these measures out to save lives everywhere in our country and worldwide. I propose collecting every piece of data possible, every stop, why, who, what the outcome was. And years from now, this will be a monumental time in history, this time of 2020. And I would love Reno to be credited with the first complete statistical analysis of a law enforcement body. I know this sounds incredibly intimidating, and that it would not be possible with the ever-expanding roles and responsibilities of our police departments. In the healthcare industry, we do this with every single encounter we have with all members of our community, and we need to model this area of law enforcement after the medical field. We need to use a portion of the inflated law enforcement budgetary allocations to empower officers with support staff, such as scribes, to assist in documenting these really important pieces of data. This is the only way we can figure out exactly what will work with our communities and our police departments and what has been going on this whole time. And we can just end the argument over whether there's bias, whether there's any kind of corruption occurring with concrete numbers and concrete data that cannot be disputed. Thank you all for gathering, and I look forward to the continued conversations in this area.
Thank you for your comments, Alexander. Rafaela, we will transition back to you. We've unmuted you on our end. You need to accept the pop-up on yours to be able to speak. Okay, she has gone off the call. I believe she will come back in, and then we will put her back in the queue. Next to speak is Sarah Coyle.
Thank you all. I just want to call for an emergency budget review. After spending this week reviewing last year's budget and this year's budget proposal, I want to raise some concerns. In the top tier priorities listed in the 2020-2021 budget hearing presentation, number 1 reads, determine the sworn officers needed by assessing tasks performed and identifying a path for adding officers to the streets due to continued growth and calls for service. This is listed as a public safety priority. I contend that adding officers will not foster improvements to public safety. In fact, it seems likely that this will instead achieve the opposite result, putting poor Black and brown neighborhoods at greater risk for violence. Other top-tier priorities in the budget hearing included homelessness and affordable housing. After last week's so-called cleanup of a homeless camp off of Wells Avenue, in which RPD forced out a population of unhoused people, I'm not so sure that adding officers to the streets will help that cause. Surely the city of Reno does not view this as a viable and ethical way to manage homelessness. I hesitate to use the phrase defund the police, as its radical tone can turn people off, but I urge you to reallocate excessive funding away from the police and into programs and jobs that may be better suited to take care of our communities. Instead of letting gentrification take over more and more neighborhoods, perhaps funds could go towards repurposing empty buildings to house people experiencing homelessness. In 2019, $7 million was transferred to Police Capital Project, equivalent to nearly every other item under other financing uses combined. I also noticed a huge discrepancy in last year's distribution of the general fund, with police receiving 36% of the $210 million total, whereas Public Works and Neighborhood Services received 5% combined. I think that police should not comprise our entire idea of public safety. It is too much to ask of them to be prepared to respond to the vastly different types of calls they receive. Reno should use public funding to diversify our response to public safety threats by employing specialists in things like domestic abuse and sexual assault, mental health crises, de-escalation of violence, and the list goes on. At the last City Council meeting, each council member spoke about accountability, and committing to a redo of the budget is necessary to restore the faith of your residents. Yes, I know it is late, but how wonderful could it be if Reno were a leader in the nationwide movement toward true public safety? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Sarah. Next to speak is Meredith Oda, followed by Lilith Baran.
Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. And I just wanted to note, like so many others of our speakers have already, the ways in which we as a country have been reckoning with the violent manifestation of racism in our society from the federal to the local levels, including here in Reno. And I'd like to push Reno to do two things to meet the challenge of the moment. So first, I think we should, or I insist that we appoint another interim city manager. So at the same time that other cities, both bigger and smaller than us, have committed to defunding their police departments, and in the case of Minneapolis, even dismantling it, we here in Reno have the police chief in our city's top executive position. I think this sends exactly the wrong message at a time of social reckoning, and moreover, it puts the wrong foot forward. It encourages a police-forward response, possibly a use of force response, at a time when we've seen, as previous speaker Emily Hobson has noted, the police tolerance, even camaraderie, with armed white nationalist militias intimidating peaceful protesters mourning Black deaths at the hands of police. And second, I would like to insist that, or note, I guess, that we are facing a slew of municipal budget cuts in the next year and into the future. But I want Reno to protect our valuable community supports and use this as an opportunity to reallocate at least a significant part of the 36% of our city budget that goes towards the police department. So I note the reforms in the use of force policy that the Reno PD has promised, including the end of the use of chokehold or the increased use of de-escalation. But as other speakers have made clear, the department does not ensure public safety, especially if we are number 8 in the nation for per capita police killings, as the national database mappingpoliceviolence.com demonstrates. And of course, as the recent death of Michael Lee has shown. Instead, we could protect, even enlarge the minuscule budget lines, just a fraction, a tiny fraction of the 1/3 of our city budget that instead goes to the police department could instead go to things like affordable housing, community services, or the arts. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you for your comments, Meredith. Next to speak is Lilith Baran, followed by Janan Barhuti.
Lily,
Hello.
Lily, are you there? I'm sorry, we're having a little technical. I just wanted to say I saw you on the news last night. I think you were the last person to vote. So you were out late and you're here early. So thank you for being here.
Thank you so much, Council Member. I would like to thank all of you very much for being here today. And yes, I was the last to vote, and I voted for you, Devin Reese, actually, because I really appreciate your sincerity and ability to be here on screen and to talking with us in the community. And also, Council Member Breckes, I really admire you for that, and thank you very much. It's been wonderful to hear Emily, Dominique, Sage, and Alexandra's wonderful responses. I also had something written, however, my colleagues, as well as Sarah, do such a wonderful job of saying the data that clearly all of us have spent the last week or so, and you obviously much longer looking at. So I'm just going to speak candidly that on Sunday at the vigil, seeing armed militia be patrolled with less police officers than 50 people on a street corner on the Wednesday before of that week was a little bit concerning to me as a citizen, as a Black citizen, as a mother. I went and spoke to these men and asked them what the plan was. Why were they here? And they said to protect our city's property. I think that the Reno Police Department has showed white nationalists and other violent people that property is more important than people, and it's having a violent effect on our community. I also call for the stepping down of Chief Soto, as him being city manager is a complete misappropriation of power. I would like us to imagine that the 1% spent in community development was spent on social workers and on social programs to de-escalate all kinds of conflict. There are many studies globally about police that are not even armed, and those cities having some of the lowest murder rates. Reno is 8th in the nation in police killings, and I would also like us to reiterate what Alexander said and treat this like a public health crisis, because it is. We need to all get behind the data, and I'm sure that your community, as you can see, would be really happy to volunteer to help compile that data and just look to these numbers and be an example for the rest of the country and how we manage police violence and our communities. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you for your comments, Lilith. Next to speak is Janan Barhouti, followed by Diane Baranowski, followed by Cameron White.
This is Janan Barghouti. I just want to show support for everyone who's talking about defunding the police and reform and things like that. You have some pretty amazing people from the public who are doing their research, who can give you facts and statistics. So thank you to the public commenters who are doing the hard work. I asked last week what the staff members have done to unpack their own racist ideology. I sent materials to Mayor Sheeby, Councilwoman Weber. I still haven't heard anything about that. When we talk about policing being a public health problem, or I want to connect the two, policing and prisons being a public health problem. I'm in solidarity with Black Lives Matter. I think that the killing of unarmed Black citizens is absolutely outrageous. I think that this is a civil rights movement, and I would like to ask, which side are you on? Because we can replay the images of riots from the civil rights movement, and we can pair them up with what we see today. The police using tactical force against citizens who are peaceably assembling. I just want to draw parallels to that and also say, you know, when we have police officers and prisons that affect police officers and prisons, right? The people who work in prison, the people who work as officers are also being traumatized. This is a public health issue because those people also go home and then traumatize their families, okay? Statistics will show that police officers have a high rate of domestic violence. That's a public health issue. Correctional officers are 75% more likely to commit suicide. That's a public health issue. So when we talk about policing and prisons, we're talking about our community and specifically the violence that we sign on to, that we allow to happen to our public communities. Anyway, I just wanted to ask again and assert, what are you guys doing to unpack your own racist ideology? The information's out there. I yield my time.
Janan, before you go, can I ask that you send the information that you sent along to me? And I'll apologize in advance. Our council has received probably, I'll just say 2,000 emails in the last week. And so I know that each council member tries very hard to respond specifically and directly to each person, but it's been pretty overwhelming. And so if you would please just send that along, and I'll make sure that I take a look at what you've sent. And again, I hope it didn't just get lost. We're trying very desperately to resolve those issues on our end.
Yes, I can do that.
Thank you for your comments, Janan. Next to speak is Diane Baranowski, followed by Cameron White, followed by Cameron Green.
Good morning, Reno City Council. What I'd like to do today is review remarks made at last week's meeting and give you this taxpayer's impression. I listened repeatedly to the Reno City Council meeting of Wednesday, June the 3rd, and I must say that I was so disappointed to listen to the groveling and pandering and appeasing that went on from 3 of our city council members. It was very clear to me that you could not apologize enough to the mob for the perceived sin of being white. After you patiently listened to almost 3 hours of unanimous, unrelenting, and disinformed vilification of Reno's police, it seemed to me that your common response was to publicly apologize for being white. I believe that Jenny Breckus wanted the crowd to know that she's not nearly as white as she might appear because she married ethnic. I believe that Naomi Dewar called attention to the color of her skin.
Ms. Baranowski, please remember that in these chambers, you have to refer to the body as a whole and not to specific members.
Okay, all righty. I believe that Council Member Dewar called attention to the color of her skin so the hostile crowd wouldn't think she was too white and had not experienced discrimination herself. Council Member Devin Reese apologized repeatedly for his crime of being a privileged white male. Oscar Delgado was safe that day and had nothing to apologize for because everyone knows he's an authentic Hispanic and certainly did not have to establish his color credentials as the rest of you were so desperate to do that day. It was a shameful but very revealing display of how supremely important several members of this city council consider skin color to be over content of character. I believe that we all saw that day a live demonstration of how true racism walks, talks, and governs. Now I'd like to change the subject to the looming specter of defunding the RPD. I want you to know that just I myself alone know thousands of hardworking, law-abiding taxpayers, all skin colors also, who will not let this criminally misguided idea take root in Reno. We know right from wrong and will be galvanized like Reno has never seen before to keep our overwhelmingly good and decent and hardworking police force in place, because that will be the right thing to do. And we won't let our city electeds encourage and support mayhem and racial division among our citizens so that you can weep and feel politically correct, because that would be the wrong thing to do. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your comments, Diane. Next to speak is Cameron White, followed by Cameron Green, followed by Brian Mandino.
Hi, just want to check that. Just want to check that you can hear me.
Super hot when they would come out.
Great. I think I have somebody else on the line, but that's okay. My name is Cameron White, and I've lived in Reno for the past 9 years. I'm a resident of Ward 5. I have some prepared comments, but just want to address the previous speaker to me and state that there's an awful lot of folks, unfortunately, who share those views, that there's some sort of reverse racism which doesn't exist floating out there. And as we proceed through the weeks and the heat dies down from the anger over George Floyd's death in particular and the actions committed by police departments against protesters nationwide, as the media starts to, or media attention starts to die down, there's going to be a lot more people coming out of the woodwork who want to keep the status quo. And we'll try to remind you that there's always going to be a quote unquote a few bad apples in public service, especially the police department. But just want to remind everyone that the phrase isn't or that the whole phrase is a few bad apples spoil the whole bunch. And so I'd like to add my voice to those who have spoken today in support of defunding and divesting the police department. Just as an example, the updates to the RPD use of force policy are nothing more than a public relations fig leaf, and waffling language like when necessary leave just as much space for abuse of power as before. I demand transparency and that an open to the public emergency budget review be added to future agendas. Budgets must be reallocated to other services that can better address public safety than just the blanket of police. Budgets must be reallocated. We must take better care of our citizens, especially those who are marginalized. The displacement and ill treatment of those in our community who, for example, are unhoused is shameful. I can also add my voice to calling for the expungement of curfew violations of all citizens during last week's botched rollout of a reactionary curfew. I urge this council to continue to research and listen to folks like many of those who have given comment today, who have done so much research and put so much time on how we can better serve this community and radically rethink and redesign public health and safety and put the needs of the people first. Thank you, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you for your comments, Cameron. Next to speak is Cameron Green, followed by Brian Bandino. At this time, I would like to note all of our commenters that are on the Zoom link. If you previously identified that you did not wish to speak, now is your chance to raise your hand virtually, or if you are on the call, please dial *9. We are coming near the end of our public comment period, Mr. Vice Mayor, so I would like to have this as a notification period for everyone to be able to raise their hand before we end this period. Cameron Green, you have the floor.
Good morning, Council. My name is Cameron Green. I'm a resident of Ward 2. The last time I addressed Council, I felt Council was rude and dismissive while I was speaking, to such a point that I thought I'd never again try and give my input as a citizen. But I believe that the Council meetings being virtual now will ultimately give more citizens the ability to interact with Council, and I really appreciate the Council members that are here on Zoom so that I can see that you are paying attention to us and listening to our voices. And, you know, I feel it's your duty to listen to your constituents, and I also believe that it's your duty to listen to all of them, not just friends or squeaky wheels or campaign donors, especially the squeaky wheels currently, more recently espousing some of these radical anti-capitalist beliefs. Though you guys don't know me, my voice does matter, and my voice is a voice of reason and passion. And so my statement today is really in broad support of our Reno Police Department and of the idea of having and enforcing fair laws. We choose to live in Reno not only for the weather, but also for the low crime rates and the low tax rates. The police department here is already well involved in community-oriented policing and has had for many years a great relationship and reputation within the community. I'm not interested in a council or a mayor having knee-jerk reactions to political situations in other cities, and I most certainly do not want our council doing anything rash like defunding our police department. If I wanted to live in a city where I was 10 times more likely to get my car broken into, or where I have to dodge human feces in the doorway to Starbucks, I'd move to San Francisco, where lawlessness has already begun thanks to their criminal that's been elected as DA. Minneapolis won't be far behind if they make the same short-sighted decision to defund their police. Those are not the places I want to live. I want to continue to live in and to love the city of Reno. I'm proud of Reno, and I'm proud of Nevada and its resilient and self-reliant history and hopefully future. Finally, even though Governor Sisolak and I may not agree on everything, I will say he's done a great job being a leader during this pandemic. And Council and Mayor Sheeby, you should look to him as a role model for guidance on how to handle these high-stakes situations and not speak nor act too quickly. The overzealous response to businesses trying to stay open 2 months ago and the probably illegal curfew just last week both appeared to me to be snap decisions made out of fear. They did not project leadership, and even after realizing that both decisions were not the best, I don't think the apologies came across clear to the constituents, your constituents. So please think about how critical your decisions and leadership are for this city and as its residents as we move forward into the future and deal with COVID and the other changes that we are contemplating. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Cameron. Next to speak is Brian Medino, followed by Heidi Ganzert, followed by Caprice Young.
Hi, thanks for having me today. I just want to say I'm in stand in solidarity with the Black Lives Matter movement, and that the City Council of Reno should really consider the defunding and demilitarization of the Reno Police Department and the reallocation of the $76 million that goes to that department and reinvest that money back into the community. And that the City Council has a really great opportunity to listen to its community, not only in Reno, but in America and across the world, and be able to represent us the way that we know that you can. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Brian. Next to speak is Heidi Ganzert, followed by Caprice Young, followed by William Turman.
Senator Ganzert, welcome to the chambers.
Thank you very much. I want to thank all of you for the public comment you're hearing today, and you know, this open forum is very helpful. I'd actually sent a PowerPoint, even though I only have 3 minutes, so I don't know if Ashley, if you have that or not, but I'll proceed without it. I'm here to speak to E.2, the text amendment. And briefly, the university and the city of Reno worked with the RTC on the university's master plan back in 2014, and the gateway was a key component. The first building we're looking to build is the parking garage, which also has an ADA compliant pedestrian bridge. The ADA compliant pedestrian bridge actually comes across from the 4th floor of the parking garage because the elevation is significant, and it's really the only way to get connect the gateway, where we're growing our academic space, and the garage to the main campus. It is the first building on campus. We have the financing. The RFP is planned to go out in July, and we are hoping to start construction in October, late September or early October. Right now, there is a requirement that a design review committee look at any overpasses. And if you have the bridge, oh, there you go. Okay, keep going. You can see one more, go one more. You can see the design actually goes across 9th Street and then it turns. And the reason it turns is because we want to preserve the mature landscaping that's at the top. You can see it's an open truss design that looks like a railroad truss. It's open air with some mesh. It's really well done. Go ahead and you go to the next one. Next slide. Okay, so here's a view looking west, a view looking east. The university, I think, is pretty well known, and then it's very well known for the architecture and use of brick and white stone. And you can see that on the parking garage, and you can also see the truss and then the base at the bottom. You can go to the next one. During the Planning Commission meeting recently, where they were looking at the text amendment, individuals were concerned about where it would land, where it would terminate up by Morrill Hall. You can see how it terminates. We actually preserved the large trees around it, and you have to look hard. The photo I have is small, but anyway, it's 150 feet south across the parking lot, across some of the landscaping. So it really is not intrusive, but it is the only way for us to get an ADA compliant bridge. Next one, slide. Thank you. One of the concerns is public meetings, and that's why perhaps the design review committee was established. But right now, this pedestrian bridge has been part of 4 meetings. You're seeing it in fact today, and then there'll be another, at least planning commission and potentially another city council meeting where you will look at this. So there's been room for public input. At a NAB meeting, the input we received was that it was very positive around pedestrian access and also safety. And again, we need this for ADA compliance, and we do have quite a few public meetings during which this has been reviewed. So I just want to remind you that the university does care about architecture and landscaping. We've done our best to design a bridge that will look and fit with our campus. We need a bridge to be able to allow pedestrians to cross 9th safely and to have ADA compliance. Our campus is a designated state arboretum. And so, you know, again, we tried to plan it to make sure pedestrians were safe, that it was ADA compliant, and that we preserved as much mature landscaping as possible. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Senator Ganser. Next to speak is Caprice Young, followed by William Turman.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Caprice. You have the floor.
Hi, my name is Caprice Young. I'm a devoted community member. I was born and raised here in Reno, Nevada. I'm here to speak on behalf of some of our community in regards to Juneteenth. Juneteenth, also known as Freedom Day, Jubilee Day, Cell Liberation Day, is an American holiday celebrated on June 19th. On June 19th, 1865, the Emancipation Proclamation, which had been issued on January 1st, 1863, was read to enslaved African Americans in Texas by Gordon Granger. NEPCIS, the Northern Nevada Black Cultural Awareness Society, usually holds a Juneteenth celebration sometime during the month of June. However, because of COVID-19, we have not been able to successfully hold this event. I'm coming to you today to ask that you give special permission for us to create a Black Lives Matter or Two Freedom mural on the grounds of the area near Wingfield Park, where Juneteenth is usually held. I believe that while the community usually takes it into our own hands to hold events like this, you all as governing officials and as city officials need to do due diligence in supporting the lives of the Black people that live within your city, within your state, and within your neighborhoods, and supporting them in some of the national holidays that have been designated by the United States. I think it's important that we continue to hold events and conversations regarding inequities that Black people deal with here in Nevada and on a national level, and that you all do not tokenize these opportunities to have conversations with Black leaders. Governor Sisolak asked me yesterday, what does the community want? And now I'm here telling you what we want and what we need, and I hope that you all can take this into consideration and carry out this request. Thank you.
Audrey, would you do me a favor, please, and just send an email to my email address so that I can forward that on to the right department? Alexis Hill is our special events coordinator, and we'll have some issues that we'll have to deal with to get through some of the COVID regulations. But if you would just reach out to me, or if I can get your contact information, I'll have my liaison, Tess Operman, reach out to you.
Thank you for your comments, Caprice. Next to speak is William Turman, followed by Audrey De La C, followed by Jamaluddin Baruhi.
Hello, my name is William Turman. I live in downtown Reno in Ward 1. Let's see here. I have a handful of things I want to talk about. I'm going to try to focus on the ones that haven't been covered by others. I'd like to throw my voice behind a majority of speakers who have voiced concerns about the funding of the Reno Police Department. But I'd specifically like to focus on the relationship between the acting city manager and the chief of police, and Jason Soto's position acting as the interim city manager and current chief of police. It presents an incredible conflict of interest during a time of escalated tensions between law enforcement in our communities countrywide. Reno needs to kind of evaluate that position, and I would urge them to do so immediately. I believe Jason Soto's appointment to that position was effectively a lowering of the bar for the position, just to get him in place as the acting city manager. Despite it being a unanimous vote of the city council, I believe things have changed within the past month significantly, as we have seen civil unrest across our country and in our community. And I do not believe a representative of law enforcement should be enforcing policies that do not relate to law enforcement in our community. Secondarily, I would like to draw attention to a release by the Reno Police Department that outlines 8 items in the 8 Can't Wait campaign. RPD listed comprehensive, let's see here. They listed comprehensive, I guess, data collection as one of the items that they currently, fulfill. The Reno Police Department has not released an internal affairs report since 2018. That's 18 months of unaccountable police action in our community. This is not acceptable. Other people have called for monthly reports. One gentleman called for or presented this in terms of healthcare, where every single case, every single interaction with a patient is documented. I don't know how things proceed or when this report is expected, but 18 months without any documentation of complaints against police, of uses of force by our police department, including things such as domestic violence, sexual harassment, community complaints, formal complaints. It's just unacceptable. So I would urge the City Council to take this into account and to realize that the City of Reno Police Department is not fulfilling its obligations to us as citizens, and that Jason Soto is not capable of handling both responsibilities. In the 2018 report, there are no less than 10 officers listed as having more than 5 early intervention system reports. I don't know what it is currently because that information is not released, but having 10 officers on your force with higher than 5 early intervention system flags is raising a massive red flag when I'm looking at the data. These things include multiple uses of force in our community to even raise a single flag.
Thank you for your comments today, Mr. Turman. Next to speak is Audrey De La C, followed by Jamaluddin Baruhi. Audrey, you have the floor.
Oh, hi. Yeah, I was wanting to speak on item E2 in regard to the Skyway proposed by UNR. So I think, you know, the Skyway that UNR proposed, I don't know that anyone in the design community has an issue with this specific project. The issue for us is that, you know, we oppose the elimination of the design review committee for items that are going to be encroaching in the right of way in a significant fashion. I think, you know, that significant encroachment into the public right of way should have careful review by the design professionals as well as the staff and the public. And the local Northern Nevada chapter of the AAA, as well as the design community, is ready, we're willing and able to assemble a design review committee quickly to minimize any delays for UNR's project. You only need to ask us for that input. But I think most importantly on this issue is that the design review committee for Skyway applications does not currently appear in the new draft zoning code language. And I think that the advisory groups working on that draft code language should consider that, and that owing to, you know, what has already happened in downtown, given the Skyways, you know, creating many tunnels and undesirable conditions downtown, that we should very carefully review any future Skyway applications. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Audrey. Next to speak is Jamaluddin Baruti.
Hello, my name is Jamaluddin Abdurrahim Baruti, and I want to take a moment to thank the City Council for allowing this open comments moment and for taking time this morning to hear us all out. I want to state my unequivocal support and unshakable support for Black Lives Matter and for the push to defund the Reno police. I believe that it is obscene that 31% of our city budget goes towards the police when we have one of the highest rates of murdering Black men in police custody in the nation. I, for one, don't want to live in a city who has the highest rate of murdering Black men while in police custody. And I believe that it is the responsibility of every member of this community to understand how disproportionate our own police system is used against marginalized people. Case in point, the removal of people who were camping by the river in a response to the curfew order, which is was poorly rolled out to begin with. I also want to explicitly state that using the phrase ethnic to refer to somebody who is non-white is racist, and that it is important that we as a community call out racism as it happens in the moment, particularly in public forums. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. At this time, Mr. Vice Mayor, we will do one last final call for general public comment. Anyone who has connected to the Zoom meeting who previously indicated that they did not wish to speak and now wishes to do so, now is the last call for general public comment. Mr. Vice Mayor, seeing none at this time, it should be noted for the record that we received multiple letters online that have been submitted to council. Krista Wainfried, Jennifer and Eugene, no last name, Jeff Church, Tova Roseman, Artis Kinney, Michael Moberly, whom you did hear from earlier, Carol Finberg, Pat Cox, Valerie, no last name, Neil Smestrup, Tony Barton, Ben Irwin, Holly Bonin Cortez, Dylan Seary, Nellie Davis, Lauren Marin, Peter John Miller, Theodore Alberto, Julia Hubbard, Andrea Juliet Oliveira, and Tina Draculich on multiple different issues. Mr. Vice Mayor, these have been sent to council and are part of our general public comment and have been submitted into the record. At this time, Mr. Vice Mayor, we will be transitioning to your next agenda item, which is approval of the agenda, in which I will turn over to your acting city manager for any deletions or changes to the agenda.
I think we've already deleted 2 items from the agenda, and I'll just note them from the record, but they are items D1, that's David 1, and D4, David 4. So D1 and D4 have already been removed from the record, but other than that, I don't believe we have any additions or deletions. May I have a motion, please? Okay, I have a motion.
Move to approve the agenda.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Dewar, second by Councilmember Breckus. Any further discussion on this item at this time? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. Councilmember
I
Breckus.
didn't make the second. I just wanted to let you know, I didn't make the second.
Okay, so I'm looking
I
for
will
a
make
second.
the second if you don't have one. I will make it if you have one, don't have one.
Yeah, no, it's no problem. I just saw a hand raised on your end, so I thought that that was
Yeah,
what was
sorry, I'm
happening.
working on
It's
it.
okay. So I have a motion by Councilmember Dewar, now a motion by Councilmember Breckus to second. No further discussion. Can I call for the question, please? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Vice Mayor, transitioning to your consent agenda.
Madam Clerk,
And
do we have public comment on this item at this time?
Mr. Vice Mayor, we received public comment from Erica Worthlin opposed to item B5 that has been submitted to council and is part of your record. I have no comments signed in through Zoom for this item, so we'll turn it back to you for council members' items to be pulled for discussion.
Okay, let's start with Councilmember Breckus. Any items to be pulled for discussion at this time?
Yes, I'd like to pull item B3, item B5, item B6, and item B8.
Okay, for the record, B3, 5, 6, and 8, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, anything further, Councilmember Dewar?
Just B4. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Delgado?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Weber?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Weber. Councilmember Jordan?
No.
And Madam Mayor?
No, thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, may I approve a motion to approve the consent agenda items that have not been pulled?
So moved. Dewar.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Dewar, a second by Councilmember Delgado. Any further discussion at this time? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Vice Mayor, item B3 as pulled by Councilmember Breckus.
Councilmember Breckus.
Yes, this is the acceptance of one of our audits, and our audit program is one of the most exciting programs that we have to me, and I just wanted to ask a few questions. I guess there's a Nevada revised statute that requires annual audits of traffic citations, and we decided we prioritized what we want to audit each year, and we looked at this state requirement that we go back and audit our issued traffic citations annually now, but previously semi-annually because there was a law change in 2011, and I was unclear. What did we find in terms of the audits? Were we doing it annually or not annually, or semi-annually? I read the legislature minutes, and in 2011, I was trying to figure out what was the biggest audit finding on this.
Ms. Kidd, our auditor, would you like to address that? Thank you and welcome.
Thank you. Emily Kidd, for the record, internal auditor for the city of Reno. Yes, my understanding is this.
Ms. Kidd, we can't hear you yet. Can you come closer to the mic?
Let's try this. Is that better, you guys?
A little bit, but not much. So just speak up as loudly as you can.
Okay, I can do that. Outside voices. For my understanding, this is the first audit of its kind. This NRS has been in our law books since 1967. It came to my attention when I came on board in 2016, looking for the items that are required compliance audits, and this is the one that came to my attention. The city of Henderson was involved in the change to NRS in 2011 to change from twice per year to less requirements in terms of the timing of that audit. So that's what this audit came from.
As a follow-up question, it appears from reading the 2011 legislative change that the purpose of this audit that goes back into the 60s was to
keep police departments honest on revenue generation of traffic citations. Although there was some dialogue about how stops are analyzed for reporting of who stopped, profiling of who stopped. And so I have two questions. One, is the stops, our traffic citations and who stopped reported through some other database? And also, congratulations on finding this. We never want to be out of compliance with any of our laws, but going forward, has there been discussion about how we're going to pay for this audit? Because I think we do need to do this like clockwork, and you have a small shop. Who's going to do this audit, and how are we going to make sure it goes like clockwork?
Yeah, great comments. In terms of the need to do this audit, this compliance audit will go on our annual audit schedule as required by NRS, and we should be able to pick that up. Going forward, a lot of the pain points for this audit was generating system reports. And now that we've gotten that ironed out, it should be a little bit more like clockwork going forward. So I do plan to keep that on our audit schedule going forward. In terms of reporting metrics, I'm not aware of how that works. I defer to PD on that. This was just a compliance audit for those items required in NRS.
Okay. Well, those are great explanations. I mean, I hate to tack your little budget with this. That is a responsibility maybe of the department. Just, a budgetary thing, because then maybe it keeps you from doing other audits. And then at some point, I would like to understand how the other components of the traffic stops are analyzed, if there's other maybe federal requirements that are also work in concert. Maybe they could be merged as one audit. I don't know. But great finding. Thank you very much.
Any other questions by council? Councilmember Breckus, I'll look for a motion, please.
I'll make a motion.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Breckus, a second by Councilmember Dewar. I'll ask any further question on this item. Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Vice Mayor, item B4, as pulled by Councilmember Dewar.
Councilmember Dewar.
Thank you. Very briefly, I pulled this item just to thank the Parks and Recreation Department for having the understanding and foresight about the demand for pickleball and trying to balance the demands for tennis with pickleball. But I think this will be very much appreciated by the entire community, even though this particular facility is located in Ward 2. I think we've needed pickleball opportunities for quite some time. So Jamie, thank you for doing this and figuring it out, finding the combination of funds, donation, and residential construction tax. And I have no further comments except to move to approve.
Okay, I have a motion. Can I get a second, please?
Second, Delgado.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Dewar, a second by Councilmember Delgado. Any further discussion on this item at this time? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Vice Mayor, item B5, as pulled by Councilmember Breckus.
Councilmember Breckus.
Yes, thank you. This is the emergency declaration that was issued on May 30th. And I have a couple questions. My first question is one that has been raised to me in terms of charter powers. I've talked to a number of people, and including my appointment to the Charter Committee, and I just would like a little explanation from staff or maybe the City Attorney's Office. The mayor, and I commend her, issued a declaration of existence of local state of emergency, and she has that authority. But I guess the council does also. Of course, the council has to convene to do that. But what are we doing right now? I thought she had independent authority, so why is this on our agenda?
Mr. Hall or Mr. Shipman, I know Mr. Flansburgh was identified as being the staff report maker, but let's see who will tackle this question. Mr. Shipman, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me? Everything? Okay. Yeah, so the city has, authority under RMC Chapter 8.34020. And then that's the chapter that really talks about, the ability for the mayor, the assistant mayor, the city council, or the city manager may establish a curfew. Found under Section 8.34060, subsection B. And then also D2 talks about those officers can prohibit or limit the number of persons who may gather or congregate on any public street, public place, or outdoor place within the area designated. So that was the kind of the source of the curfew comes from that. So did you have a question about the charter?
Well, I mean, this is the declaration of the existence of a local state emergency. And with that, she's able to do certain powers, or whoever has the power to do it. But under an NRS, are we then to ratify this or be reported, or, I mean?
That's actually spoken to under the 8.34060 subsection A. So.
Oh, it isn't, okay.
So it's in the same code, yes.
Okay, so two specific questions. One, has the existence of a local state of emergency been lifted, and is there a companion document to that?
I don't know if I can speak to that. I would ask the clerk, Ms. Turney, has that been lifted?
In response to that, the existing emergency declaration is still in effect, and it has not been superseded or canceled at this time yet. The existing deck did not have an expiration date.
Okay, so it's up to the mayor to decide, or the council to lift it then, when we feel it's time?
Again, the way that the ordinance is written, it's the mayor, the assistant mayor, city council, or city manager have the authority to declare the curfews under the ordinance. So, yes, well, city council is one body that could do that. Yes.
But I'm not talking about curfew. I'm talking about the emergency.
About the emergency. So under section 8.34050, it's about when in the judgment of the mayor, or in his absence, the assistant mayor, or in his absence, the city manager, that an emergency disaster is deemed to exist, they shall proclaim in writing the existence of same. And then the mayor, assistant mayor, city council, or city manager shall terminate the state of emergency when it no longer exists or the threat of the emergency has passed. So So the city council has the authority to do that, the mayor, the assistant mayor, and the city manager to terminate.
Well,
Councilmember Breckus, hold on, please. Your 3 minutes has been long up, so I'm going to go up to one of your colleagues, Councilmember Dewar, and then I'll come back and I have a comment as well.
Just real quickly, I think Mr. Shipman, Ms. Breckus is just trying to get at the fact that they have the independent authority to do this and to terminate it, but why does it have to be ratified by the city council? That's what she's asking, and that's what we want to know.
Right, and I thought I answered that. Apologies. Under our code, it has to come back as a report to the city council at the next regularly scheduled meeting.
So is this a report or an action item?
Well, it's stylized as accepting the report, but I also think it's important to read the staff report, which is really about how Public Works will respond to the rebuilding of the damaged windows, right? So there are certain codes that are identified here. I don't think this has anything to do with the powers of the mayor or who gets to declare what. As I read the staff report, this is simply about the financial implications to who oversees and administers the contracts in the event our insurance policy or the state of Nevada or FEMA would reimburse or pay for any of the things. So that there had to be a declaration of emergency in place in order that those things would be triggered. So I'm not sure what the confusion is, but I don't think we're being asked to ratify or extend or prolong the mayor's declaration in so much as what it's asked us to do is identify the acceptance of the report so that Public Works may make the repairs necessary to this building.
Thank you. Good explanation.
Councilmember Breckus, you
are
have 3 minutes.
Thank you for that. Are we still under an emergency declaration, or is there a requirement that those be rescinded, or that's a question. And it's also relevant to COVID, because I think we're under a COVID emergency maybe issued by the
Yeah,
city.
and for the record, based upon Ms. Journey's statement, yes, we are currently under a declaration of emergency. It has not been officially lifted at this time. And we also have a COVID emergency. As you point out.
Okay. I guess since the council's not convening, we go on break. Sometime the mayor or the city manager will lift this emergency that we are accepting here. So I'll look for that. I'll wonder when that is. I also want to say that the whereas, and I know this is done in the heat of the moment, talked about the civil unrest relating to the protest of George Floyd's death. I think that was a little narrowly written. I just want to be on record on that. I think it was a broader response to broader issues rather than one man's single death. And I think that we've been hearing that from our public. And so I want to be on record. I don't have any critique of this. I think it was the right thing to do, and it's done. But I just want to get on record that I think that the whereas could have been broader and is not tailored as accurately as it could be.
Thank you. And it looks like we have Mr. Flansburgh, who has some additional information to provide, and then I'll go to Councilmember Delgado.
Thank you. I just wanted to be clear, this specifically is a report on NRS 332 and 338. 332 is the purchasing, 338 are public works projects. We are required to bring back to the council a report on expenditures as soon as we know at your next scheduled meeting. This was the next scheduled meeting. That is why you're seeing this today. Specifically on the building, we should have final scope and prices back by Friday. We'll be entering into a contract to replace the windows. Just for information for the council, we are looking at replacing in kind what was there. We need to establish a baseline for insurance purposes. We'll also be looking at a couple alternatives. One of those alternatives may be to, instead of having 14-foot panels, have maybe an 8 and a 6 and break that up. The smaller panels could allow us to replace them sooner. Otherwise, we're looking at about an 8-week lead on the order time. So we're moving as quickly as we can to get the contracts in place. So information for council. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Flansburgh, thank you. I also want to note that Councilmember Dewar has been instrumental in bringing an art collaborative to the exterior of the building, and I just think it's important while you're talking about the windows that Councilmember Dewar has spent some time working on this project, and I'm excited about the artists who will be involved. I don't know if Councilmember Dewar, you wanted to mention anything because we are talking about the windows?
Yes, I just wanted to mention two things. Because we had heard that there would be an 8 to 10 week time frame and that they had to be remanufactured or obtained from the manufacturer. We didn't want just blank plywood sitting on City Hall. It was an opportunity. The Art Commission reached out to me. I had already dedicated funds for a street art project similar to this. And secondly, that the art, in case people are wondering, will go to the Public Art Committee for their selection, working with the muralist to finalize the designs. So that's the process that we follow on all of the public art that we have. So we'll be following that, and that will be occurring very soon so the artists can get to work.
And can you remind the council, is that the artist's name? Can you tell us?
Oh, yeah, certainly. I apologize. Artist selected for this commission, it's a commission versus a call for artists, is Joe C. Rock. His formal name is Joseph Cargill. Joseph Rock, he has quite a few murals around town. I was really pleased to hear he was selected because he's one of my favorite muralists, just as a personal note. But I'm sure he'll do an excellent job.
And as I understand it, the murals will not be a temporary thing, although they'll be temporarily here. They're actually being put on some kind of a system that will allow the murals to be preserved.
Right, that's correct. They're putting them on artboard that will go on top of the plywood so that when the glass comes in, those can be preserved or installed as separate panels or as a continuum, as a mural. What I don't know yet is whether he plans to address the panels that are above the first floor. So that's in discussion as well. So we have to see his final proposed design. And again, the Public Art Committee will weigh in on that and bless it or ask him to make changes depending.
Well, and I just thank you personally for seeing the healing power of art for this community, so I thank you for that. Councilmember Delgado, I know you've been patient, and I apologize. We had a couple of detours there.
Oh, no worries. I was going to make the same comments as Councilwoman Breckes regarding the whereas the story. I think it's important, especially in light of everything else, that the description plays to the best that it can with respect to the incidents that took place that day. But Councilwoman Breckes had already stated that, so thank you.
Okay, any additional questions or comments? I'll come back to Councilmember Breckes for a motion. Oh, no, I apologize. 1 second, please. We have a public comment, and I understand that there's public comment in the queue, so I'll turn it over to our clerk.
Mr. Vice Mayor Nathaniel.
Jordan.
Oh, Councilmember Jordan, let's start with you because I didn't see your blue hand being raised, and I apologize. My screen is small, and there's lots of people still in the attendance queue. So let's start with Councilmember Jordan, and then we'll go to our public comment before we make a motion on this item. Councilmember Jordan.
Thank you very much. I know navigating all this technology and all these people on board is juggling. I think you're doing a great job. I too wanted to commend Councilwoman Dewar and the artwork that is going to be on City Hall. I had a number of people reach out to me as well. And actually had a community member, I didn't realize that Councilmember Dewar was using her council donation funds for this, which is great. We had Lee Newman, who used to own, many of you may know him, used to own Legends Landscape. He came forward as well and offered to fund some murals on some of the boarded up facilities as well. And I thought initially that he had given that donation. So the community is interested in the healing of this art piece and other places as well. So kudos to everybody for this. My question is maybe of Mr. Flansburgh. So I understand the damages done to, not the labor involved, but the damages done to City Hall and to the Reno Police Department are approximately $600,000. Is that correct?
That is the correct number.
So my next question is, the deductibles on our insurance for that kind of a damage, are they facilities as in all, and there's one deductible, or is there a facility deductible for each one, and what is it?
I know that we're working with the insurance company. My understanding is we have a $50,000 deductible, and I'm not aware that they're going to look at this as separate incidences or just the one incident. So, but if there is a $50,000 deductible.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Hopefully it's they don't ding us for each building. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And now, Councilmember Dewar, do you have something before we move to public comment now?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to make one final statement. I know that, art in public spaces is a very sensitive issue. And I just wanted to say that art is an eye of the beholder. And you already referenced the point of healing. And I think that's the intent, is we started healing with the huge amount of people that came out to help us restore City Hall and all of the buildings in our community, glass in our streets, et cetera. That healing continued with, I think, the peace vigil that was held on City Plaza this Sunday. And I think it continues with this installation. But I also want to make a note. I know that no matter, everybody looks at art differently. There's no way we will ever agree on it. What's art to one is noise to another. And art is meant to be a bit provocative and to make people think. I've asked that in addition to the art, that there be an explanatory piece, whatever is suggested, so that if there are figures or there are things, it's not for the art, it's really more of an artist statement, so that people can not just visually see the piece, but actually maybe see what the artist intended and learn from that someplace near City Hall. And I also want to say that, you know, everyone may not love it. I may not love it, but it doesn't really matter. What really matters is that we have art and that it's a conversation, and that's just the start of a conversation, not the end of a conversation. And so I just wanted to put that out there because it's probably the only time I'll have a chance to speak about it. So just, you know, check yourself at the door, including myself and everyone. We'll see. I have great confidence in this artist. We'll see their interpretation of the events that have transpired both locally and nationally. Thank you.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk?
Mr. Vice Mayor, we have public comment on this item from Nathaniel Phillips.
Mr. Phillips, welcome to the chambers. Nope. Hold on. I think we're there now.
Thank you very much. My name is Nathaniel Phillips. I live in Ward 1. I am also representing Mass Liberation, Nevada. I am speaking on this agenda item in particular because I felt it was most opportune to address a couple points. And I think it also is the first time a lot of people have actually seen the emergency declaration themselves, perhaps. I mean, again, not that things are hidden at all, but it's hard to find a wide range of documents. So I wanted to speak to this in particular because I find it's very disconcerting that the council seems to not have didn't actually debate the directive. Not that it had to be, but since then, and since it is still standing, as was just cleared up, it is kind of alarming because at core, the premise for the directive, there are false claims, unsubstantiated claims, particularly the analysis which is being accepted in this report. The council accepting this staff report as per the statutory requirement to submit a report after an emergency directive is declared rests on the falsehoods and inappropriate directive itself. For instance, that 1,000 people became a violent mob that had to potentially interrupt interstate travel is alleged in the actual directive. So I think it's incumbent upon people of good conscience, some of whom may be on this council, to actually see what they are voting on. And with my remaining time, I also want to echo, I just want to categorically reject what is substantiated in the emergency directive and therefore this staff report. Also, $600,000 sounds like a lot of money. But lastly, I want to echo the calls to expunge the the record of specifically folks who were arrested through a curfew. The curfew is an example of how municipalities often perpetuate, what did I say? Example of how implicit by reinforcements and constitute what we call this complex between municipality and the police force, public authority, government power, and anti-black and general racism. Because who did the curfew affect? People of color. So thank you for your time. I also want to have a review of the budget for specifically defunding specific parts of the police budget, an investigation and connection between the Reno RPD and white supremacist organizations. And I would expect to follow up on the Gwynn Center report that Councilmember was a part of. That has not really been responded to by the council.
Thank you for your comments today, Nathaniel. Mr. Vice Mayor, with that, you have no further public comment on this item. I believe council is done with their questioning.
Okay, I'll come back to Councilmember Breckus, who pulled the item originally.
Yeah, I mean, I guess what I'm asking is, I feel that it's in some ways pro forma of accepting this because it was done under the mayor's legitimate powers. But I'd like to know if we can accept it with some provisos, or if that's a word, with some, with the motion including that we acknowledge it solely as a document in place and time of the mayor's, that we request a lifting of the emergency at a future time before our next meeting, if necessary, by the mayor or the manager. And third, acknowledgement that the whereas was limited in commentary and scope of the issue at hand. So if I can throw all that on, I'll make that motion.
Okay, I'll second it. Any further discussion at this time? Okay, a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously. Item B6.
Okay. This is an augmentation to get us through the fiscal year. And I do want to call up the most substantive of the augmentation is a $2 million insertion into the police budget under the severance bucket within the budget. And I have some budgeting concerns over that. We all know there's a lot of attention right now on the police budget, and we've all been working on understanding and have a good understanding of the budget and where we're at in all our different departments, and know that the budget's fluid with the COVID. But I'm uncomfortable loading in $2 million to severance when it's not severance that's being put into this bucket. And I've had some dialogue with Ms. Lochner, who says that under accounting principles, we're bound, but I don't really see that. Severance to me is a payout to people who are retiring, and this is for overtime related to this emergency declaration. I'm really struggling with this because this stands as a motion and action in time of lumping up the police budget in a way that I don't think is reflective of what we're really doing. So, Ms. Lochner, can you expand upon this?
Sure, happy to. Deborah Lochner, Finance Director, for the record. What we are doing is, because we don't know if it's going to be overtime or standby pay, and standby pay actually has benefits associated with it, our reporting requirements for the state at year end are we have to report budget to actuals in salaries and benefits for safety services, and we report budget to actuals in salary and benefits for the balance of our budget. So they're split into two components. One is safety and one is general government. And we report salaries and benefits, and we have to remain in budget in the salaries and benefits section. And then we also report services and supplies separately, and we have to remain in budget in the services and supplies. So being as we don't know, we do know it's a component of salary. We don't know which component. We don't know which benefits are going to be triggered depending on which component of whether it's overtime or standby or callback. We decided that the best place for us to put it was in the severance, because that overall salaries and benefits will remain within budget, but we don't know which line item it's going into. If it's not spent, then at the year end, it will go back into fund balance. You're muted.
Yeah. Follow-up question is, I've been operating since we went into COVID that police has been having cost savings because they haven't been running as much overtime because our calls or services are down, et cetera. So question one is, how are they doing on salaries in terms of, what we've already budgeted, and can what happened in the last week since May 30th and the emergency declaration, is there savings in there to pay for that? And also, are you thinking that $2.1 million in the last week has been spent in police overtime?
The first weekend was $1.8 million.
in police overtime?
I believe 1.1 million of that might have been police overtime, and then we had all the other costs. We had some fire, we had some marshals, and we had damage. So the initial weekend was $1.8 million. What we have added in addition to that to get us through the end of the year associated with civil unrest is an additional $1.5 million.
Councilmember Breckus, hold on, please. One of your colleagues wishes to speak. Ms. Lochner, did you finish your thought? I didn't mean to interrupt you.
That's okay. I'll answer the other questions.
Okay. Councilmember Jordan, you've been very patient, and I apologize for not getting to you sooner.
Thank you very much. I think first off, I think for the general public that kind of watches this and they hear the word augment, they kind of think the word augment of a budget means that we're adding to the overall budget for a line item. And augment just in these circumstances means a change or a modification. So that I just wanted to get that. Now, in this case, we're wanting to increase it to cover actual and anticipated overtime as it relates to police ramping up and keeping our community safe. So I don't see this as something I'm fearful that by not doing this, we are skewing our already somewhat unpredictable budgeting process even further. I get the sensitivities around some of the discussions that are going on, but this is allocating for budget purposes money for time spent by our law enforcement men and women to keep our community safe. So I'm having a hard time understanding why we wouldn't approve this.
And if I may, this final augmentation, it is bringing in some additional appropriated funds for unanticipated expenditures based on the COVID-19 and the civil unrest. So yes, there is an augmentation as well as some reallocation amongst line items. It's both. What we do in the final augmentation of the year is we need to fix the budget in such a way that we do not go over budget. Otherwise, then we have additional reporting requirements to the state and may even have to go and testify in person as to why we went over budget. So our final augmentation is our best guess on how to get us through the end of the year without going over budget in any of the 4 categories that we report to the state.
And I understood that. And if I wasn't clear, what I was saying was the modification that we are proposing today is in response to the issues of late. It's not a structural increase to our standard police budget is what I was trying to get at. It is a unusual circumstance need for the monies to cover the extraordinary response that our men and women needed to deploy in order to keep our community safe. That's what I was trying to say.
That's correct. In addition to, it's not just the police department. It is also our fire department. It is also Muni Court who called out marshals. So it is not just the police department that is receiving additional funds for these 2 emergencies.
Okay, let me just check with council members before I come back to you, Councilmember Breckus. Is there anyone who has additional questions on this item for Ms. Lochner or for the body? Okay, Ms. Breckus, 3 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I recognize that the police department needed to bring all hands on deck under the situation, and they brought in the biggest cohort, and that's going to be split then among fire and Muni Court because they also had to bring in some resources. So it's under a broad public safety roll-up of the budget. Is that correct?
So we've done our analysis overall of where we are in salaries and benefits. And yes, as you mentioned before, there is savings in the police department, but it's not enough to cover the response that has been needed. And so in total, if, Muni Court, it looks like they're able to absorb what they've done. Their call outs were, that we looked at their budget and it looks like they had some savings in salaries in other areas. They're very fiscally responsible with their budget and they did not ask for additional funds for their response. In fire, their response was not nearly as large as police, but they did have some, so there is money being augmented into their budget to cover their response as well, and the expected through the end of the year, as well as we have included money for IT to fix the council chambers and the computer equipment that was damaged. There's money that's going into the building technical services division in Public Works to fix the windows and the other damage and furniture and to fix up City Hall and the police department. So that is our best guess and working with the departments of what's been spent to date and what we think may happen through the end of the year. There's still, essentially 3 weeks to go. And so we've done our best to try and cover those costs because we don't know what's going to happen. Again, if the money's not used, it will go back to fund balance and will be helping to use to balance next year's budget.
But if I could follow up, so the $2.1 million is going to all those things, but that is into this augmentation that shows for police severance?
Not not all of it's going into police severance.
But 2.1 million is. Let me ask this, is in the special events budget, which is in the city manager's office, does the police activity for that live in that special events budget?
So if there were a special event that was approved and a actual special event of the city, the police overtime, they code it to that event. There's a code. And we do a journal entry that transfers the budgeted from events to police to cover their actual overtime to help manage that event. It's an after the fact transfer that happens, and it's based on actual expenditures. So yes, that does happen. If the police department is called in to help manage a special event, their time does get reimbursed because it's not essentially not budgeted in the police department.
Well, that's the parallel I'm asking for, is we just adopted an emergency at the mayor's office, the mayor and council office. I'd like to see all this money roll into the mayor and council office so that we know this isn't a baseline to the police budget. This is something that came out of that. And I think that this is some of the mechanics that we're hearing about wanting to look at in the police budget. And I think it provides better transparency.
The only issue is if you put it into the council's budget, then it becomes general government budget, and then we will be over budget in safety services. And I do not want to go and testify in front of the state as to why we are over budget when it could be prevented.
Okay, any other additional questions at this time by council? Hearing none, I'll look for a motion. Councilmember Breckus, are you prepared to make that motion?
I'm not.
Okay, I'll move to approve. Okay, I have a second by Councilmember Dewar. Yes. Okay, all those in favor, I'll call for the question. Please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. Motion carries unanimously.
Vice Mayor, item B8, as pulled by Councilmember Breckus.
Now, this is an item coming from the city attorney's office. It is a proposed settlement for a claim of civil rights violation. And I had asked that all the pleadings come up into the agenda so that everyone can be aware what we're settling here. And Ms. Clerk, did you get those? Because I didn't see those come across my email.
I do not have them in the record.
Okay. In the last attorney office's ongoing litigation report, there was more detail in this. And I'm concerned that this settlement raises more questions than it answers. And I believe that the council should hold a higher standard of information for the settlement of a serious matter like a civil rights violation. I think it was an arrest. And I just want to call attention to this. Obviously, the other party is willing to settle, But I think that we, with a separately independent city attorney, and this is the first time we've deliberated this publicly, we are settling. And I think it's of interest not only to our community that wants to know what's going on with civil rights matters, but also to our police department, because there were 4 officers, I believe I recall reading the initial pleading that I saw in the attorney-client information. And when we settle, we also need, I think, an illumination of them and what they did, because I think just more information for the officers who have a settlement and have been dropped now from this case, but also for the public, is something that the council needs to hold ourselves to. This is a tiny little report of, maybe 750 words for a settlement of civil rights violations. I'm glad we came to an agreement with the parties, but I think that more information is owed to all.
Any additional questions by council at this time? Okay, seeing none, I'll look for a motion. Okay, I'll move.
Second, Jordan.
Okay, I have a motion that I've made. Councilmember Jordan has seconded. Any other questions or comments at this time? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. With that, Mr. Vice Mayor, we are done with your consent agenda. We are moving on to item C1, which is a public hearing for an abandonment on North Virginia Street and North Center Street Alley.
Okay, let the record reflect that the City Council is opening the public hearing on item C1. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given? Any correspondence received?
Mr. Vice Mayor, proper notice was given on this item and no correspondence was received.
Okay, any council members need to make any disclosures at this time? I don't believe so. Seeing none, I'll ask the council members if they desire a staff presentation on this item at this time. Councilmember Breckus? Okay, let's see who's available from staff. Ms. Foos, are you making the presentation this morning? Thank you and welcome to Chambers.
I am. Good morning. Okay, let me get prepped. Can everyone see the slideshow in front of them?
No. We cannot, Angela, at this time we see, now we can see a PowerPoint starting once you're in PowerPoint mode.
Great. Okay, well, luckily we just have one slide. For the record, Angela Foos, acting.
Can you, Ms. Foos, can you expand that to be full screen?
Better?
No.
It's small on our end, Ms. Foos, and just a reminder, because we're trying to do recording, we're getting a lot of feedback loop. If you're not speaking, if you would just be on mute. That's bigger. It's not entirely as big as we might want it to appear. Is that as big as it can go, Ms. Foos, on the share?
About
that? Maybe it's a delay on our
You
end.
start the slideshow from beginning, that will put it to the biggest size.
So we only have one slide.
Yeah, it's the vicinity map, and I'm just asking, can it be enlarged?
And I can zoom in, but I don't think it's zooming in on your end, so I apologize.
No problem. I have a copy
If you
of
put it on
the...
slideshow mode from first, it'll show it.
Angela, what we'll do is we'll transition, because I can see that you are pushing to go to slideshow, but there
There we
appears
go.
to be
Now we're ready. Let's rock and roll, Ms. Foos.
all in.
Can everyone see? Okay. So for the record, again, Angela Foos, Acting Community Development Director. This request is an abandonment. It came in from the university. We are requesting to abandon about 7,500 square feet of property. This is the alley that is bordered by 9th Street and 8th Street on the north and south, and by Center Street and Virginia Street on the east and west. Before you and previously, you have seen two different abandonment applications. One was a portion of Lake Street. One was another alley abandonment to the east of this property. And so this is the final abandonment that's to be before you for future development of UNR property that is south of 9th Street. The property to the east is owned by UNR. and the property to the west is currently owned by RTC. While this project is just an abandonment, there is not a development associated with it. UNR is on the line. It can tell you about future plans for development. RTC is also on the line if you have specific questions for them. Again, not associated with the abandonment, but there is a rapid transit station currently under construction on the west side on Virginia Street. That impacts Virginia Street, does not impact the abandonment area, but they are available if you have specific questions. And with that, I will be available to answer any of your questions.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
Councilmember Dewar.
Yeah, I have a question. I just wanted to understand why the abandonment was needed. Half of it to be owned by RTC, half of it to be owned by the university. It seems like that is a very congested area where 9th Street comes and the freeway comes off, and it's good to have travel to both access both properties by the public and by those owners. So if there's nothing, can you tell me, is something to be built on the abandonment, or what is the purpose for the abandonment?
Yeah, and you'll recall there were a number of buildings on all of those parcels, both directly east and west. All of those buildings have been demolished. There's one left, the Jimmy John's building, that is still there. All the other buildings have come down. We do know that UNR is making plans to expand south of 9th Street, although the specific design of that building that's planned for this area hasn't come before us in a format that says exactly what it's going to look like. We do know that potentially they are looking to add the business school on this parcel. So once the abandonment happens, half of the abandoned area goes to the east, the other half goes to the west. At some point in the future, it's my understanding that likely UNR will be acquiring that property to the west. Again, not associated with the abandonment, but just informational for you. So at some point, UNR will own this entire block, both east and west of this abandoned area, and then they will come forward with the development of that parcel.
Okay, if I may, so you're saying the area where the RTC owns, they are going to acquire the RTC land?
Potentially, yes. That's not part of this application. UNR is available if you want to ask specific questions to them about their development potential.
Well, the reason I'm asking, I did look at the map that was provided, and it seemed like that continued as an alley because it does where the two properties are joined. I mean, I'm open to hearing what they have planned, but I guess I feel like it's a premature until we understand right now. That's just my feeling now. But
so this is an alleyway that no longer serves development. Jimmy John's is accessed off 9th Street, and because all of the development, both east and west of this development, have been demolished, it no longer serves houses or businesses or any development.
Right, but in the future, when whatever's the business building you mentioned built to the east and the RTC station built to the west, at least that's what I understand. I guess until I understand like why you need to abandon it, I guess as long as it's in city ownership, it's serving a public purpose. So that's just my thought, but I don't need to debate it. That's just my thinking right now, and so I want to hear from anyone else.
Vice Mayor.
Councilmember Jordan, Councilmember Breckus, if you would like to speak, just push your hand, raise hand, and a little blue hand comes up on my end, and then I know what order it's in. It's not because I'm trying to silence you, it's just I just want to be able to see your hand. Councilmember Jordan, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. And I think both, maybe we need to have RTC and or university kind of comment on what some of the plans are, because there is some, well, first off, I think it's important to point that how much of the traffic is accessed from the 8th Street side via this alley, and how much is traffic goes in on the 9th Street. Because my understanding is this alley is not particularly used.
It is not. I think it's fair to say that once UNR purchased those historic homes, and those historic homes were no longer used, once those businesses went away, there is nothing there. There's no reason for anyone to have to drive on this alley to access anything on this block. when there were businesses there, that alley could have been for a public purpose. Now that there's nothing there, it's a vacant site, it's currently fenced off in gravel, there's no reason why anyone would need to drive on this alley to access anything.
So maybe we hear from RTC. That probably be good, so we don't keep guessing about what's happening here. We hear from those that are actually doing it.
Councilmember Jordan, you make a wise point. Let me ask Ms. Clerk, Madam Clerk, who do we have here for either the university or RTC, if anyone? I just don't see anyone in the queue.
Mr. Vice Mayor, we do have Heidi Ganzert available for questions from the University of Nevada. I am unsure about an RTC employee at this time.
Ms. Foose, I didn't mean to interrupt you, did you have something you need to add before we'll go to Ms. Ganzert?
Yes, Amy Cummings with RTC should also be in the waiting room.
Okay, she is now, and so she's been loaded into it. And so why don't we start with it, because Ms. Jordan had requested it. Ms. Cummings, can you, or let's try this. Ms. Cummings and Ms. Ganzert, you're both unmuted at this point, but let's start with Ms. Cummings.
Hello, Amy Cummings with RTC. And as has already been stated, RTC does own the property on the west side of this alley. And it was before the RTC board on April 17th, at which time they did approve authorizing the executive director to sign a petition of abandonment, owner affidavit, and the other documents that are in your packet. So RTC is supportive of this item.
But to just follow up, what do you have a purpose or a goal or a hope or a thought about the use of this alley?
RTC does not have a use of this alley, but we are supportive of the university's application. They were the ones who initiated the application, and RTC has no objection to that.
Okay, Ms. Ganzert, would you like to comment at this time? And then I'll come to you, Ms. Breckus.
Thank you, Heidi Ganzert, representing the University of Nevada, Reno. As was stated earlier, there are no buildings on either side right now. Either homes have been relocated or demolished, and RTC, that whole area, is also clear. The multimodal center that the RTC is installing will not take the entire block that they purchased over time. And the university is looking to build a college of business, and we've been before the city council several times looking at would be the southwest corner of 9th and Center Street. And every square foot matters. If we're able to, if this alley is abandoned, we can expand the footprint of the College of Business. If there's remnants that we may be able to buy in the future from RTC, we'd also like to buy remnant parcels to expand the footprint of the College of Business, which would be the entire college. It would include academic spaces, offices, auditoriums, and so forth. And we really feel like this is aligned with the master plan that we've talked about before, that was approved in 2014 by the Board of Regents and adopted this portion, the gateway, by the city of Reno in April 2016. And we're excited to be moving closer to the city, and our hope was to serve as a catalyst for redevelopment of the area that's south of 80, between downtown, I guess, and 80. And that's really coming to fruition. So we are looking to build the parking garage, as was discussed earlier, and then the next building is the College of Business, which would be, hopefully we can enlarge it if we're able to eventually get the alleyway, maybe put some other land that's not going to be used by the RTC. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ganzert. Councilmember Breckus.
Ms. Foose, what is the standard of determination for this body to grant the abandonment?
We have one finding, and that has to do with, let me pull it up real quick so you can see it. Question is, will the public be materially injured by the proposed abandonment? So that's the one finding that council has to make.
Okay, and I'm really trying to understand the use of the alley, recognizing that on either side of the alley, we have properties of service to the public, particularly the RTC multimodal station, of which, you know, our regional transportation dollars bought that block, but it's not going to be used all the way. Do we know the footprint of this multimodal station? And I mean, you made points about the driving of the alley to those residents, but as someone who, you know, lives in an area well served by alleys, I know alleys provide a lot of other users benefit. And so I'm concerned that maybe that focus is a little narrow. So how big is this multimodal station, and will it actually, you know, touch this alley part?
It will not. The multimodal station is on the Virginia Street side. And so the bulk of these properties that you're looking at are not impacted by the multimodal station. A lot of that is in the right-of-way on Virginia Street and encroaches slightly into the parcels. But the bulk of the square footage of those parcels is not touched by the multimodal plan.
Okay, so we're going to have some, RTC will then own some small little parcels on the east side or west side of this abandoned area. Tell me this, and I asked this in my agenda briefing, we're underway to study a pretty large bicycle extension up into the university. It's called the Center Street Single Track or Cycle Track. Where does the design of that come into or across the university, into the university?
That cycle track actually is on Center Street, so it does not impact this far to the west. It focuses on Center Street, and it goes up to 9th Street. But
you told me about the RTC multimodal. Now on the east side of the of this abandoned 7,500 square foot alley, what is the design over there?
On the east side between the abandonment and Center Street?
Yes.
So at this point, we don't have a project. That was the one that Ms. Gansert was referring to. Future development would likely be a school of business on those parcels.
But isn't there something about a parking garage you talked about in public comment earlier?
Yeah, the parking garage is adjacent to Lake Street, so that's about a block to the east.
Just west of our park up there, our Lake Street Park?
It's between, correct. You have the park, and then you have Lake Street, and then you have the proposed parking garage.
Do you have any sort of diagram of this whole area that shows us how these pieces all fit together?
Sure. Let's see if we can pull that up. One moment.
While we're waiting, Ms. Foos, Ms. Breckus, I was able to visit the site. I'm not sure that I think you're straying away from the agenda item at this point, and I'll just comment that the site that we're looking at, as identified in the map, is bounded to the south by 8th Street, the north on 9th Street, and then falls between Center and Virginia Street. This entire parcel is to ultimately be redeveloped, a small portion by RTC for the multimodal project, and the remainder of it will be the university's projects, which you are well aware of. I don't understand what the concern is here because there's all this histrionics of jumping around. Here's the project, I think, as we understand it will be. You can tell from that there's no use now for this alleyway because it's like the unity of parcels theory, right? Which I know that you study the law very carefully and your family has a long history with. And so this abandonment really is, in my mind, a very simple, straightforward thing that should not have taken us an hour to have a discussion about. Ms. Foos, did you want to run through what you believe the Gateway project will look like as it comes to pass at some future point? You're kind of now showing side-by-side pictures of it, but I think we all are well aware that this is where the site for the future business building will be.
Okay. And is the screen in front of you now the Gateway Pre-Seed conceptual site?
Ms. Foose, was there a question there? I'm sorry.
Can you see what's on your screen?
We have the vicinity map. So we see the original vicinity map, which was attached to the staff report. And then now we see the Gateway Precinct conceptual site plan, which identifies both the College of Business, an additional building which was unknown at this time to the west of North Center Street, and then a greenish area that I think is related to the RTC's project. In any event, none of those things require this alley to be there, and should be the purview of the university and RTC to make these decisions. Okay, I think we've rounded out our discussion points on this topic. Is there any public comment? I'm not sure I asked, Madam Clerk.
You did ask, Mr. Vice Mayor, and there is none.
Okay, so I'll both open and close the public comment on this item. Is there any other additional discussion at this time from council before we look for a motion? And I apologize.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
Hold on 1 second.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
Councilmember Dewar, hold on 1 second. Let me just have them change screens so I can see who's in the queue. And I'll transfer over to you. And remember, just as a courtesy to me, if you can raise your blue hand, that would be very helpful. But the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, my computer kicked me off for a few moments, and so I missed some of that conversation. It sounds like we're getting ready to make a motion. I want to just go on record as saying a couple things. One, I think it's widely known that I did not support the acquisition or demolition of the buildings that are in the site. However, I acknowledge that has occurred, and I understand that the university is moving forward, and I appreciate the testimony from Ms. Gansard and from Ms. Cummings related to the purpose and the goals. And I'm willing to support this motion in light of that, and I don't want it to be misconstrued that somehow, one vote on one thing means something else. So I'm still very concerned about the process that was followed, but I do acknowledge it and respect the vote of the body. So with that understanding, I'm going to be supporting this item. Thank you.
Councilmember Dewar, was that a motion?
No, that was not a motion, but I'm just acknowledging where I stand on this.
Okay, I think you've said exactly what my thoughts are. Obviously, there is a long history here. The houses that were part of this area are no longer there, and if you visited the site recently, it's been scraped. It is an area where I'm hopeful that as the university grows to the south, it will continue to grow into our downtown as part of what we hope to create as both a university and college town. We have both here, and so I'm excited to see what the future holds for this parcel. So I will make the motion and move to approve the abandonment and approve staff recommendations.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion that I've made. Councilmember Jordan has seconded it. Now I'll ask for discussion on the motion. And if you could, please just raise your little blue hand or your physical hand. Okay, we've got it. Councilmember Breckish, you're good.
Yeah, I won't be supporting the motion, and I want to craft that within some very physical concerns that have been raised to me by the materials that were shown in this proceeding. I guess, what has to happen is we have to make a finding that the public won't be detrimentally harmed by this. And I see value in that alley from the information that we are being shown by the adjoiners who will benefit from this abandonment. And I want to state that very much is this multimodal site over on the west where Virginia Street is, if that is operating like a bus station, that is not a really easy pedestrian environment. I walk up 4th Street a lot where ours is, and if the buses are coming in and out, it's hard for the pedestrian. And in that case, the alley may be the more preferential location for the pedestrian once they cross that Virginia Street Bridge. In addition, it looks like over to the west, they're going to have some conflict points with a large, massive parking garage. So I do believe that from an urban design principle, and I've studied urban design, this is not advisable at this point. I recognize we have two public agencies that want that, but they are looking out for their constituent needs, and we need to look out for ours, and that is the broader community character and advancement of our master plan goals, like the pedestrian environment. So I'm not supporting this abandonment on the information that's provided, because I think it will be detrimental to our public. Thank you.
Okay, I'll just comment that, of course, Councilmember Breckus, you are a fan of our Reno master plan, and we're very instrumental in its passage. This certainly meets the two parts of the plan that are identified, the university linkages, which is the concept of proactively seeking opportunities to strengthen the physical and symbolic linkages between the university and downtown, which includes prioritizing efforts as part of the Downtown Action Plan, which creates an active misuse university district. I also think it's important to point out DTRC-UD.18, which identifies the circulation and public right-of-way. I think it's a fair amount of hubris to imagine that RTC and the university have not thought through what they want to use their land for. And so at the end of the day, we can make the planned findings. Certainly, the finding that is required of us in this body is that the public would not be materially injured by the proposed abandonment. And in fact, the public will be beneficially served by it. And so I'm happy to support it. Councilmember Jordan.
Thank you very much. And it's not just two sort of government bodies that have come together. It's the representatives that are, elected from all jurisdictions that supported it as well. So I just wanted to get that on the record, that this isn't just the two institutions, but it's those of us representing our constituents and the global vision that we've had for this area and worked towards for many years, and it's coming to fruition. And this is a piece of it that allows two agreeing bodies to facilitate in the best possible way structures to benefit our entire region, including the revitalization of downtown. And again, this does not materially injure the proposed, it doesn't damage the public in any way. So I stand with my second and support the motion.
Okay, we've had a motion, a second, and discussion. Any further discussion from council members? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Motion carries 6-1. Okay, at this time, we've been on the dais now for nearly 3 hours. We're going to take a brief recess until 1 o'clock and give everyone the opportunity to take a comfort break. We'll be back here shortly at 1 o'clock.
Welcome to Zoom. Enter your meeting ID followed by pound. You have not entered any numbers. Please re-enter your meeting ID followed by pound. Enter your participant ID. You have entered the meeting as a panelist. Attendees can now hear you speak. This meeting is being recorded.
Computer audio. Oh, she's sending her daughter away. I'm going to turn off my.
Ileana can stay anytime. She doesn't have to run off. I don't think we're ready to go back on yet, but let me just look to the clerk. Okay, give us a minute, council members. We're waiting for Madam Mayor.
Usually there's a.
Okay, we're about ready to get back on the record. It is now just shortly after 1 o'clock, 1:05, and I'll turn it over to Madam Clerk to get us resituated.
Mr. Vice Mayor, at this time, as was noted during the agenda approval, item D1 has been removed from this agenda. Therefore, we are on item D2. This is a presentation, discussion, and potential direction to staff regarding the North Valley Flood Control Basin Inspection Program. And we have John Flansburgh, I assume, is going to be presenting on this item.
Let me ask as a starting point, does council desire a staff presentation on this item? Okay, I'm going to, Councilmember Dewar.
I think it would, I know that Michael Michelle's been very brief before, just to get it on the record. I think it would help just how many they've seen and what they found, just summary.
Sure. Let's bring Mr. Flansburgh into the conversation. I don't believe Mr. Michelle is here. There he is. He's now in, and so we'll just ask for just a brief update from one of you gentlemen about this excellent inspection program. And I did see the staff presentation. Thank you very much for that. And then we'll open up from questions for council. Mr. Michelle or Mr. Flansburgh, the floor is yours.
Yeah, Mike Michelle is here. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You're welcome to the chambers. Thank you for being here.
All right, thank you. Let me go to share the screen here. So good afternoon, Vice Mayor Reese and members of the City Council. Mike Michelle, Engineering Manager for the record. I'm here this afternoon to give you an update on the Basin Inspection Program for the North Valley area, in particular, the Swan Lake area. I was last before you on this matter on September 11th, in which I offered an outline on how we planned to implement Council's direction on the program. And again, the purpose of the inspection program is to assist property owners to properly maintain the flood control basins that they are obligated to maintain, knowing that properly maintained basins reduces downstream flooding potential in the Swan Lake area. So what we did is we went out and identified all the basins that were tributary to Swan Lake. We inspected each one of these basins. We sent an initial letter to all the property owners, a non-threatening letter, kindly reminding them of their responsibility to maintain their basins. And we went out and inspected the basins. And for the basins that we found deficiencies, we sent letters to the property owners. In short, here's a map of the basins. Here's our findings. The bottom line is that of the basins we inspected, a little over 50% of them required some sort of corrective measure. The vast majority of these basins required a minor amount of work, meaning that there was a minor amount of sediment that had accumulated on the bottom of the basins that needed removal, maybe some trash or debris. There were a few basins that needed more work than that. And by more work, I mean work that affected the flood control characteristics of the basin. So we worked with these property owners. Every one of them took the letters seriously. And I can tell you that in my estimation, all the basins that are tributary to Swan Lake function as originally designed. We had no need to go to any sort of enforcement action. Now, we did implement a new fee for this coming fiscal year to help offset some of the staff costs in implementing this program. We have used existing staff under my direction to implement this program. I will tell you in this, once we get back to the office, starting this next week, I do have one gentleman who is in the office, and I'm going to assign him 50% to the QA program to help augment our QA program so that we don't lose anything in that program when we're out continuing our inspection work. Perhaps a couple of pictures would be in order. Here's a picture of one basin that needed more work than usual. And you can see the inlet to this basin. There's a lot of trash that had accumulated, and that's something that affects the flood control characteristics of a basin, because if you don't have a free flowing inlet, well, you don't get the water into the basin that needs to happen. So property owner went out and make it to the next slide. So the property owner went out and cleared up the inlet, as you can see. So they did a good job with that. And here's another picture of that same basin. You can see the inlet still was clogged, and afterwards it was cleaned up. Now, this particular basin is located just upstream of where Makita is located, and it is a residential basin that is owned by an HOA. Here's another basin that shows a different sort of issue, and let me highlight what the issue is. So the issue with this basin was the slope. You see the excessive erosion of that basin. If you have too much erosion, that stuff just sloughs off into the bottom and accumulates and affects the volume characteristics of a basin. So, and this is the Taco Bell basin, by the way. So they went out and cleaned up the slope and put some erosion control on the slope, and we shouldn't have that issue in the future. Here's one of the more egregious offenders. As you can see, this basin is full of water. Now, this was not after a rainstorm. This basin has been full of water, I would assume, for years. This is an HOA basin. As you can tell, if this basin's full of water, it can't take any storm flow. So the storm flow just runs off into Swan Lake. Here's the basin today. You can see a dry bottom, so it is able to mitigate storm flow. Here's one of my favorites. And as you can see, the inlet to that basin is completely plugged. It couldn't take water if it wanted to. So, and this again is on close to the Makita project. Water couldn't get into this basin. It just ran off into Swan Lake. This was a large basin, by the way. Again, HOA maintained, or lack thereof, I guess. So they went out, cleaned it up, and at least water can get into the basin now. So those were some of the more egregious offenders. I would say, in my estimation, I think we've been reasonably successful in the program so far. We've finished up the Swan Lake area. We plan to move on to Silver Lake and do the same thing with Silver Lake. We will, as far as Swan Lake goes, we'll be out twice a year, before and after the rainy season. I do have staff that routinely is out in the North Valley area anyway. They have their eyes on the ground on these basins. Property owners know that we're looking at them, and I would anticipate that we don't have these sorts of problems in the future. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Give me just a second to transition out of that screen. Looks like Councilmember Dewar, you've raised your hand. Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you. First of all, Mr. Michelle, that was an excellent presentation. I really appreciated seeing the before and after. A lot of times we talk about these things and it's sort of in the abstract, or it seems like an academic exercise, but I see that pond full of water and I saw it emptied, and I just wondered how you got that to work again. Was there something blocked or clogged, or did they have to scrape the bottom, or was it a clay bottom? And then the second thing was, if you could explain the fee just a bit. And the third one, I think you answered, was you said you're going to continue on to Silver Lake. After Silver Lake, are you going to go anywhere else? Or are you just going to go back to Swan Lake?
Yeah, after Silver Lake, we'll hit White Lake, and then we'll go down to the south, and we'll just, and it's not like we're going to forget about Swan Lake. I mean, again, they'll be inspected twice a year, before and after rainy season. And like I mentioned, we have eyes on the ground with folks out there all the time. And we still have our Reno direct number. If anybody sees a problem that they wish to report, we'd be happy to look into that. The heavy lifting with Swan Lake is done now. We just have to monitor it and make sure that, everybody stays on top of their game for maintenance. As far as the fee goes, the fee that we implemented was a initial $200 per basin charge with an annual fee of $100. And that's to provide some cost recovery to the city for this additional service.
And does that fee apply to all basins or just Swan Lake at this point?
It would apply to all basins.
Okay, that's excellent, because you are doing extra work that we never did, but we needed to do in terms of making sure that the basins perform as expected. And so that's great to hear. And then the fact you're going to expand. And the last question I just had, on one of your earliest slides, you said there was a 54% failure rate is the word you had on your slide. And I have to assume that doesn't mean problem. That word is failure. So I assume those weren't working 54%. I understand that some might have been easily corrected and some were difficult to correct. So those two questions. One, what does that mean, failure rate? And two, how did they fix the one full of water?
The 54% failure rate, by that I mean that 54% of the active basins that we inspected that are active today, tributary to Swan Lake, needed some form of corrective measure. The
Okay,
vast majority of them just being minor in nature. And as far as that lake that was full of water, the outlet was plugged and it needed to be cleaned.
Okay, thank you so much for doing this and reporting. Thank you.
Yes,
Councilmember Breckus.
Councilmember Breckus.
Thanks. You know, this really does represent progress in our city of Reno operations. And so it's just a great presentation. And I just want to let everyone know, in 1995, I was working for a small rural community of 10,000 in New Mexico, and we stood up a program to inspect our basins every year and mountainous conditions. And so for a city of our size to not have a program like this, it's a big hole that we're unplugging. You know, it's just remarkable because these projects come through the development. Some of these are enormous projects, huge planned communities, and the development process puts certain requirements on them, and to not make sure those are in compliance, it can really have consequences that aren't good, and I think we've seen some of that. I guess I just want to continue to champion two things, and that is that while we're looking at the basins on private property, we didn't go in and look at the conveyances that get them to where their drainage effluent parts are. I know we have some of those in public right-of-ways and so on, but I think we still have more work to do to effectively manage stormwater in our community, and that we need to continue to stand up the stormwater utility. I think there's a lot of economic equity involved in that also. And I just want to raise another point about the fees. Some of these basins cover a lot of property with a lot of runoff, and they're paying the same price as a much smaller for check of a very tiny one on a tiny property. And I think that when we stand up the stormwater utility, it can help relieve some of the sewer costs that people feel because we cannot do fund it out of the sewer. So I think we've done some important work here, but we absolutely need to stand up the stormwater utility to address all the region's issues, including the ditches in Southwest Reno that we're not spending the time looking at also. But thank you very much. Great presentation.
Thank you.
Councilmember Weber, you have had your hand raised patiently.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank the council members for even bringing this to the point of this whole program. It's really been beneficial. I think the presentation was absolutely excellent. And knowing that we are ahead of the game, if you would like to call it that, or if I would like to call it that, but thank you so much. And to Mike Michelle and the staff, thank you for making this great program. And when you're ready, I'd like to make a motion, Mr. Chairman.
I think we're ready to receive the motion.
Thank you. Then I'll move to approve the staff's recommendation. Thank you.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Weber, a second by Councilmember Dewar. Any further questions or comments at this time? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Vice Mayor, at this time we are transitioning to item D3. This is an update for the City of Reno fiscal year 1920 and 2021 budgets to be presented to you by your Finance Director, Deborah Lochner.
Okay, and Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment or on this item at this time? I know we've received significant public comment with regard to the budget, but I don't know if it's with regard to item D3.
Correct, Mr. Vice Mayor. Additionally, comments submitted into my office. We received letters from Stephanie Gibson, Emily Hobson, and Michaela Rugson. This information has been submitted to council for review and is part of the record.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Lochner, welcome. And may I also, before you get started with your presentation, Madam Clerk, are we going to we're going to start at D3, but then you'd also like us to move to a different part of the agenda to open the redevelopment agency. Am I correct?
That is correct, Mr. Vice Mayor. After council takes their discussion on this, and it should be noted that this is just for discussion, this is not an action item at this time, I would then recommend that we transition to the redevelopment agency as it is a budget-related item, as you have Ms. Lochner available.
Okay, and I think we're just trying to be respectful of Ms. Lochner's time. I know she's been with us for most of the morning at this point in time and has lots on her plate. So Ms. Lochner, welcome and thank you for being here.
Thank you. And so I will go ahead and share my screen. It's not a very long presentation. I think you got my big update last week when we discussed the budget. So what I'm bringing forward today is really the council's budget for just some ideas on where you may want to make some reductions as we look at the 5, 10, and 15% for every department. So let me get this here and share it. Like I said, we want to look at some of the council's ideas for reduction of their budget and some areas where we can look at that. Then we want to talk a little bit about room tax. There's some potential there for going over budget, but I think we have that under control, and a little bit more about our expenditures to date. So what we would be looking for in the council's budget, the council has a $1.6 million budget, 5%, 10%, and 15% reductions, as you can see, are listed there. To date, we have had 3 council members decline their salary increase that's set to go in on July 1st. So that's the $7,600 reduction you see that we have already. So overall, I just wanted to give the council an idea of what's in your budget. We have salaries is the biggest portion. This is really all your salaries and benefits. This is not something that you necessarily have an opportunity to reduce. You do not receive a cell phone allowance because you do have city cell phones, but you do all receive a car allowance, which is one of the areas that you some of you typically give back on your voluntary give backs each year. Overall, your services and supplies budget includes these things. So you have Nevada Ethics Commission, you have strategic planning, the outside audit firm, that is what we have for the CAFR, that's the finance department, that's the project we manage for you. Your cell phones, there's just minor postage, telephone costs. You have the EDON payment. We have council donation fund, where the council gives out donations to nonprofits and other events. And then we have the travel and training, which is in the council. Each council member has a travel and training budget. There's a National League of Cities payment. That is our membership dues. There's Western Nevada Development District, Nevada League of Cities, Chamber of Commerce, U.S. Conference of Mayors, and then we typically provide food and other supplies for certain community events. So I also wanted to go over a little bit with the room tax. Room tax is looking like it would go over budget when so we have received April and May as expected, March and April. As expected for March, it was down actually a little bit more than we would have thought. It was down more than 50%. April was down 91%, and then May and June we're also expecting to be down 90%. So again, we like to show a picture. So the dotted line is the last 2 months. That's our projection. And in total, what we're looking at is with this 15% overall decline, we're looking at the possibility that we could go over budget. However, when you look at what's in the budget, there are a couple items in there. So part of that is we have the council appropriated the full amount of that's remaining for the Affordable Housing Fund. That's in there. It's $443,000. And in addition to that, the Art Town, there's $75,000 remaining in the approved budget for Art Town. And that actually does take care of the deficit if we don't spend those dollars. So overall, we wanted to talk about what the room tax allocation goes towards. So like I said, the Art Town budget is, there's $75,000 remaining in that budget that is expected not to be spent. We have an allocation for art in public places. That's a standard allocation we do every year. And then there's usually a certain amount of money available for council projects. At this point, I would be very diligent in not spending that money until we know what's going on with our room tax. Wanted to talk a little bit about our costs of COVID-19 and the civil unrest. This is a slide that you saw last week, which includes our costs. It's been updated. So last week you saw 1.1 million. Now you're seeing it's 1.2 million. So we've spent about another $100,000 in the intervening time in response. The regional expenditures, I have not received an update to that, so it's still showing just a little under $900,000 is our obligation for that. As far as the costs for the civil unrest, we're looking at, our expectation is around $3 million through the end of the year. And that's yet to be determined. The costs that we had to date for the first weekend, and we haven't seen yet the subsequent costs, was $1.8 million. So, and with that, that is really where I would just like to have a discussion with the council about what we might look at in your budget.
Give me a minute. I apologize. I've got to switch screens to get back to the presentation. Okay, it looks like we've got questions from colleagues. Councilmember Dewar, you're up first.
Okay, I'll ask a really quick question that I'd like to come back later. I don't have the presentation in front of me to go through, but one thing that stood out in my head was in the room tax, we had $450,000. It said council projects, and I didn't know what that was. What are these? And is that an area for potential cut? Because that's a big number relative to everything else.
So yes, that is an area that we could look at not spending in the coming year until such time as we know what our revenues would support. So typically the council has a couple different programs that they fund out of there. And we have we typically will have a committee meeting that will make some suggestions of what those projects will be going forward. We did not have that committee meeting this year.
But what kind of committee meeting? What kind of projects are we even at? There may be something we all support. I just don't know what's in there.
Well, at this point, there's nothing planned for the coming year. So it's been prior year, and I can.
Well, what has it been in the past year?
I'll have to get you a list so that they did not provide me that. I've got what the commission spent, but I didn't have what's been in those.
Okay. Well, just if we did make a change there and we held that, I mean, that seems like a loan, but the only thing is it's under room tax, and I don't know. What I didn't see under room tax was the parks and recreation budget in there, so I'm kind of confused if you captured everything.
The room tax is essentially split in half. The council, they allocate the funds for half of it. The other half goes towards park maintenance. For this presentation, we just wanted to show the council's portion. We will be looking at what we can afford as far as park maintenance. If we're only looking at half of that, we might have to cut park maintenance. Or we may say that $450,000 or whatever it ends up being with the reduced revenue, the council might choose to push that into park maintenance as well. We'll have to bring that one back to council anyway. I just wanted to let you know that that's an area that the revenues are coming in significantly lower than expected. And I'm sorry, my cat is moving my screen. And we want to make sure that we're really careful on how we spend those monies. For the current year, what's in there that shows negative is because we appropriate the full amount of the Affordable Housing Fund, of which there's $443,000 remaining in that fund. The council has not spent that fund or looked to allocate that to a project yet this year. And I would suggest that we don't look at putting that funding out until around January of next year, when we know where the funding is.
Well, just to follow up, so is the 443 under the council project at 450, or is that something else that you didn't show us?
That's prior year authorization that's been allocated to that and been appropriated. However, you have not spent it, and it will remain in the fund, but it is for that purpose. So we have money that's set aside in the room tax that was specific to affordable housing, and that's
Okay, so just to wrap my part up, let others speak. I just want to make sure, I would recommend, just so I can have a fuller picture, when you do this again, and you're speaking about room tax, if you can at least show one slide that shows the park, maybe with the carry forward, so we get a fuller picture, because you're asking us, you're focusing our attention just right here, but in order to make a good decision, I would like to know what the other pieces are and what else needs funding. Maybe we don't fund that 450 so we can fully fund the Parks and Rec, that kind of thing. So that would help me.
right. And what we're doing today is we're just trying to give you some information on where those areas are that the council could look to. And I will give you, I'll get a memo out that more thoroughly explains what's in the room tax budget and how that's allocated and where those pressures are right now.
Thank you, Councilmember Dewar. Let me come now to Councilmember Breckus, and then Councilmember Jordan, you're up after that.
You know what? I'm having a little hard time following also, and I think what's going on is you haven't been with us as long as maybe some of this money's been with us, and so the terminology is getting a little lost. I think what would be helpful would be to let us know what are past, you called them appropriations of prior year, and let us know the FY of those. I do recall that at first I could not follow you on that affordable housing, but I remember now that was $1 million that was set aside for affordable housing on now 3 budget years ago, which really makes you wonder if we put aside $1 million 3 budget years ago, you know, like to address this emergency situation, why we haven't rolled through it. But on the other hand, we have done some good stuff with it. I think that went to Sage, the dorm project. I think it went to some other nonprofits. So that's good. I thought that on the salaries, we were going to bring the resolution forward, and just like we inked a deal with Local 39 for them to have a written deal of no contract salary escalators, we were also going to look at our resolution, and I've been a big advocate of that for a couple of years. But I really thought these updates were going to be more on the revenue side. So let me ask you, what do you see, because we're going into our break, when we convene next, what are the next revenue indicators that we should be knowing are coming toward us to give us more clarity on our next FY budget year?
So last week, I gave you an update on all the revenues, and that's all the data I have right now. The next data point for CTAX will come in on the last working day of June. That will be for April, and that is the biggest, that's the first data point we've been anxiously awaiting. So that is when you come back from your break, we will have that data for you. Just being requested to come back every week with a budget update when I have nothing else to update you with. I'm just trying to bring something forward for you to consider, and that was looking at your own budget.
Thank you.
And my understanding on the resolution, based on what the city attorney told us, was that we couldn't revisit the resolution, that it was a voluntary give back from each council member. And so after the last meeting, when that came forward, the payroll division in the finance department set forward to all the council members the paperwork for election, of which 3 council members have filed that.
Yeah, I don't think that's right because that resolution was put into place before any of us got on. And if we can never change it, you know, how are we're disempowered to change a resolution that, you know, I mean, resolutions can't live forever. Other councils need to have dialogue on it. But I appreciate that. I guess my question is if you could just go back into any of these prior year appropriations and let us know what they are. Are there other ones other than that, affordable housing?
No, the Affordable Housing Fund was put in place, as you said, it not the current budget, but last year's budget. This year's budget, we added, we just kept the same amount of funding. They didn't spend all of it. And I'm not sure if it was 3 years back or if it was 2 years back.
Thank you, Ms. Lochner. Can I also add that the question about the charter in our salary is fixed by the charter? We can either raise it or lower it. Yes, that is correct. I see you shaking your head, but that's not correct, and we can go to Mr. Shipman. The point is, the charter says we can't increase or lower it, and the point there is that each one of us each year gets a document that says, what do you want to do with this? And I have, as I think others have, taken the pledge to reduce mine consistent with what our staff are doing, essentially. So it is a charter requirement. It doesn't have anything to do with the resolution. And I'll defer to Mr. Shipman, who I think is also nodding, but I also want to get to my colleague. I wasn't trying to start an issue. I'm just saying it emanates from the charter, and everything emanates from the charter that we do. Councilmember Jordan, you're on the mic.
Thank you very much. And I just wanted to confirm with Mrs. Lochner, payroll received my.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did receive your election form. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. With regards, can you put the slide back up that shows what's the balance on the affordable housing million that we had set aside?
There's $443,000 remaining in that fund.
Okay, so the last discussion that we had as a council, we intentionally left this money sitting in here while the work of the CHAB was being done to see how that monies and result to the study that was compiled and completed might be able to be used as it relates to homeless services. If everybody kind of remembers, it's been a while. So, but I recall that's what we had discussed. The reason that we held on to that was because we knew there was some data coming out of this report and how might we need those dollars for homeless related services. So in light of what we're all facing right now with COVID and the homeless issues and the restrictions of space that we're all, you know, suffering now and that we're going to be dealing with, I just saw her kitty tail coming on the screen, that was cute, that we're all going to be facing as we move forward, I think these monies should remain for that purpose because we're facing some significant issues that, as it relates to our vulnerable population and their housing and their, their services and the things that they need. So I would make an argument to not sweep that account only because for the very purposes of COVID and response to it for our homeless, we're going to need it. My last point is going back to that screen of our council donation funds. What was that amount again?
Hang on, I will get back there. Oops, one too many.
Okay.
Going too many.
Yeah. And I'm fine with, kind of earmarking that account so that we can use those funds for more of our strategic priorities. I'm fine with sweeping that and reducing our travel training. I mean, we're going to have to be making some significantly more difficult decisions as we move forward. I mean, to me, this is barely scratching the surface of what the changes we're going to have to be making. So anyway, those are my suggestions and contributions today. Thank you.
Ms. Lochner, I know that we have asked you to step out of, your traditional role, which is sometimes behind the scenes, and we've asked you to be here every week. So first of all, I want to thank you for your willingness to do that. we're having a national conversation about priorities, right? What do we value as a city? And you're helping us to identify the resources really is invaluable to me. And again, I just want to extend my sincere thanks to you. It will come to all of us as a body to make the choices about what we value and what our resources should be spent on. And I think that those conversations are, as you can imagine, slowly developing because we have both the COVID crisis, which has created a hole in our budget. We have some structural imbalances that are a long-term fix that we really need to address, but perhaps we have a few limitations on what we can do. And of course, we have things related to the CARES Act. We have things related to what the state is involved in. And so a lot of moving parts. And I hope that what the public takes away from this is not that we're slow to the uptake. I think we're being very responsive. It's just that these things take time. And my hope is that as we get ready to take a council break, which will be on for a number of weeks, that we will have that opportunity to do the really deep dive and the work. I think what people need to understand too is that council is not meeting, but that does not mean we're not working, right? We have significant work to do in the days ahead, both on issues as they relate to, social justice and the issues that have really we've been confronting over the last 10 days or 2 weeks, but we have a budget crisis that's bearing down on us that Councilmember Jordan has rightfully put together. So I don't want anyone in the public to think that somehow we're taking 5 weeks of vacation and I'm headed to, Bora Bora. I wish I were, I am not, but my commitment to this community and to my colleagues on this body, and certainly to you, Ms. Lochner, is that the work that we have to do to understand the contours of our budget, I am willing to do. And I thank you again for your willingness in that. Every day, you must get 1,000 emails from us as council members asking for nits about figures and facts. And you've been gracious to a fault. I thank you for that as well. And I think we will get there. A lot of moving parts, a lot of different pieces, but it's important that we listen to our community, we listen to the entirety of it and their needs, and we make choices. And those choices will be hard, as Councilmember Jordan said, but I also think that we will make choices that are a reflection of who we are and will be. So again, just some comments about our upcoming break, about our budget, and my appreciation for the work that you're doing. I don't see additional comments or concerns by our colleagues, and this was not an action item, of course, because we've asked you to be here to give us updates and presentational information. Again, I think all of our council knows that we have a great deal of work to do in the coming weeks, and I, for one, am ready to roll my sleeves up and do it. So thank you for that, and we'll move on then to the next item, which I think Madam Clerk, if I'm correct, you're going to go and move us to redevelopment.
I would like to open the redevelopment agency meeting at this time. Mr. Vice Mayor, going to roll call for redevelopment. Breckus?
Here.
Dewar?
Here.
Delgado? Weber?
Here.
Garden?
Here.
Reese?
Here.
Shivi?
Here.
Mr. Vice Mayor and Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum of the Reno City Council, of the Redevelopment Agency, same body. It should be noted, general public comment. We have general public comment that we will announce at the end of our Reno City Council meeting. We have none related to redevelopment, so we would be looking for approval of your agenda.
Okay, can I have a motion, please?
So moved.
I have a motion by Councilmember Weber, a second by Councilmember Delgado. Any further discussion on this item at this time? Seeing none, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, no. Motion carries unanimously.
Vice Mayor, item L4, this is a resolution for the augmentation of the 1920 fiscal year for budget revisions for April 1 through June 30, 2020, to be presented if there are questions from Debbie Lochner.
Okay, Madam Clerk, any public comment on this item specifically?
None specific to this item.
Okay, any discussion or questions from council at this time? Councilmember Breckus, and let me just see who, if Ms. Lochner, I think was to stay with us. Oh, there she is. Thank you. Ms. Lochner, you're available for questions. Ms. Breckus, the floor is yours. Thank you.
So this augments how much into the redevelopment 2 budget?
So what this does is it's recognizing some additional increment revenue around $400,000, and it is appropriating of that revenue. I believe it's $43,000 or $46,000, which was for the connection fees for the rock expansion that council approved.
Yeah, and I just here's where I'm at on this. We're working under expired redevelopment plans, which this council has never amended. And your plans guide your investment decisions. And I know we're in a tough situation when we can amend our, staff-wise, but I am very reluctant, and I also think it's dubious to use redevelopment revenue, and the generation of redevelopment revenue is fairly new, if you don't have a plan that's specific how you're going to use it. And that's why I did vote against the subsidy to the orthopedic clinic, because I didn't think that the plan said we were going to help some people with their development projects and others not. So now that we have a $400,000 surplus in the redevelopment fund, I think we need to be judicious in how we spend that. In my view, there's a lot of functions that the city does that it could pay down: parks maintenance, some homeless services, some police services, some other public safety services, infrastructure. I'm just really afraid that this $400,000 isn't going to come through with, people who approach us and want, money given to them. So I'm really wondering, and I know we're lacking in our, staffing right now. I'm just really asking the council that we could, when we go back into budget, figure out what to do with this $400,000, because I think it can plug some holes, and I'm really afraid of it being giveaways, and hope that we don't go there.
Okay, thank you. For my part, we don't do giveaways at the City of Reno, nor do we play favorites. That is not accurate. All of the things that the redevelopment agency has done have been nearly unanimously supported, and I'm proud of the work that we've done through redevelopment. I think part of this is, Ms. Lochner, that as I read the report, the augmentations come in, but there isn't anything that you've requested us to spend the funds on, as I understand it. So as we sit today, I don't think we're being asked or tasked to make a decision about that. Have I missed some part of it, Ms. Lochner?
No, that's correct. We are not appropriating the additional revenue. We are just recognizing the additional revenue, but we are not appropriating it to spend it.
Yeah, and so
Only
as a
for
GASB
the-
principle, it is essentially an accounting methodology, as I understand it. Not that we have placed value or emphasis on where it would be spent or how it would be used, but that it is received and augmented so that, the state who looks at our budget and audits what we do understands what we've done with it.
Right, and
Okay.
this is not to spend that money other than the council approved. I don't remember, it's $43,000 or $46,000 for that connection fee.
Right, I understand. Okay, thank you. I'm going to go on to Councilmember Jordan. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And for correction of the record, the money or the offset that we provided as a city to Reno Orthopedic Clinic was for some infrastructure improvements of a 100-year-old pipe, as I recall, that the city would have been on the hook for at some point in the future as well. And it was also to retain a organization with some, I don't want to get the number wrong, but I want to say hundreds of employees with thousands of customer visits in the downtown core, which has significant economic impact, to retain them in that core for the vitality of our downtown and our city. So let the record reflect.
Okay, Councilmember Breckus, you have your hand raised.
Could this $400,000 go to pay for the baseball obligation that we have the support payments for, or could it pay some of the other obligations that we have that we might not have coverage on, like the event center and the ballrooms?
So It can pay for baseball because either redevelopment area can pay for baseball, but it cannot necessarily, I'd have to look at which area it is in, but you cannot cross areas and use one redevelopment area to pay the obligations of another redevelopment area. You can't do that. But you can, baseball is unique in that it spans both of the redevelopment areas, so either one can pay that obligation. And that is, in the upcoming budget, we do have the obligation being paid 100% out of redevelopment. And no general fund backing anymore on that.
Okay, thank you. And there's no debt on this part of the redevelopment agency.
It's just a minor, like $30,000. It's very limited, and I think it's almost done. It's just a minor little piece.
Okay.
I think Councilmember Breckus, though, raises an important point about, generally, I absolutely understand that there are different budgets for different agencies, different buckets in which payments live and are housed, and accounting is something that your department has done a very good job with. As we look at the holes we have, I think what Councilmember Breckus is saying is, let us make sure that we reach into the right bucket first to patch the holes that we have. And so for my part, I would just ask that if you see a creative opportunity for us to use funds that perhaps appear sort of in the bucket of redevelopment, but might fund something that lives over in general fund land, that we are making those connections, right? That way our public understands that we are trying to plug the holes wherever we can. And your department, I think, because when you made the presentation, I think it's 3 weeks ago now, you did make very specific recommendations about how we could, A, get through this final fiscal year, and B, where we might get to given the unknowns that we have. And so I know there was, roughly, we'll just say $48 million that could be had through various things, layoffs, hiring freezes, spending cuts, that kind of thing. But Ms. Breckus is making a very important point about how we find the money to fill the holes that we all know are inevitable. And so that's all I would just say is thank you for the work you're doing. Help us to understand the contours of each of the buckets and keep us narrowly focused on what we can do in accordance with the GASB principles and also with the limitations of Nevada Financial Reform and Control Act. So thank you for that. I don't think there's any other questions on this item at this time. And so, again, I don't think this was an action item. It was just informational.
Mr. Vice Mayor, this item is for
Oh, it's the
action. This
augmentation
is the
acceptance.
augmentation.
Okay, so I'll move to accept the augmentations as presented.
Dewar, second.
Okay, I have a motion that I've made, and Councilmember Dewar is gracious enough to seconded. Any other additional questions at this time? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Vice Mayor, the next item is L5. This is an update regarding boards and commissions for redevelopment agency.
Okay, do any council members have any announcements in this portion of the redevelopment agency board? If you have any, just raise your hand. I didn't think so. Thank you for that. Item L5 is closed.
General public comment for the redevelopment agency, of which we have none. As noted earlier, we do have general for the Reno City Council. We'll bring that back later. We'd be looking for a motion to adjourn from this.
May I have a motion, please?
Motion.
Okay, I have a
Second
motion by
by Breckus.
Councilmember Delgado, a second by Councilmember Breckus. Any further discussion on this item at this time? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Vice Mayor, with that, returning to the Reno City Council agenda. At this time, we are, as noted earlier, the item D4 was removed from our agenda, and we are on item D5. This is a 1,000 homes in 120-day program fee deferral agreement for 661 Lake Street.
Okay, does council desire a staff presentation at this time? Okay, Councilmember Breckus, let me first ask, Madam Clerk, is there any public comment on this item?
Mr. Vice Mayor, there is none on this item. We do have Eric Jensen available from staff to answer any questions.
Okay, Mr. Jensen, welcome to the chambers. Councilmember Breckus, the floor is yours, 3 minutes.
can we see where this property is and what it looks like?
Give us a second to get the technology moving. Mr. Jensen, can we bring up 661 Lake Street? If we need to, we can do it on our end, I think, too. But let's see what you can do, Mr. Jensen. And it looks like also I see Mr. Councilmember Delgado, your hand is raised, so I do notice that. Thank you.
Thank you. I will attempt to share the screen here. Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. And give me 1 second here.
Eric, at this
Sorry
time,
for the
we do have your screen up.
Thank you. So this is what I'm about to show the council is is part of the staff report, and these are illustrations provided by the applicant. And in particular, this property is located at approximately 6 South Center Street. We went too far. My apologies. Give it a second here to catch up. Sorry, it's a very long agenda today. So while we're waiting, again, this property is located at approximately 6 South, between 5th and 6th, and on the east side of Center Street. It's currently a vacant property. There were structures on it that were demolished earlier this year. And there we go. Sorry, my apologies, between 6th and 7th on the east side of Center Street. So in the center screen there goes red. Building now completely, that block is completely vacant. Immediately to the west of this is the Canyon Flats development that is currently under construction by Mr. Ken Crater and his partners. Any other questions, Council, regarding the location of the property?
How many units is it?
So very briefly, the applicant has requested a total of 475 units, 200 of which are student housing, and the balance, 275, are multifamily. And so as currently proposed, the roughly the east side of the property would be the multifamily development, the west side would be the student housing, but there is some blending, some crossover.
Is this a subsidized? Is there any rent restrictions on this?
It is not. This is a completely market project being proposed, and so again, student housing and multifamily residential market rate.
And what's the total cost deferral of the sewer hookups for this market rate project?
I'm going to get to that in the staff report. So, as mentioned in the staff report, this was approved already by the council for 200 units back in January, on January 22nd. The additional fee above and beyond, so for the additional 275 units, would be approximately $1,497,000 in deferred sewer fees, and an additional $137,500 in deferred building permit fees. So again, this is above and beyond what was already approved, which was the original 200 units. And it is estimated by staff that when complete, this project will have an assessed value of about $600 million and generate about $200,000 annually in property tax just for the city of Reno, not including the property tax that would go to the county, to the school districts, and to others in the area. So essentially, what the council would be doing is, approving a deferral of about $1.5 million. So they'd get 100% of that back, but they'd also get roughly $200,000 a year in property tax from this project.
Why, they came through in January to get an agreement from the city?
Correct.
Why didn't they move forward with that project? Is it the same people? Why aren't they getting to this?
Correct. So as mentioned in the staff report and in the memo that was sent by staff earlier this week, the applicant requested 475 units originally, and in the matrix that was put together by the city staff, if you recall, there was about 30 applications that we received, and the council en masse approved 20 of those for just a standard agreement. There was an error in the matrix that staff put together. Only the 200 student housing units showed up. The 275 multifamily units were not in the spreadsheet that was put there. And it wasn't discovered until they came in to prepare the agreement to start construction just this last month that had not been reviewed by council. In other words, it was staff oversight.
Yeah, yeah. Is there a signability of this deferral subsidy agreement?
It's not a subsidy, it's not a deferral. I mean, let me back up.
It's a deferral, yeah.
There is no assignability.
Okay.
It belongs to whoever the applicant is.
Okay. Okay.
If it was to be assigned, it would have to come back before council.
Okay, Councilmember Dewar?
Yeah, I just had a quick question, and you may have addressed it. I know that on Lake Street, we had assigned a portion of the street. We had granted them a road abandonment, I think it was 10 feet. Is that still in place for this project, or did that expire with the other previous project?
Again, Eric Jensen. To the best of my knowledge, it is still in place. I'm not aware of it expiring, but I would have to go back and verify that for you.
Well, if you could, I don't have to do it on this meeting, but I recall that there was either an expiration date or there was a reverter clause on that, and I don't know what the terms of that. It may have been based on the number of housing units or an 18-month time frame. I just don't recall, and I just wondered if you could check that, because this is the kind of thing that sometimes gets missed, and then we're at the last minute and they're wanting to do us something and we're under the gun to do us something. So it would be very useful if you could check on that. Thank you.
Yes, happy to do it. And I believe it was on Center Street. It was on the Center Street side, but I will double check to see which one it is.
Yeah, it was on the Lake Street side.
It was on the Lake Street side? Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Delgado, this is your ward.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Just for clarity, it is not in my ward. I wanted to make that clear. This is in Ward 5, Councilwoman Jordan's ward. So just want to make sure that we cleared up that oversight on the agenda.
Okay.
Yeah, I apologize. Was there a question that cut off briefly?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to make a clarity and clarification on item D5. It is not in Ward 3. It is in Ward 5, and it would be in Councilwoman Jordan's ward.
Thank you, Councilmember Delgado. Okay, any other questions for Mr. Jensen this time?
I do, Vice Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Sorry, I was booted off the Zoom. My question is for Eric Jensen. Will you give the council an overview of sort of the landscape of this area, what your knowledge is, and sort of, you know, I would like you to kind of tell us what your economic development view is of this area and kind of where it sits now.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Chibi, for that request. Approximately 4 years ago now, the City Council engaged in the Downtown Action Plan process, which subsequently resulted in adoption of that plan. And one of the main tenets of that was the revitalization of downtown and the connection of the university to downtown, especially crossing over the freeway, which is really a large physical and psychological barrier in terms of development and redevelopment. And the Canyon Flats project immediately to the west of this was really sort of the project that broke the ground, that said that students can live in downtown and still go to the campus, that it's appropriate, that it's safe, that it's a place where students can be. And this is sort of the second stage. We had, I mean, inadvertently, a sort of intermediate phase when the Wolfpack Tower came into effect, where we had students, again, living in our downtown that nobody anticipated that happening. But it was a very fortunate event in the sense that it showed the community that the university is welcome downtown, and it showed that the students would be safe and accommodated in our downtown. And so this is the next step in that, another student housing project that will take advantage of property that has been essentially abandoned for at least 8 or 10 years now, and will, again, reforge or will strengthen the development, the connection between the university and the downtown, which is something that this council, I believe, and the community has wanted for many years now.
So what would you classify the overall condition of this area before this project?
This is an area in transition. This is an area that, again, it's within downtown, but it's sort of on the fringe of the core. Again, it's east of Center Street, and so this is an area that the community has looked for new development, where sort of new blood, where we want to increase our tax base, but we want to do it in a way that, again, that binds the university and the downtown, the community together. And so this is absolutely what is recommended in our downtown action plan and in our master plan to occur on this area. This is the kind of investment that we want to see in our downtown. It brings in housing, which the more rooftops that we have in our downtown, the more likely it is that we will be able to eventually attract a supermarket or a small grocery store in our downtown, which is absolutely key to social justice issues. If we do not bring a supermarket in at some point, or a food store, then this particular part of our community will continue to not have access to that key service. And bringing in more rooftops and more persons with discretionary income will push us closer toward achieving that objective.
So before this project, what would you classify the condition of this area?
This particular block was blighted, undeveloped essentially. There were a lot of vacancies, boarded up. It had been, it was a land assemblage that began prior to the Great Recession, and that just did not occur. And so for many years now, it has been boarded up. It has been a drain on our resources in terms of code enforcement and policing, that we have to maintain, provide services to property that was not providing income to the community. And so the redevelopment of this is absolutely key to our vision, the community's vision for downtown.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Madam Mayor, if I may, please, I think part of the discussion also, as you refocused it last week, and I just want to amplify, is this concept of jobs and construction-related activity. As we enter this phase of recovery, I think we all ought to be thinking very critically about not only the redevelopment of an area of town which has been historically, it has some blight, it has some problems there, but it also is that connectivity to the university that's important in this particular project, but also that we would employ folks that would then be able to afford their rent and food and sending their children to school and all those kind of things. So I want to make sure that the positive momentum, which was intended by the 1,000 homes in 120 days, continues to be shared, because I think it's part of the story of this proposal. I think it was something that we needed, and it has galvanized an opportunity. I have consistently, obviously, said that it is money that will be repaid. Our sewer fund has the ability to essentially carry the activity in it while we wait for the connections to occur. It's a win-win for everybody. And so I just want to comment on that before I move to Councilmember Jordan, who I know has also been very patient. Councilmember Delgado, am I coming back to you? Nope. Okay, just making sure. Thank you. Councilmember Jordan, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And yes, this is in my ward. Thank you, Councilmember Delgado, for recognizing that and pointing that out. And if you'll recall, this particular parcel, was significantly blighted. And if you looked at it back even before this student housing project, there was a prior student housing project that was proposed and was almost at the finish line, and that deal fell through. And there was a number of folks that were in some of those houses which were removed in a way that wasn't the best, and then the deal fell through and it was kind of a mess. Well, the second time this deal, government, ground game government affairs came in and really helped strategically relocate the remaining residents. And it wasn't fully housed. A number of those houses still remained boarded up and empty. And you'll recall this council heard nothing because of it, because it was done really well. And that speaks to the developer. It speaks to this council saying, we don't want that sort of situation to happen again. We advocated for folks involved to make sure that those folks got appropriately relocated with the correct funding in their correct location, and they did. And so kudos to FARA and Ground Game Government Affairs for helping to do that. But that was also part of the deal with the this, and it's not a subsidy, it's a deferral. Let's clarify, it's not a subsidy. Was to also ensure that this deal too didn't fall through. These student housing projects, particularly of this size and significance, their funding mechanism is a fragile one. And so it was important that we supported this to bring this otherwise blighted, significant area of downtown into a more economically, viable project to kick off, one, to serve the area, but also to kick off consistent tax revenue for our city and our tax base. So I just want to say kudos to everybody working on this project. They have already, scraped the site. They're already doing dirt work. They want to get vertical, and they are quickly. And I look forward to this being another cog in the wheel of town and gown and our strategic priority of connecting the university to downtown, which we as a council endorsed and supported. And this is another step in that direction. Thank you.
Okay, I don't think there's any additional questions or comments at this time. Councilmember Jordan, this is your ward. I'll look to you.
Move to approve.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Jordan, a second by Councilmember Delgado. Any further discussion at this time? Councilmember Breckus.
I'm not going to support this. It has not been my practice to support these, except for I did support the one that had some restrictions for affordability and was with some other support. I would support this one if it did have some restrictions for affordability, particularly for student housing, because we learned so much about student populations that struggle with their housing costs. Even though they're university students, some of them face a homelessness or overcrowding situation. So I can't support this.
Understand.
A deferral.
No, I understand. I think part of this goes back to something you and I have discussed multiple times before, which is that the available stock of housing, especially as it borders the university or relates to students, also creates a pressure valve which releases the other housing opportunities in that area, right? Our students generally tend to cluster in areas where they can afford housing. And right now, because of the shortage of housing, if you look at the massive housing project, for example, on Virginia Street above the university, they're moving into the neighborhoods then, which takes those houses off the table for other people. So there is an element of this that is all related and connectedness. I understand your integrity to the position, and no problem there. I understand the position, but I just want you to know mine. I think that the housing of all types begets opportunities for housing fluctuations in the rates. Obviously, none of us are real excited about housing that doesn't hit a need. What we're looking for is more housing of all types everywhere. And I think that part of the problem with some of our disagreement on this particular program is that I have felt that in the core, especially where these are going in, it's much more favorable. But I thank you for your wise comments. Thank you, Councilmember Jordan. I have a motion and a second. I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed,
Aye.
nay?
Okay. Hey, Vice Mayor, I just wanted to bring up the fact, sorry, I should have done that on this discussion. And I think really looking at supply and demand, if we don't, when does that come into play in our economy, because if you think about supply and demand, that's the only way we will alleviate pressure in the rental market. I think that we have to be very cognizant of that. Otherwise, landlords will be able to hold tenants hostage. And so I think, and then also investing in areas such as this, because we know it was incredibly blighted. And the goal of the council has been to really revitalize downtown. That's what we've, heard for years now. So I want to be very careful about, holding up continued housing projects where supply and demand is going to be critical, because that's what really stresses the market. So I appreciate the council's support on this, and we have to be investing in those areas and also do it thoughtfully, but it really comes down to a lot of supply and demand. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The motion, I believe, carried 6-1, and we'll move on to the next item.
Mr. Vice Mayor, next item is E1. This is an ordinance introduction to be read by the city attorney.
Mr. Hall, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Ordinance introduction, bill number 7141, ordinance to amend Title II, Chapter 2.10, Article 3 of the Reno Municipal Code, titled Room Taxes, Section 2.10.260, titled Collection and Payment Authority, to remove reference to an interlocal agreement between the City of Reno and the Reno Sparks Convention and Visitors Authority, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Thank you. Does council desire staff presentation at this time? It is a second reading. Okay, Councilmember Dewar.
I just had a quick question. I was a little bit unclear. Was this a cleanup so that we don't have to do the this request process, or is this actually any kind of substantive change?
Mr. Shipman. You're on mute. There you go. Come back to us. Get off mute.
This is a cleanup, council member.
Thank you, Mr. Hall.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm there was no change. Thank you.
Councilmember Dewar, can I get a referral for a second reading?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to refer.
Okay.
But I thought that you said this was a second. I thought this was an introduction, so motion to refer.
For a second reading.
Second.
Yep. Okay, we've got a motion for referral for a second reading and adoption, Councilmember Dewar, and then a second by Councilmember Weber. Any further discussion on this item at this time? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Vice Mayor, next item is E2, an ordinance introduction to be read by the city attorney.
This is an ordinance introduction, bill number 7142, case number TXT 20-00005, Skyway Design Guidelines Text Amendment, request to amend Reno Municipal Code Title 18, Annexation and Land Development, Appendix B, Skyway Design Guidelines. The amendment will specifically remove the Skyway Design Review Committee regulations, together with other matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected therewith.
Okay, council will entertain a staff presentation at this time. I'm not sure, Ms. Foose is here, but I want to ask, Madam Clerk, do we have public comment on this item?
Mr. Vice Mayor, we do have public comment registered for this item. Alexis Motorex would like to speak on this.
Okay, and are we, can you just remind me of the order? We'll do a staff presentation first?
That is correct. I would prefer that we do a staff presentation first from Angela Foose to be able to answer any questions. Council may ask their questions at that time, and then we will transition to public comment prior to taking a motion.
Okay, and then out of the chute, I can see that my colleague, Councilmember Jordan, has raised her hand. And so the order will be staff presentation and questions. We'll have public comment, and then we'll go to Councilmember Jordan.
Good afternoon. Again, for the record, Angela Foose, Acting Community Development Director. I do have a presentation up, and since I tend to have problems with this, can everyone see the screen? Yay, great. Okay, I'm going to give you a quick presentation. A little bit of history. We really didn't go into this last time, so I wanted to make sure we cover it this time. The history on Skyways. was in the 1990s when many of the casinos were coming forward with skyways and sky buildings. At that time, there was quite a bit of public concern over these sky buildings and skyways that were being built and really didn't have a review process. So at that time, City Council directed staff to come up with some policies and some design guidelines, and also to adopt a design review committee requirement, meaning that all skyways that come forward require a special use permit, and at that time we're also required to go through a separate design review committee. So that was quite an extensive process, took place over a couple of years. Finally, in the year 2000, the design guidelines were adopted. To give you a little bit of information about what's included in those design guidelines, there's very specific details on what is required when an application comes in. And again, all skyways are required to submit a special use permit. That special use permit goes before the Planning Commission and City Council for final approval. Our typical special use permit process only goes to Planning Commission and then to City Council on appeal, but the Skyways direction, again, because of so much concern from the public, was that it went through a more robust public hearing process. And so all Skyways do require both public hearing approvals. So again, a quick summary of what's included in those design guidelines. There's information about how tall these skyways can be, where they can be located, what color skyways can be. They're intended to look similar to the building design in terms of window placement. There's a number of very specific requirements that are included in those design guidelines. So fast forward to 20 years later, those design guidelines were adopted in code. The first special use permit that came forward was this year, and it was the project that you guys know about, the UNR project. So when the application first came in, we assigned it to a planner. We saw that it requires approval from a design review committee. We said, great, let's get the committee together. And then it occurred to us that nobody on staff had ever actually heard of this committee. We reached out to the city clerk's office and said, can you pull up information on who sits on this committee? They went back and looked in their records, and it doesn't look like a design review committee was ever established. So again, a 20-year window from when this code was adopted to where we're at now, we can't find any record to show that the design review committee had ever been established. So the next step was, what do we do? Back in April, we took a text amendment initiation to council and asked for direction. You guys discussed whether or not this design review committee should be included in the code, or if that's something that would make sense to delete. At that time, council initiated a removal of the design review committee, and so we took that to the Planning Commission for their review. Planning Commission voted in a 5-2 vote to not recommend deleting the design review committee. The preference in a 5-2 vote was to leave the design review committee in place. Some of the comments that came out of the Planning Commission was that there was a reason that the design review committee was needed, and they felt that taking out this additional review by the design community, which is made up of planners and architects, landscape architects, folks from the Planning Commission, they felt that those voices and that review was integral to making sure that skyways were actually developed in the way that made sense for the community. So we had, again, a 5-2 vote. The two members that voted to not delete this design review committee had additional comments. One of the comments came forward that there's, besides the information that's in front of you now, there's also a couple lines in this Appendix B, this portion of code, that references the design review committee that wasn't deleted in the information that was taken to Planning Commission. So that was caught. So what's before you now is a text amendment and looking for direction from council on how you would like to proceed. I know that there's been a number of members from the Architectural Review Committee, or sorry, the architects community as a whole, as well as some members from the public that have said that they feel strongly that the design review committee should be left intact. We've also heard that there's this project moving forward. They unfortunately have been stopped, not to their fault, but because they can't move forward until there's resolution on this issue. So if there's interest from the council, we've added some additional modifications should you choose to keep the language about the design review committee, but choose to allow that special use permit that's currently in process, maybe an opportunity to move forward. There's some language for you to consider. And that is the end of my presentation.
Okay, Ms. Foos, give us a second to reset in the chamber so that I can see the hands raised. I know that
Could you put up that last slide, please?
we
I
also
just
have
couldn't read
public.
it that quick.
Yeah, no problem. We have public comment on this item, so I think, Ms. Turney, were we going to go to public comment now?
We can transition to public comment as we have one public commenter signed in.
Okay, thank you so much.
Alexis Moderax.
There we go. And I will walk through that exemption, I would say. So this council's request is to keep the design review committee, however, to provide some language so that the UNR project can keep moving forward with their special use permit. We've added some criteria that would apply not just to the UNR project, but to other projects as well. So the exemption would still be in effect if they met certain criteria. And that criteria is limited to three things. One is the dimensions of the skyway. If the skyway had a maximum dimension of no more than 12 or no less than or more than 12 feet wide and 15 feet in height, it could be exempt from the design review committee. In addition, if it's located outside of our downtown regional center plan zoning boundary, it could be exempt. And then in addition, as long as it did not span more than 2 travel lanes on a public road. And the intent there is we want to make sure that there's not areas where maybe it's a 4-lane road and they're being exempt from not having to go through the design review committee. So this gives a little bit more criteria, and I think that we tried again to think about where skyways in the future are likely to come. We're likely to see them in the downtown area. And so this would not exempt any of the skyways within the downtown area from having to go through that design review committee.
A question, Mr. Vice Mayor?
Oh, yeah, I apologize, Councilmember Dewar. I didn't realize that you were in the middle of the question. So, and that Ms. Foos had put
Maybe
up
I'll just move forward with my question.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you.
If that's okay. I had heard that there was another Skyway project, which was for the Atlantis across Virginia. And you did not mention that. I think it came forward in the 2000 to 2020 timeframe. Could you just give a comment on?
Not that I'm aware of. I believe the Atlantis came forward in the mid-90s with their Skyway.
Okay.
And at this time, our records indicate, and we may have missed something, it's a 20-year time span, and so we don't have a lot of staff that's been here for 20 years, but we couldn't find any records to show that other Skyways have come forward through the special use permit process.
Okay. One other question I had, just specific, you mentioned 12 feet by 15 feet right here. It's been made clear that what's prompting this at this time is the UNR Skyway. I mean, Councilwoman Jordan, I think, specifically mentioned it last meeting, and I think, and we have Heidi Gansert on, I think, to speak to it, or maybe she made her comment earlier, but I was not aware of the height of the UNR proposed Skyway, and one of my issues with the Skyways has been how low they are, and I have often wanted them to be taller, so that it would be less obtrusive on the driving public. And 15 feet is just a story and a half. And I had understood from the presentation that was made earlier, I think the Skyway was to come off the 4th floor of the parking garage, but I could be wrong. So I'm just looking for some direction. I'm not sure 15 feet in height would actually, quote, if your intent is to exempt the UNR Skyway, I'm not sure 15 feet gets that done. Do you know?
The height has to do with from the bottom of the Skyway to the top of the Skyway.
Oh, not its height above the ground.
Correct.
Oh, so the Skyway, you're saying 15 feet, so that would be like 1 story high or in this case of the UNR, I was still a little unclear when they showed the drawings. If they said it was open air, but I wasn't sure if there was a grid encompassing this UNR Skyway, a roof. I really couldn't tell from the drawing. Do you know?
Yep, so the UNR project has a bottom and a top with a roof. It's open on the, so you can get air passing through, but there is a top and there is a bottom. And so this would fit within that 15-foot height.
I see. Okay, do you know how high it is off the ground? Is it like 4 stories up? I thought they said it was off the 4th floor.
I don't know off the top of my head. I don't.
All right, thank you.
Okay, let's go to public comment, please.
Mr. Vice Mayor, we have Alexis Motorax, and then Lori Ray would like to speak on this item.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. The floor is yours.
All right, thank you. For the record, my name is Alexis Motorax, representing the Nevada Chapter AGC. We are in support of Agenda Item E2. AGC has always advocated for transparency and checks and balances in government, but the Design Review Committee seems excessive and redundant to the existing process in place when already applying for a special use permit. Not to mention that while the committee exists on paper, it currently has no members and is unclear if it ever did. To enforce this approval process would result in costly delays for the UNR project. And as we're recovering from the devastating economic impact of COVID-19, this is simply not the time to allow for unnecessary delays to construction projects. This project will provide steady, well-paying jobs at a time when we're seeing record unemployment. Every dollar invested in new non-residential construction results in $1.62 in economic activity. This $35 million project means there will be an economic output of over $56 million into our community. We urge your support of repealing any unnecessary layers of bureaucracy so that Nevadans can get to work. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Alexis. Next to speak is Lori Ray.
Good afternoon, City Council. I'm Lori Ray on behalf of Scenic Nevada. You can hear me okay, I understand, right?
Yes, we can, Lori.
Oh, great. Okay, so Scenic Nevada is opposed to removing the Skyway Design Review Committee from Reno Skyway regulations. The Reno Planning Commission last month recommended denial of this text amendment. We are asking you to uphold the Commission's decision. Staff believes the DRC is a time-consuming and unnecessary delay to Skyway approvals. On the contrary, the DRC will include experts and essential stakeholders that would ensure that any Skyway throughout the city is appropriately sited and designed while still being respectful of balancing the community's needs, historical preservation, and scenic requirements. So it's not about all about the impact that the money of the building of the Skyway, the economic impact. It's about historical preservation and scenic requirements too. Within the DRC, the outcome could be approval of inappropriate Skyway projects like the one being proposed by the University of Nevada, which was continued by the Planning Commission until the DRC issue is resolved. As you are aware, the catalyst to eliminate the DRC was to quickly approve the proposed UNR Skyway. That means the UNR project and all future Skyway projects would be approved without benefit of expert guidance from the DRC. We do not think any text amendment should be made on the back of one project, as is the case here. We think that is just bad policy and bad planning. And we understand the proposed UNR parking structure and Skyway project will not begin until the fall for a completion date in 2022. There's still time to convene a DRC and let UNR make a presentation in a public setting before experts who would make a recommendation to the Planning Commission. Without the DRC, the Planning Commission is set adrift. Staff recommendations and public comments like ours are important, but no replacement for expert study, analysis, and advice. Also, hoping for even one architect to come forward during a public comment on a Skyway project at the Planning Commission may not have the weight that a duly appointed panel of experts with various specialties would have. So we think the DRC would serve to help with preserving the architectural and historical aspects of the neighborhood, and also look at pedestrian orientation. And we think that's important, that the DRC review all of that. So please do not eliminate the DRC, but instead take the time to form a committee to review the UNR project and all other projects to provide the thoughtful, measured expert opinions necessary to make sure each skyway is appropriately situated and designed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Our next public comment is from Heidi Ganzert. She did speak earlier, however, I believe she's available again.
This is Heidi Ganser. I will make comments if you'd like me to, but I did already speak during public comment.
Thank you, Senator. So we will just have her available for any
Ms.
questions.
Ms. Gansert, is there something you wish to add? Obviously, I think we understood that you were speaking in public comment this morning, in part because we weren't sure if you would be able to come back for this presentation this afternoon. But certainly the floor is yours if you need some additional moments to share your thoughts.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I wanted to thank you for the proposed amendment. And the question that was asked as far as the height off of the street, the elevation is at one end is 20 feet 4 inches and 18 feet 7 inches above 9th Street. So it's significantly higher than many, and it's also 10 feet wide. So it's an open air, 10 foot wide, 18.7 at least feet off of 9th Street. Thank you. And that's in what I presented this morning. It's in that PowerPoint.
Mr. Vice Mayor, with that, we have no further live public comment. It should be noted for the record that we have received 39 either letters, emails, or online public comment of opposition, 2 in support, and 1 concerned. Those have been submitted to council and are part of the official record.
Okay, Councilmember Jordan.
Thank you very much. With some of the history on this and how this kind of came to be and why staff was, and frankly, I was kind of confused how we moved forward with this was because it was the gray ambiguity of the design review committee, how it was formulated, who was on it, that sort of thing, combined with the unique nature of this skyway and that we didn't have another term for this type of skyway. It's not your traditional skyway. It's not the Silver Legacy skyway. It's not the Calneva skyway. It's like Ms. Gansert said, it's open, it's narrow, it's for ADA compliance, it's a walkway, and it's not the traditional kind. So we were trying to find a way to move forward with the project to ensure that it, I'm going to guess they have their architects as well, to keep that project moving, but also still understand that, having experts look at this is important as well. So I appreciate staff's compromise, middle ground that they kind of came back with. I think that kind of threads all the needles. It allows for the economic development in this program to move forward, allows to kind of carve out this unique, more narrowly scoped type of skyway structure so that it doesn't fall under the full review committee, which I agree it's complete, elimination. Even though it hasn't been active in decades, it's, important to maybe retain its, the thought of having it there maybe is a good thing. But this one doesn't, I don't know, it was a unique situation that in my estimation required a unique response to it. So I appreciate staff, you kind of working with a variety of folks to come up with this interim solution. It allows us to move forward while still retaining the design review committee. So thank you very much.
Okay, any other additional questions from, Councilmember Dewar, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. I was very surprised by the community outpouring about this issue, which seems like a fairly technical issue. And I was impressed too by Ms. Ray's comments, and I did have an opportunity to talk with Ms. Gansert at length. So first I want to say that I think it's a good project. I think UNR has a good project. I think it's, as they said, it's open, it's narrow, it's for ADA compliance. So I want to be able to get that on the record because what I next want to say is that I think it's really important, as Councilwoman Jordan said, to retain the design review committee. And I was one of the ones that reached out to staff and said, is there any way that you we can keep it and still allow UNR to move forward. I don't know. And so I just wanted to also acknowledge the effort that staff has put forward, because in the beginning, even as recently as Monday, they didn't think so. And we're at Wednesday and you come up with something. So I appreciate that, the work that's been put in. I want to also go on record as saying this. There were comments made about unnecessary regulation. There were comments made about expediency, and we don't want to hold up the university. And I wanted to be clear. I am very uncomfortable adopting regulations. There's always an instant case that brings something into the fore. And in this case, it was this project at UNR. But just like the shadowing project that came before, there was a proposal. We said, oh my goodness, we have a shadowing ordinance that would hold up this development. And all I want to go on record as saying is that I'm very uncomfortable changing broad regulations in the instant because of the instant case. I think staff does a really good job to evaluate things. This may be a very good exemption. In this case, I'm concerned about the historic setting of the university, and I do think the university does a very good job with the brick and the white stone and so on. So it's not a comment on their design skills. It's not a comment on their desire to move forward. It's really just where I am on regulation. I think that the design committee could be put together very quickly. I think they've rolled up their sleeves and made themselves known. Almost every member that would get appointed has sent in a letter saying, we're here, we're ready to go to work. And I think the big issues I already discussed with Ms. Ganser, thank you for calling me in advance, about where it daylights into near Morrill Hall, the trees. I think a lot of efforts have been made, but I would be more comfortable with the design review committee, and I think there's an acknowledgement that serves a useful function. So that's where I am. I'm basically supporting the planning commission where they were. I know they were given a very narrow yes or no on the design review committee and not a lot of opportunity to opine on other alternatives. So that's where I am. I don't want to take up a lot more time, and I just wanted to say to Ms. Ganser, I appreciate her reaching out and explaining the situation and your time, Ms. Foose, and trying to accommodate everything. So I do acknowledge and appreciate both of those things. So thank you.
Okay, any other questions from council members at this time? Okay, hearing none, I'll return to Councilmember Jordan.
Make a motion to accept staff's modified recommendation.
I second the motion, Weber.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Jordan, a second by Councilmember Weber. For further discussion, I'll go first to Councilmember Breckus.
Yeah, I'm going to join Ms. Stewart in not supporting this. I want to thank the Planning Commission for their deliberation. Ms. Stewart for bringing up the 2002 era sky bridge over the Atlantis. I'd forgotten about that one. And also the design community that came forward. I want to kind of pull up and say what I think is, since I've been on council, the university area has dramatically changed. They've demolished the most intact historic 19th century architecture very recently, which was so contextual to Morrill Hall. They've refused to invest in downtown, with the exception of buildings that they get very cheaply on the south end of downtown, where we don't have the reinvestment needs that we do, where they could really help out. Ms. Stewart said this looks like a good project. I don't know what kind of project it is. I saw something between Lake and Center Street, but I didn't see a lot. I know it's going to be a car parking lot of 600 cars. I haven't seen any analysis of what that's going to do to that area. But this is really just another step in conceding the community character altering outcomes to a very small group of people who are in the administration hierarchy. And I have tried for years now to have a broader conversation on all of our relationships with the university, from the services we provide. We almost lost a fire crew responding to a boiler explosion, to just little abandonments and historic issues and pedestrian issues. And time and time again, the council piecemeal consents to what they come and ask for. And let's see, we'll see if I hope something gets built here. I hope this land isn't going to stay vacant for a decade like other demolitions, but we'll see. It's been very transformative. You cannot deny that. I feel we've lost a lot, in my view. We haven't gained a lot, but we'll see. I hope we're right, because we delegated a lot of authority that we had to the university to change the community character of our area, and didn't really drive them to other goals and let them just have carte blanche. And with that, I will not support this special purpose legislation. And I think the carve out for the exception is a feel-good way to make people kind of think they have it both ways, of supporting the concepts that were put in a generation ago of rulemaking, while going forward and not supporting this process of design review.
Okay, any other questions or comments from council? Hearing none, we'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please signify by saying nay.
Nay.
No. Nay.
Motion carries 5-2.
Devin, or Vice Mayor, I was a nay.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Motion carries 4-3.
All right, Mr. Vice Mayor, with that, moving on to your next item, which is G1, performance evaluation for the city clerk.
Okay, I'll take care of this one. Does council desire a staff presentation at this time? Madam Clerk, any? Oh, yes, hold on one second. Madam Clerk, any public comment on this item?
We have none.
Okay, discussions or questions from council?
I didn't get a packet. Was there a packet included with this?
Yes, it was part of
There's a
the,
PowerPoint uploaded onto the meeting portal, Councilmember Breckus.
it just may have
came
come in
later.
later. Yeah, it may have come in
Okay.
later. Okay,
I did, in the past, we've kind of two-stepped this, and she's done her appraisal. I don't know. I wouldn't mind. She's only one of two of our direct reports. Maybe she could go through the PowerPoint presentation, but are we, do we have some sort of regulation on how we have to do this today? Is that by the end of the fiscal year?
I can answer that question, Mr. Vice Mayor. Pursuant to the resolution passed in accordance with my hiring and my position, council is requested to review me in the last quarter of each fiscal year. Typically, this is done at the first meeting in April, as my review date and my start date with the city was April 1st. However, due to COVID and extenuating circumstances, I've chosen to continue this multiple meetings in order to allow for more time for council, as we were focusing on primary city business. In light of where we are, however, this being our last regularly scheduled meeting before the end of the fiscal year, it was necessary to proceed with it at this time.
Okay. Well, if we could get the presentation, that'd be great.
sure. It'll just take us a second to transition to it, Councilmember Breckus. Hold on.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council, reporting to you in a different fashion today. However, we will proceed with the review. As a reminder to Council, the Reno City Clerk provides, I function as a liaison, as mentioned beforehand, one of the two employees of the Reno City Council. We function as liaison between the council, boards and commissions, regional partners, constituency, all city departments, the city manager, and the city attorney. We are effectively the nerve center of the city, and everything functions through our department. We're one of few departments that we touch every single department in the city. We are comprised of 3 divisions in my office: central cashiering, council support, and records management. The first to note is the accomplishments from last year for the parking and central cashiering. As council is aware, we had been working on Department of Motor Vehicle holds for many years, 12 actually, and this was implemented in Q1 of last calendar year. In the first quarter, we saw a 19% increase in tickets paid. This has also improved customer service, and we focused on cross-training between multiple departments. Additionally, parking services were transitioned to Neighborhood Services Department effective October 1. That was a previous council decision, functioned by the previous manager and brought forward. For the upcoming year, you'll note this is just central cashiering now. We will continue to evaluate our internal processes and identify and implement best practices throughout the organization to best serve internal and external customers. We're continuing to work in partnership with finance to ensure that we are evaluating and issuing RFQs. One went out just this last year for armed car services. Additionally, I'm working with finance department to ensure that we're finding best options for marijuana establishment monies, as those are still coming in large quantities of cash. Additionally, we're working with regional partnerships to find additional efficiencies in electronic payment options. As we've seen through COVID, there's been a noticeable uptick in online payments, and we would like to be able to harness that and continue to make efficient options for our constituents. Next to note, as I remind council every year, the busier you are, the busier we are. Something that's interesting within the city clerk's office is, along with the parking and the central cashiering, it's noted as building permits have ticked up, business licenses have ticked up. We are on the receiving end of all of that increase as we process each and every one of those payments, and we've not had a change in staff, so I'm very appreciative of my team. Council support, we processed 151 resolutions for you as the body in 2019. You codified 44 different ordinances, changing your laws throughout last year. Additionally, constituent outreach was changed, as you are witnessing right now, through Zoom webinars. This is something that we've had a massive shift in how we're doing business due to COVID. This is something that we have gone above and beyond the requirements of the law in order to ensure that we are reaching as many constituents as possible. Additionally, for board and commission appointments, council appointed 66 citizens in last calendar year. Additionally, we did create the Tenant Issues and Concerns Citizen Advisory Board for you as well. These notes, they do not include all of the council appointments to boards and commissions, as that's something that's ongoing as well. Additional for council support, there was increased board and commission interaction. We just completed a 2020 candidate filing. As you are aware, we did have the primary election yesterday. Due to some changes in legislation last year, you will not have your final answers on the votes until next week. We implemented multiple policies and law changes coming from the 2019 legislative session. It should also be noted, just as an aside, I have received my certified municipal clerk certification from the International Institute of Municipal Clerks. This is something that takes many, many years of being a clerk before this is actually something that you are eligible to even apply for. For our goals in the upcoming year, we will continue to ensure that we're updating all of your legislation that you create here in this room for your constituency. As always, we're reviewing our internal processes to ensure that we are being the most efficient version of ourselves that we can be. Boards and commissions will continue to be reviewed to ensure that we have best processes. Our goal is also a lot more standardization in the coming year in order to ease staff liaison as well as constituents. We're working for increased transparency as always, and the ultimate goal will be the 2020 successful primary and general elections. The third division of the city clerk's office to discuss is the records management. Last year, we saw a massive change in the public records law. With this, it should be noted the city of Reno processed 19,000 162 public records requests in calendar year 2019. This is an increase of over 39% over the previous year. This includes every public records request that is received through the police department, fire department, and all of the general body as well. We're currently on track to receive just under 19,000. We've seen a slight decrease in the last couple of weeks from COVID, and that is appreciative as obviously with staff focused on other areas, these are harder for us to get turned around as fast. And as noted also, we do not have any dedicated staff for public records requests. We've seen this significant increase as the centralization and as we move more and more to having more information on the internet, people are interested in what we're doing. This helps to fulfill the primary goals of transparency and access. Additionally, for our accomplishments, we are still in the process of converting our system to our electronic management software. There are over 16 million documents that need to be converted. Additionally, we have 5 million items that are still in microfiche. And so we are looking for additional and better ways to be more transparent and have access. This is a graphic to show you all of the split by departments available again online. PD has the lion's share of these public records requests coming in, which is not surprising. Our goals for the upcoming year are improved efficiencies for public records requests, finishing the document management software. We also want to partner with the university to begin the digitization of our historical records in order to have access and to save these very fragile documents. We're also working on destruction of records beyond retention, as these have increased costs and slow down the process for public records requests. The goal in our office is really to start to transition our office into a push model versus a pull for public records requests. We don't have the staff, and we want to be able to get this information out. So I thank council for your patience during this presentation, as always. One thing I would like to offer is, though you are slated and agendized for compensation during this time in your agenda item, I am obviously very aware of where we're at from watching the COVID realizations throughout the organization. We're delayed on C-Tax coming in, and everyone has been hit substantially hard with this. So in light of that, I would recommend to council that at this time I would be declining any sort of raise in compensation this year, as we have no idea what the budget implications will be at this point on the organization.
Okay, is any other additional questions or comments by the body? Councilmember Breckus.
Yeah, I'm prepared to, you know what, I need to look at the agenda. I want to thank her for the presentation. I've not had a chance to fill it out. I pride myself on always filling these out and going over them. And so if, you know, because we're later in the year, I'm more than happy to give my evaluation to her during the break on a one-to-one, and then having it loaded up into this form so everyone could see how I evaluated her. And I don't know if we need to, so anyway, that's where I'm at and would be comfortable, but I will be giving her an endorsement for the job to do that she's done. And on objectives, I think she's had a big lift to keep us rolling during these times, and I think she's done a good job. I'd like to have her be the point person on helping us figure out what we're going to do with our boards and commissions. I think we need some help on that. I mentioned that at our last meeting when we had an appointment. I think she has the best handle on the boards and commissions. And I'm getting a lot of my appointments asking, when are they going to meet? Where are they going to meet? And I'd like for her to help us through that if she has the bandwidth to do that. So that's my goal objective for the startup of the next FY.
Thank you, Councilmember Breckus. Appreciate your kind thoughts and words. Can I go to Councilmember Jardin?
Thank you very much. And Ashley, I appreciate all your work that you do throughout the year and how you help transition all your personnel in your department pretty much online and relatively quickly and effectively, the way you've kind of navigated these council meetings. in a technological bubble that we have to work in these days, and then to have our chambers destroyed, and you still within 3 days of their being destructed, we had a meeting. I think I got the numbers right on that, 3 or 4 days. So I just want to say thank you for all your work and hustle to help find your way through all of these issues and how to get sufficient public comment and get, you know, participation. And I thought the comment earlier about this sort of format, because people aren't having to drive down and park and all that sort of thing, may actually be reaching communities and more people to participate than were previously. So kudos for helping us figure our way through this crazy time, and always being a leader for not only your department, but for the city. Wish we could give you some fiscal increase or benefit right now, but I appreciate you declining that in acknowledgement of the condition that we're in. So, which speaks to your character even more. So kudos.
Councilmember Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. I want to echo my colleagues on several regards. I too want to make sure that I provide the form back, which I'm holding in my hand and it hasn't been submitted. I did want to, first of all, thank Ashley for her leadership. This, the fact that you have stepped up and offered up your raise, I think is, whatever that might have been, I think shows very sound judgment and shows an awareness of what is going on in our community and in our city. The day after the damage to City Hall, I came by, and one of the very first people I saw was you. You were there already at 9 o'clock. You were probably there at 8 o'clock. That's how committed that you are. You have been a change leader. I know I have probably bugged you a little bit about the whole meeting format, but I knew the day would come when 60 or 100 or 200 people would want to join us. And so I appreciate the fact that when they did, you were ready for it. You got there when they got there. And I think that says a lot. The jobs that you put forward to tackle this next time, I think are very appropriate and very timely, you know, for where we are as an organization. And lastly, I just want to, there's communication skills and interpersonal skills, relationships, which I find to be very connected. And I think that it's remarkable. You, like the manager, have to build a relationship with each of us and meet our needs for information and management of your organization. And I think you do that very well. So I appreciate what you do. I appreciate your leadership. I appreciate you stepping up and offering up the raise. I think that says a lot about your character. Thank you.
Councilmember Delgado.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and I think a lot of my colleagues have said everything that I would like to say as well. But again, just want to thank you, Ashley, sincerely. Your communication skills, your team's communication skills have always been on point, have always been above and the board, and very professional. So I appreciate very much your ability to communicate with me everything that's going on in the city, and also to my constituents when they need answers. I check all the boxes as it exceeds expectations, because I believe you have over the years, and especially during this time where we find ourselves difficult to reach our community, and your innovation and creativity has definitely helped with that. So thank you very much with that. And I know it takes a team, so again, please pass on my thanks to all your team. At times when I'm walking through the lobby, they're very welcoming. The customer service is tremendous, and I think that's one of the opportunities that really allows the community to feel as though they could be asked the questions that need to be asked of them, and to feel as though we have answers for them. So I appreciate that sincerely very much. And I know you didn't ask for a raise, and that's tough for us. And I'd like for us to have given you a raise, because you definitely deserve one. And maybe there's an opportunity mid-year for us to take a look at where we are at a better time. But I know you're due for something, and so it hurts me. It's just like other people across the city are due as well. But thank you for your leadership. That shows tremendously with your leadership and your forward thinking about the hard steps that we need to take as we start to finalize and look at what our budget constraints are going to look like. But thank you.
Councilmember Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I just wanted to say, echo the rest of my colleagues here, and the great work and the great representative our clerk is for the city of Reno. With her staff, everything that she does is always geared towards professionalism, speaking with the public, helping with our meetings. I just want to say thank you. I think she is one of the best representatives of the city of Reno that I've seen in the years of being involved. Thank you so much, and thank you to your team as well. They are professionals. You are all great, and I just want to say thank you. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Weber. Appreciate your thoughts, and I echo many of the sentiments of my colleagues. I will, however, posit a little bit more concretely a concern that I have, which is, we are dealing with a lot of equity issues right now as a society, and one of those equity issues is pay equity. And so I would like us to be cognizant and aware of, and I would like to bring back at a future agendized board meeting, something which identifies really where we are with your position, Ms. Turney, because quite frankly, in this country, and it's hard to even think about it, but women are underpaid. For every dollar that a man earns, a woman can earn something like 78 cents, and a woman of color can earn 64 cents. I mean, it's just awful. And I appreciate your thoughtfulness and leadership in saying, hey, I know that we have a bunch of unknowns and we are looking at our budget in a certain way. But at some point in time, we have to face the reality that we are likely underpaying you for the work that you do. And I don't think anyone would dispute that there are concerns about the nature of the work that you do, the nature relative to what other comparables we would look at in other communities. So what I would like to do is I would like to ask our colleagues that we bring this item back in 120 days, seeing where our budget is, what it can really reveal about where we are, and to have an honest conversation about pay equity in a way that I think would be meaningful to each of us. It's something we as an organization should be committed to, and we should not shy away from the hard discussions, even though we are in the depths of a pandemic and dealing with some budgetary issues. So what I would ask is if you could please prepare some materials for us that, and again, we don't have an HR person here helping to navigate this discussion, and I get that you're a professional and you love this city, and it's hard to be your own best advocate in given the circumstances. So I applaud you for your grace under pressure, but I also want you to understand I want to fight for you just like I want to fight for every employee in this building, and you are important to this organization for so many reasons that our team has said. And again, there's a broader issue here, and we have to acknowledge that broader issue. I'm going to turn it over to our acting city manager and Chief Soto, and then I'll come back to you, Councilmember Dewar. I see you've raised your hand. Ms. Turney, excuse me. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, and I believe we can get back to this in short order after we get through some of the next couple of hurdles that we have. Acting City Manager Soto.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Reese. Acting City Manager Jason Soto. I just really wanted to take a moment to recognize Ashley and the work that she's done, not only for all of our elected officials in her capacity as our city clerk, but also with all the other departments and agencies within the city. She was very humble in terms of what she showed you, but with all of the trainings and all of the areas that she has lent herself throughout our city, I think we have grown in terms of just about every single area that she has oversight of. She's been here long enough now to where she has some historical perspective as well that I think is important to this county, or I'm sorry, to this city and to this body. And I know that she's humble and of course is passing, saying that she's cognizant of pay. However, if there's anybody who goes above and beyond her duties within the city of Reno, it is our city clerk, and just her outstanding work ethic. And I just wanted to put that on record. Thank you.
Councilmember Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. I'm so glad, Vice Mayor, that you brought up the issue of a return reevaluation, because I think Ms. Turney is offering this in light of where we are with our budget, and I think that will change over time, obviously. And I think you made a really good point too, which I think speaks more to a salary classification study than appropriate placement in the salary bands than a raise or something like that. I think that could take a little bit of time too. I think we're not expected to really know about our budget till September, October. So I would support a motion that would have her coming back. I'm not sure 120 days is the right number. Maybe we could say within 6 months, so that we could actually get the September, October piece that our finance officers offered us, and then maybe consider something in a November timeframe. So I don't know if you would consider something like that, but I do think it needs to be addressed. The work has to be done, and if it's already done, then it's just got to be repackaged up and sent to us. So, but I think timing's important.
Okay, I'll second your motion. Any further discussion on this item at this time? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you to Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. I'm incredibly appreciative for your support, as well as our acting manager. All of the employees throughout the organization have been incredibly instrumental in my success, each of the departments, and obviously my direct staff. I could not do this without them. So thank all of you.
Okay,
Mr. Vice
item
Mayor, with that,
H1.
H1, updates on boards and commissions from council.
Oh, thank you, Madam
Vice
Mayor.
Mayor.
Sorry, I know that we're having serious technical difficulties. I apologize profusely. I can see sometimes you're in and then it will pop off, although I know you can hear. So I'm sorry that I didn't catch you.
No, sorry. It keeps like popping me off Zoom, so sometimes I'm getting like half the conversation. So it's kind of been challenging. But I did want to say, I got to tell you, Ashley, I'm so grateful for your knowledge and expertise. I mean, it's really been, it's made all of us so proud to sort of watch you grow into this position. I mean, when you walked in, obviously, you had a lot of learning to do. And I think you impress all of us every day with how much you learn, how much you grow, and then how much you bring to the city. I will tell you, we leave late at night, and oftentimes I'm there very late, and your car and Rebecca's car are the only cars in the garage with me. So I know firsthand how much time and energy that you put into the work that you do. And I do think, we've been through a lot together in the last 6 years, a lot. So I just want you to know how grateful we all are. And there's so many things that entail in your job that you educate us on. And so I think that what you bring to the table is invaluable. So please know that we are all very, very grateful for what you do. And if we come to you with questions and you don't have the answers, you get them immediately. But your level of experience and knowledge has been tremendous. So I want you to know how much we value you and appreciate all that you do, because I know it's not an easy job, and you just do it with such grace, and so we admire you. So thank you, Ashley. Thank you so much. Or sorry, Madam Clerk, I apologize.
Okay, our H1 agenda item are updates from council members. So I'll just ask, Councilmember Breckus, we'll start with you.
Well, one of our boards that has been meeting is the Civil Service Commission, because they have independent responsibilities to perform.
and I've been attending their meetings. And unfortunately, after I left the last one, I gave my update, I had to go. I ran into one of our civil service commissioners, and he informed me that he said at that meeting he does not intend to reapply for appointment that's due pretty soon. And I think we have one other coming open. And so I just want to let the council know, and in particular the mayor, because I believe it is her appointment. And then just call out, I'm looking forward to the advertisement of those openings. And as the liaison to the Civil Service Commission, they have such critical work to do in helping us build our workforce. They've done such great strides in the last couple of years with the interim examiner, who replaced about a 25-year employee examiner, and then our new examiner, Miss Ackerman. And I'm just so excited about the work that they're doing and helping with our hiring and building our workforce. And just it's going to be a great opportunity for 2 new people from our community to get these appointments and be a part of this exciting board. And I'm sure the appointment list will be coming forward at a very soon meeting.
Thank you, Councilmember Breckus. Any other colleagues have any announcements at the time? Councilmember Dewar?
Yeah, I would just like to request, I know we're trying to hold back on meetings with our groups, but it's over 6 months, I think, since we had a meeting of the North Valley subcommittee that Ms. Weber, you and I are on. And we just got a great report on stormwater inspections. I think it would be valuable to have a meeting now or soon. Let's even say as soon as August or sooner, so that we're ready for the winter season. And I know that we're moving forward with our wastewater treatment plant, and I think that they need a formal update about that. Where we are with the irrigation project, which I think has started, well, I know has started, I haven't had a chance to actually visualize it. And this stormwater stuff, I think, would be of great interest to that group. And so I'd like to just request if we could try to have one of those this summer. That would be really good, I think.
Thank you, Councilmember Dewar. I want to just say, for my part, I believe that one of the most critical boards that we can have going and doing the work is the Tenants Advisory Board. So again, for my part, I would like to see that up and going. Also, the Human Rights Commission. So I think as we step away from today's events and today's meeting, we do have a hiatus. And so I think it's during that time that we're going to learn about a lot of the other kind of work that's going on. Again, I'm not going anywhere. I don't know that many people are. Obviously, we all probably need some time to spend with our family at some moment, but the work is still being done here in City Hall, and our boards and commissions will be doing that. I don't see any additional comments or concerns by council, so I'll close this item and ask if we can move on to item H2.
Mr. Vice Mayor, item H2 is a proposal from Councilmember Breckus on direction and discussion related to the development of an ordinance on short-term rentals. Should be noted for the record, Mr. Vice Mayor, while we do not have anyone on the phone for this item, we did receive a letter of support from Andrew Diss on behalf of the GSR on this item that has been submitted to council.
Okay, thank you so much. And I don't know that, and I obviously you've said about public comment. I don't know that we have a staff member to make a presentation, but I know Councilmember Breckus is ready. Councilmember Breckus, how much time do you think you'll need for a presentation? Do you need more than the 10 minutes?
No, I don't think so. Maybe just 5. I need to bring something up though. The media, sorry, I need to bring up our council meeting from today to refer to some materials that got uploaded late. So short-term rentals are
sometimes called Airbnbs or vacation rental by owners. These are permanent residential units that are usually on a database, electronic advertisement, are available for rent. And when I came on in 2013 or 14, I've been tracking these about 7 or 8 years. They first appeared as a city planner up in mountain communities, like we're dealing with them, the first ones like Telluride, where you might have, or an Aspen, even Incline, a bunch of cabins rented out, and they'd be big places for people to come over the weekends. And so the early regulations came out of there. Then around 2015, when we had a lot of foreclosures, some people who were stuck with foreclosures when the property values declined really put these on the market. And I started having at the Ward 1 Neighborhood Advisory Board a number of folks over in Idlewild talking about, conventioneers would come in and rent houses and have, a lot of activity, a lot of noise, cars, call them nuisance houses. And it was on my radar. But my goal was always to get through the master plan and then get through the zoning code, because the zoning code is really living in the 1990s, the early 1990s right now, and it's going to help everyone across the city, developers and neighborhood, and just certainty, a better process. And my first meeting with our zoning code consultants, who I've known for my entire professional career, that I brought up short-term rentals, and they said, "Oh, be careful. We've seen those hijack zoning code updates." I said, "Okay." So I've been holding off. But in the last 6 months, I've just been hearing so much from Ward 1 constituents all over the place that they are really starting to impact what people believe is the housing stock, the affordable, smaller housing stock in the Ward 1 areas, and some party houses too. And at the same time, we've had a number of code changes come through that have jumped ahead and diverted, and put staff to work on other things, like this Skybridge one, like the shading ordinance, this development agreement one. And I feel like I've been having and holding back on an issue of broad, this isn't just Ward 1, citywide interest related to one of our pressing issues of housing, because I wanted to be a fair player in getting the overall zoning code, and we just talked about that a couple of meetings ago, done. But I can't hold back any longer if other projects and changes to Title 18 are going to get further in the queue, some of which are just ordinances for one interest. And unfortunately, I don't think my emails got through, but I want to give you an example. A high-rise condominium, maybe 100 units, not that high-rise, 5 or 6 stories, over in Virginia Lake, very old, and really a frisbee throw from the Peppermill parking lot. I was very surprised this winter to hear maybe 10 or 11 have been bought by an investor who's Airbnb or whatever. It's kind of a bedroom community to the Peppermill Resort. People go there and then they hang out at the weekend at the Peppermill. And they feel it's changed the character of their condominium unit and also displaced some of the working people who used to even work at the Peppermill. I've heard of smaller units up around the Virginia Street corridor going the same way. And so, a young person reached out to me who says she's able to hang on to her unit, but has been seeing ones bought up around her, kind of around Taylor Street. And then there's a few more along the California Avenue corridor. So I believe it is time to move forward with this, or at least put it on the queue. And then I think staff did put in all the other ones that are there that we've initiated, and then the council at a subsequent meeting can give staff that this is the priority. This is where we're going. I don't mind if this one drops off. I'm going to advocate for it because I think it's the broadest public interest need. But I really want the council to know that in the early days, I felt it was maybe a nuisance issue that could have some response through enforcement, but now I feel it is impacting affordable housing and housing stock. So I'm asking the council to initiate a short-term rental ordinance. Washoe County just passed one, and back in 2014, 2015, the hotelers weren't that interested in being a part of this conversation because they saw them as such a small economic activity in competition with them. I think now they're ready to be engaged in this process, and it will be a long process. I'm not saying that in any way I think there's not a place in Reno for these, but we need to adopt our customized Reno regulations for short-term rentals. Thank you, and if I went over 5 minutes, I apologize.
No, I think you just did fine. I guess, Councilmember Breckus, this is an item which I have some familiarity with because of my work in Tahoe in Incline Village. This has really been an issue that's been going on there for the better part of, I'll say, 3 years. And I know that Washoe County is still grappling with it. I don't believe that Washoe County has finalized theirs, and therein lies the concern that I have. I have no objection to this coming forward and to being able to have it addressed, but you yourself are often the person who cautions against the use of staff time. This will take an enormous amount of staff time, as you can imagine. I think it might take less if what we're doing is seeing what Washoe County has done and see what we need to do to improve or tweak or make it better. But the reality is that we're talking about an enormous lift. It's also something that is true that there are a bunch of stakeholder communities that we're going to have a hard time getting them together on, right? You would have different kinds of interest groups like realtors, property owners, property management companies, the hoteliers, all those people. And I'm just suggesting that in the middle of a pandemic, when we're meeting by Zoom, it creates an opportunity cost. I think it's just not something that I'm wanting to do. But again, like you said, if we put it in the queue and it gets jostled around just a little bit, but we still get to where you're wanting to go, I think I'm going to be someone who's going to be supportive of your efforts. I again, need to know more about where you're coming from specifically, but for me, it's a timing issue. And so I'm reluctant to go down the road today, but I'm interested to hear what my colleagues have to say. Okay, let's go now to Councilmember Dewar.
Yeah. First of all, I was pleased that the staff sent out a report that showed the things that are in the queue. I think that was very helpful, and I believe that I saw that Airbnb type regulation was at least on a piece of paper in a queue, needing some attention. Number two, I do think it's important to enact. I think the timing could be challenging in terms of getting appropriate input from all stakeholders. So, for example, my community where I live is the only one I know of in Reno that specifically allows ADUs and by extension, although not explicitly, Airbnb type rentals. The Country Club Estates, which is also in Ward 2, is the only one I know that explicitly disallows ADUs and Airbnb, by extension Airbnbs. Doesn't mean they can't rent out their whole house for the Airbnb. And I do think regulations are needed. Many, many places around the country have adopted them. So I'd be really interested in the project. I have a conflicting item in the queue, which was initiated in 2015, and that is the tree ordinance. I know staff are working on it. I met with them as recently as last week. Every day we don't adopt that ordinance, more trees are cut down or trees aren't maintained or there's lack of clarity. We're having a lot of development, and so as each development comes through, I think the clarity would enable them to do a better development without having to do a one-off each time staff have to reinvent it. So I think it has equal importance, and it's been in the queue for 5 years, and staff acknowledge it. I think we need to move forward with it. So it's just something to be aware of when we're doing some prioritization is, do we start something new or do we prevent the loss of something existing? So those are just some considerations, but I welcome the conversation. Thank you.
Okay, any other additional comments from colleagues? Councilmember Breckus.
Yeah, I mean, if there aren't, I'll just respond a few things. First of all, please don't confuse ADUs with these, because the more typical arrangement is not that a secondary unit, when the zoning allows a secondary unit, is these. The more typical unit arrangement is that they're standalone single-family homes.
I understand.
Or condominiums. Secondly, I don't believe Washoe County would be a model. Washoe County with unincorporated landscape has some suburban characteristics, perhaps in Spanish Springs or so, but primarily resort environment. I think that a more likely model conversation would be in an urban environment, like, you know, a peer city. But I think that, and I recognize the lift it is and the involvement that it's going to take. I'm just trying to really put this up on the queue and then have the council prioritize. And even have an agreement among us all that we won't bring anything more in to amend the code until we get the first suite of the zoning ordinances through. That would satisfy me. So, you know, if it's UNR today, but maybe next week it's, I don't know, the school district who wants a zoning change. Sorry, we got some work to do. And so I'm going to ask for a motion that we add this to the queue of the list that staff did, and then we ask staff to bring this forward for ranking a priority of all of those when and after they bring the next, the first, module of the zoning code for us. And with that, I'll ask the next person who comes through for some Title 18 amendments to follow the same process that I'm following through of trying to, not jump ahead with something else. So that's a motion.
Well, I guess I'm not sure I can support the motion. I think I'm about 95% there. My concern is, and it's just a broad statement, not specific to what you've posited, but, the problem I sometimes find with government, and I am newest on this body to governance, and so the problem I find with governance is it finds every way and manner to say no, when I think oftentimes what we are all trying to do is say yes. And so I don't want to commit that I won't support any activity that I or staff brings forward that might interrupt the queue. I don't think there is anything out there. I don't know, but I also wasn't familiar with some of the other ones that we have done. So I guess I would leave my inquiry and direction to Ms. Foose or Mr. Stockham, who I'm not sure is on the call, and just sort of try and think about where we are with the zoning code update, whether or not we're unnecessarily jumping things ahead. And again, Councilmember Jordan, it is no slight to your motion. I just am not sure I fully understood it and want to make sure that if I'm supporting you, which I would like to do on this item, that I know what I'm supporting. And so maybe Ms. Foose, is there a way for you to navigate some of what gobbledygook I've said?
There is, and I think maybe there's I would say, two types of these text amendments, right? Some are the ones that are quicker, easier to process on one hand. Other ones are, probably 18 months to 24 months to get through a very robust stakeholder process. I think this topic, the short-term rental topic, is probably one that falls into that more robust stakeholder process. Understanding that we do need to start it. It's something that has been on our list. We had a memo that was sent out. I think we had 18 items, things outside of the zoning code update that we know we need to get to at some point. I think if it's council's prerogative to bump that to the top of the list, I think we can prioritize that towards the top. And maybe from a process point of view, maybe we get through the zoning code update, as Ms. Breckus talked about, and then put this towards the top of priorities for that next text amendment to work on. Understanding that, again, it will probably take a long process, but we can definitely start that process if that's the direction that council wants to go. Again, likely wait until after the zoning code update is adopted, and then maybe we bring it back to council, the list of 18 items, and say which ones are prioritized for council to begin with. And if this ranks at the top, then we take this one and start that process.
And Ms. Foos, when are we coming back with the zoning code? I missed that key marker.
We are going to look at coming back to you over the next couple of months in phases. So we want to bring you small pieces, not so much to adopt it in small pieces, but to bring it back for discussion purposes. It's hard to go over everything at one time, and I think it would make more sense that we let you kind of digest the information and give us direction. So we will be bringing you small pieces for discussion at the end of that, and we will likely bring back a code for adoption later this fall.
Okay, so Councilmember Breckus, is that soon enough, or is that not meet with your motion? I don't know.
Well, I mean, as she said, there's two ways to look at this. Some that are quick fixes and some are long ways. I think there's another way to look at that. And those that are maybe special interest and those that have broad policy and interest. And that's why I went into my history of being on this council since 2012 and the evolution of this becoming a concern. And I can tell the council, and unfortunately the emails didn't get up, and I will be very good in the future about being incredibly transparent about who is reaching out to me about these so that they know the magnitude of the issue, because I think it reaches outside of my own ward and to others. But I think also, you know, if in the meantime, before the code comes forward, we're bringing through, you know, the Skybridge thing I think is done, but, you know, this development agreement that came forward, I recognize the liquor one because we've had an extended moratorium needs to come forward. So I don't know, you know, staff, if the priority is getting that code done and then agreeing to we sit down and rank where we want to go, that's my satisfactory place. But I have a feeling that we're going to see continuation on the liquor one, this development agreement one that came out of the blue. And if someone else brings another one forward, then there'll be more competition. And I honor Ms. Stewart's concern about the tree ordinance too. So I guess my motion stands to add this one to the queue, and then with the first module of adoptions, a companion item for the council to queue up the priorities.
I'll second the motion. Councilmember Jordan, for discussion purposes, you've had your hand up a long time, and I apologize. And so that the colleagues know, my screen is only so big, and what happens is as people add or come off, sometimes your block on the queue or square falls off, and then I can't see your hand, so I'm sorry about that. Councilmember Jordan, you have the floor.
Thank you. And no worries at all. You're navigating well through this environment, so good job. No, I guess my comments are more that while I kind of appreciate the process that is kind of being outlined here, that we get through the update and then we bring the whole list back for consideration as to prioritization. I too, like you, Vice Mayor Reitz, have some concern about saying we take a hard and fast rule of nothing else ever gets brought in for consideration. I mean, I think that's what distinguishes us from some of the other bureaucratic kind of rigid governments, is that we can be nimble and customize issues and move more quickly. And we meet every 2 weeks, you know, to do that. So I'm not in favor of eliminating those sort of one-off things to help maybe meet the needs of something that could be really good for our community. I don't want to shut that door completely. So, but other than that, I mean, I think bringing it back is probably a good idea for prioritization, so our staff resources, which are stretched thin, can focus on what we make as a priority. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Dewar.
Yeah, before we leave this topic, I just wanted to remind everyone, since there was just a listing of what's on the table, there's one more that was left out, and that is that we have a moratorium on, to use the term, puppy mills, broader context, and that moratorium is going to be coming to an end. We've received a letter, our manager has, from the Animal Advisory Board, of which I'm chair, which took significant action and asked each jurisdiction to move forward as quickly as possible. There are legal cases pending. There are new businesses that want to come in. So we've got to kind of move on this and not just maintain the moratorium. So I think they're planning to bring it back very soon, but I just didn't want anybody to be surprised because it hadn't been mentioned so far.
July 22nd.
Oh, July 20, it's already coming back, so. I wanted
Yeah,
to make sure
if you look at the
everybody knew.
3-month, I think I saw it on there. The other thing I will say is some of what we've done, of course, as a body with regard to some of these amendments and things really has to do with some of our Reignite Reno rights. And so I want to make sure that because of the fluidity of the situation and as we try to allow businesses to recover from the impacts of COVID-19, that we are being responsive to that. And I think ultimately that was Councilmember Jordan, and my point is that we still need some flexibility. I think our staff does a very good job of being gracious to understanding our competing concerns and the needs and priorities of the body. Let's do what Councilmember Breckus has said, which is move forward. It sounds like once we're moving forward on that, as I understood the motion, we will by nature come back to a prioritization moment, which I'll be excited to have that conversation, and then we'll know. And obviously, of course, too, this is important to all of us as it relates to a broader housing issue. And so I think we'll get there. Thank you very much for the robust discussion. I'll now call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Vice Mayor, at this time, we will go into recess until our 6 p.m. hearings tonight.
Okay, colleagues, we'll see you in about 2 hours and 15 minutes.
this time.
Okay, welcome to Chambers. I think we've got a fairly full house, and I'm happy to see my colleagues uh, this evening. We're now on to Agenda I of our public hearings. It should be noted for the record that we've already gone through a day's worth of hearings on other matters. We had our initial public comment period that would be attendant with our day meeting. So there isn't one at the beginning of this meeting, but there is a public comment period at the very end. And there will also be public comment that is on the agenda item in front of us at various points. I'm going to turn it over probably both to our clerk and also potentially to our legal counsel to situate us. There are a number of appeals, appellants, different parties, and different action items. And so I just want us all to be on the same page tonight for clarity's sake. This public hearing tonight concerns the Meridian 120 South projects, plural, and there will be a number of different contours to each of the different things. And so I will first ask and start with Madam Clerk, with you making some comments.
Mr. Vice Mayor, I just wanted to let everyone know what the process will be for these hearings tonight in order to make sure that everyone is aware. First, we will open our public hearings and go through the required legal discussion. This will be something that we will have the city attorney will read the title of the appeals. At that time, we will transition to brief staff presentation and comments from Arlo Stockham, and then Heather Manzo will take over from presenting for staff. At that time, we will transition to each of the appellants. The order of the appellants tonight, they will be given 10 minutes per appeal, and they will be heard one after the other. Council will not ask questions until the appeals have ended. First to speak will be Ed Coffer, followed by Gideon Kaplowitz, followed by Deanne Radcliffe. They are speaking on behalf of other appellants at this time. After such time that the appellants have concluded their presentation, council may begin asking their questions, and then we will take public comment at the end prior to council taking a motion on the item.
Also for
Madam Clerk.
hold on, Councilmember Dewar, give me one more second to make one more statement before, and then we'll come back to you. And that is simply that we have currently on the phone and with participation somewhere in the neighborhood of 40 persons. And so we're going to be keeping very close track of our timelines this evening in terms of public comment and presentation time. Ms. Turney will indicate what the presenters have time for, also with our colleagues and council members. We're going to try very hard to stay on our 3-3-1 format, all of that. Just understand it's not in any way my intention to cut off deliberation. It's just that we have so very many people on the presentation-wise, and everyone needs to get the opportunity to speak. In addition, if you are someone who's coming to offer public comment, please acknowledge there may be someone who's already mentioned your item, and you can certainly refer to it or sort of say ditto to the extent that that's relevant or important to you. Obviously, we want to give each of the folks who are concerned about the presentations tonight their opportunity to be heard, but of course, use your discretion in that regard. And then I'm going to come now. It sounds like we need to come to Councilmember Dewar, and then Councilmember Jordan has her hand raised. So Councilmember Dewar.
I have one more thing.
Thank you. Just a quick, it sounds like a big echo now, but sorry. Just a quick question. When I wanted to understand from Ashley, so when did you want us to ask questions? Did you say how many people were speaking? Did you say there were 4 appellants and then the applicant, and then questions?
Yes, so process will be.
And where does public comment?
So the process will be staff presentation, followed by the 4 appellants, which will be heard in the following order: Ed Coffer, Gideon Kaplowitz, Deanne Radcliffe, and Andy Durling on behalf of the applicant's representative. They will each be given a maximum of 10 minutes. Council questions will be after that time. And then public comment will follow council questions prior to a motion being made. So staff presentation, appellant presentation, council questions, public comment, motion.
Again, I'm going to say what I said last time, which is that I am often informed by public comment, and there looks like there's 40 or some portion of that. So I may have questions, Mr. Vice Mayor, after the public comment. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Councilmember Breckes, 1 second. Let me come to Councilmember Jordan, who is in the queue next. Councilmember Jordan?
Thank you very much. And I want to confirm the number of appellants and who is speaking on whose behalf, because the names are different than the appellants. So I'm kind of trying to understand, and I thought there was 5 appellants, but you say there's only 4. Am I wrong in that?
Thank you for clarification on that, Councilmember Jordan. Ed Coffer is speaking on behalf of the Society for the Preservation of Verdi. Gideon Kaplowitz will be speaking on behalf of Pam McNeil. And Deanne Radcliffe will be speaking on behalf of Dennis Cab and Ken McNeil.
Then it's crap. Okay.
Crab, excuse me.
So Deanne Ratcliffe is speaking on behalf of 2 of the official submittals of appeal.
That is correct.
Okay, so does Deanne Ratcliffe then get 20 minutes instead of 10?
We are recommending that she gets 10 at this time.
Okay, I'm trying to just make sure who's speaking on whose behalf, because nobody that's speaking are the appellants, which is, I get there's representatives, so I'm just trying to understand who's on whose behalf. Okay, got it now. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I'll come to you, but give me 1 second. Councilmember Breckes is in the queue ahead of you. Councilmember Breckes?
Was legal going to explain and outline some of the procedural issues? Because this appears on the agenda very differently than any other appeal I've ever seen before. And I also thought there was some background that I did not see in the staff report related to some litigation. And I do have questions of those. I have questions that I'd like to ask to help me understand what we're doing, to be able to be in a position to make the best informed decision I can make.
Hey, Mr. Hall, do you have a response to the council member?
Yes. So everything was appealed. So when this Meridian 120, 1 through 6 went to the Planning Commission, 1 and 2 were approved, 5 and 6 were approved, 3 and 4 were not approved. So I think that our Community Development Department, when they do their presentation, can walk you through everything that happened at the Planning Commission, and then we'll be taking appeal on 3 and 4 first, and then move on to 1 and 2 and 5 and 6. So we'll break them out into each different project.
Follow-up question?
Councilmember Breckes.
Were they all heard on the same night?
Yes.
And, okay, they were all heard on the same night. I just, the way that its agenda is written, it in my view, would have been 1.1 would have been one item, 1.2 would have been another, and 1.3 would have been another. Now, has the council heard any of these before?
No, I don't think so. I know that the issue of Meridian 120, this project has come up before, and I think that there was a recommendation that all of the projects, the 1 through 6, be consolidated and heard together so that council could consider the full development and its impacts in terms of traffic, water, sewer, etc.
Who recommended we consolidate these?
The neighbors.
The constituents, the neighbors, and Councilmember Jordan also agreed with that approach.
Were we sued on one of these, on our action of denial of one of these?
Originally, yes, we were sued on one of them. That went to Kathy Draculich, and it was agreed when council decided, or when we decided that they should be consolidated, we agreed with plaintiff's counsel to remand that item back so that the whole project could be heard together.
I'd like to ask a little bit more, if I may be indulged on this. Which ones did the council turn down before?
Oh, I'd have to look. I think it was 1 and 2 is my recollection. It was,
And Arlo can answer all of this.
Well, I do have some legal issues. Also, I'd like to ask, because if there's a judge's order, I want to understand the standard of review, et cetera. But I'll let Mr. Stockham. But if it's going to come into presentation, I'll just hold off on that then.
Okay, it sounds like Mr. Stockham will address some of those in the presentation. Councilmember Dewar, I'll come to you in just a moment, but please let me, let's get a little bit back on track. I'll come now to Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to remind you after public comment if you could direct to me for any disclosures. Thank you.
Councilmember Dewar, did you have something to add at this time?
I was going to respond that I thought 1 and 2 came to us and we remanded it back to the Planning Commission.
That's
for
correct.
further findings, and at some point we were sued in there. So maybe Arlo could.
Mr. Stockham, is this part of your presentation when we get there?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so let's hold off only because I think we'd like to get started. And so what I'm going to do now is first go to Mr. Hall. I understand that you are going to read the agenda item, and then I'll shortly thereafter open the public hearing. And I apologize for just getting started. I know we all want to situate ourselves. I think Councilmember Breckus is right about understanding the standard review and all those things. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Hall for the initial discussion point on the attorney agenda reading.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. This is Meridian 120 South, Villages 1 through 6, LDC 17-00061, Villages 1 and 2, LDC 18-00087, Villages 3 and 4, LDC 20-00013, Villages 1 and 2, Cluster Development, and LDC 20-00018, Villages 5 and 6. Appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to approve LDC 17-00061, Meridian 120 South, Villages 1 and 2, a tentative map to develop 75-lot single-family detached residential subdivision on a plus or minus 53.6 acre site. LDC 20-00013, Meridian 120 South, Villages 1 and 2, cluster development, a special use permit to allow for a cluster development within the single-family residential 9,000 square feet zone portions of the site associated LDC 17-00061, Meridian 120 South, Villages 1 and 2, and LDC 20-00018, Meridian 120 South, Villages 5 and 6. A request for a tentative map to develop a 261 single-family detached residential subdivision and special use permits for grading that results in cuts greater than 20 feet in depth and fills greater than 10 feet in height, disturbance of major drainage ways, hillside development on a site that is plus or minus 314 acres in size. An appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to deny LDC 18-00087, Meridian 120 South, Villages 3 and 4, a request for a tentative map to develop a 285-lot single-family attached residential subdivision and special use permits for a single-family attached condominiums, townhomes, over 100 dwelling units in the arterial commercial AC zone, and grading that will result in fills of 10 feet or more. The subject site is plus or minus 33.7 acres in size. The overall plus or minus 467 acre subject site is located south of the terminus of Boomtown Garson Road and south of Interstate 80, I-80, in large lot residential, 1 acre, single family residential, 15,000 square feet, single family residential, 9,000 square feet, single family residential, 6,000 square feet, multifamily, 14 dwelling units per acre, arterial commercial, neighborhood commercial, public facility, open space, zones, and is within Morton Garson Overlay District. The site has a master plan land use designations of large lot residential, single family neighborhood, mixed neighborhood, suburban mixed use, mixed employment, public, quasi-public, and parks, greenways, and open space, and is within the Morton Garson neighborhood plan. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hall. I'll now open the public hearing. Madam Secretary, or Madam Clerk rather, was proper notice given? Any correspondence received?
Mr. Vice Mayor, proper notice was given. It should be noted that we received 79 letters in opposition, 2 letters of concern. Those have been submitted to council and are part of the record.
Thank you. I apologize. If you're not speaking, please be on mute. And let me also ask at this time, do any council members have any disclosures to make?
I would like to make one, Vice Mayor.
Madam Mayor, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you. First of all, I've sought guidance from the city attorney in the interest of full transparency and disclosing the fact that I have a personal relationship with Jessica Spraza. I understand she may have been retained by the applicant as a consultant on this project. On this matter, I have sought guidance from our city attorney. I do not have any commitments, financial ties, or obligations to her in any way. Please accept this disclosure for the record, Vice Mayor. Thanks, and Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Now at this time, Mr. Stockham will give an introduction of the appeal, followed by staff presentations.
Have a disclosure.
Oh, I apologize. I'm sorry, Councilmember Dewar.
Yeah, I just wanted to disclose that I met with both all of the applicants, the applicants, the opponents, or maybe they're all called appellants. I met with them and I visited the site a number of times before and more recently. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Dewar. I also visited the site last week with 2 members of the community, and so I am familiar with the site. Thank you for your disclosure. I'll turn it over now to Mr. Stockham for a brief introduction of the appeal, followed by staff presentation.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members. Arlo Stockham, Acting Assistant Manager. I just wanted to say a few things at the front end of this public hearing. Heather Manzo will be doing the staff presentation. She's been working on this for years now. Angela Foos has also been very closely involved, so we'll all be available. I have been engaged in some recent discussions with the applicant, the appellant, some other community members. So I'm pretty up to speed on everything going on here. This is a very important area for the city of Reno and the community at large. It's really our last large development area to the west. It's right at the gateway to the city of Reno. And I think everyone agrees that they want to see a quality project happen here. Very long history to this property. I personally was first involved almost 20 years ago, back in 2001, when the ranching families came forward and proposed development plans that ultimately culminated in the Mortensen-Garson neighborhood plan overlay. The reason this agenda item is very complex is really, as was mentioned earlier, these applications came in as individual projects, really 3 separate ones, so they each have separate case numbers. When villages 1 and 2 were heard by the city council, there was interest in reviewing the development area comprehensively and seeing everything. The case was remanded back to the Planning Commission, some litigation was filed. Long story short, the applicant essentially put a pause on the litigation and agreed to do what you had asked them to do, which was bring forward the entire development area so you could review it all together at one hearing. So that's why it's long and complex and a little more than we typically see on an agenda. It's really so we can review the entire project, all of their land holdings together at one hearing. So here we are. In terms of our recent discussions, I engaged really to see if we could find some compromises. There's been a lot of public input. Folks out in the Verdi area understandably love the open space that's out there. So there's a lot of concerns about the development coming in and what it looks like. And I think some people would just as soon see it as open space, but it is private land that's zoned for development. So we had a number of discussions. I can't say that we were entirely successful. I don't think you're going to hear everyone, standing up and saying we agree on everything. But some good progress was made. In addition to bundling all the applications, the applicant made some concessions just recently since the staff report was published, and a few of them are pretty considerable. And Heather will present in more detail. There's an agreement to include a neighborhood stakeholder engagement process post-tentative map. So all the details that get buttoned up before a final map, all the conditions of approval, there will be a citizen outreach and engagement process to review all that information and make sure that it is in fact consistent with any approval that may be granted. The other one, which I was really happy with, the applicant agreed to take 8 acres of industrial commercial zoned land just south of the Garson Road interchange, very prominent property, and rezone that to open space in conjunction with this project. So that's a real win in my book. Industrial development in that location is probably not ideal, but that's the current zoning, and that's been offered up as open space. They also offered up some properties to go towards the wildlife mitigation plan that needs to be finalized before final map, including some property across I-80 to be used for wildlife purposes. So certainly that's not enough to get all the neighbors here speaking in support, but it was good progress. And I just really appreciate both the applicant and really all the residents out there. I can't see you on the screen, but I know you're out there. I appreciate all of you taking the time on this, meeting in good faith, and working towards solutions that we could find. And with that, I'll wrap up. I'll be available for questions as the discussion proceeds, but I'd like to hand it over to Heather Manzo for the staff presentation.
Ms. Manzo, before we move on, can I just simply ask Mr. Stockham a question, and then it looks like Councilmember Breckus may have a brief question, as well as Ms. Dewar. I wanted to understand what you said earlier, which is the question of whether, as I understand it, this is a tentative map, which does not address zoning or text changes. Is that accurate?
That's correct. All the applications are consistent with existing zoning. So this is, it was originally, or it still is, 3 tentative map applications, 2 phases in each application. There's also a special use permit associated with villages 1 and 2 for cluster development, and I believe there's a hillside SUP in there as well, maybe some cuts and fills. Heather can go over that, but it's a tentative map plus special use permit.
Okay, so there are no zoning map or text changes at this stage, is what you're saying?
That's correct. One of the conditions does speak to the possibility of a text amendment in the future, and some development being allowed, but no, there is no zoning action or text amendment here in front of you tonight.
Okay, and I apologize for briefly interrupting. Councilmember Breckus, did you have a brief question?
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, I had to put my headset on.
Yeah, it looks awesome.
Thank you. So 1 and 2, we remanded down to the Planning Commission. Is the letter of our decision of our remand in the packet? I didn't see it, and I'd like to understand what we did on a remand. We did, it didn't do re-remand. We didn't deny.
And this was before I started back with the city. You did not deny it. It was a little unusual. The litigation was filed ahead of a final decision. So it was neither approved nor denied.
So we remanded it down to the Planning Commission. They did not get a chance to hear it. So our direction there stopped. There was some litigation. And was there then a settlement agreement or a stipulation of some sort?
I'll let Carl Hall answer the details of the legal order or agreement.
No, there was no settlement agreement. So the matter was, as I mentioned earlier, consolidated 1 through 6 of these applications. And so now it's went back before the Planning Commission, and now it's on appeal up to City Council. So there was no settlement agreement.
So it was all an informal agreement in the judge's chambers that the council's action to remand and have the planning commission hear it, not happen, and these other projects come in, and so she's taken jurisdiction then over these two additional tentative maps?
She has not taken jurisdiction over these additional maps. No, she has not.
Did the council on any sort of, so was a stipulation signed by your office or by the council per the Hanson rule?
The city attorney's office agreed to the remand.
So you signed an agreement that led to, you signed an agreement that we hear this tonight, but it went then to the planning commission as we had asked, and now it's back up. Are we, how are we to consider this? Because we have the planning commission recommendation on the remand that we did, right?
Right.
But did
So-
what
so
is
you will
the
look at the
judge's orders?
findings.
Is the judge's orders in the record?
I sent you the stipulation.
No, but is it in the record?
I don't know if it's in the record or not.
Okay, but we have the same rights and privileges of determination that we've always had on this one and the other. She didn't take any of our rights or orders away. She's just dictating the process that we follow.
Right, you still have the ability to make your decision based upon the findings and substantial evidence.
Okay, okay. Well, I'll ask Ms. Monzo a little bit more because I didn't see the minutes from our previous discussion of this 1 and 2. So I'm really stuck with why 1 and 2 are merged now with this other one. And the consolidation concept is confusing to me also because tentative maps stand individually. They never consolidate. They have sometimes they have an overlaying plan unit development above them, and then you have tentatives within, but I've never seen tentative maps consolidated. So is each tentative map intact then as its own tentative map?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember
If I could
Dewar.
add, they're only consolidated for the review and discussion purposes, so you can look at them comprehensively. They're separate case numbers, separate actions.
Okay, Councilmember Dewar.
Sorry, something's going on.
Can we come back to you when?
Come back to me.
Okay, we'll come back to you. Sorry about that. Councilmember Jordan, if you don't have any beeping going on, can we hear from you?
Yeah, hopefully maybe I'm not beeping. And the only question I have for Arlo is if Ms. Manzo is going to go in and give a little bit of history, because it has been, over 2 years since we remanded this, as I recall, to give some kind of the context of that hearing and what the neighbors wanted to see and why that was remanded. I recall the reasons why, but I just want to make sure that Ms. Manzo is going to touch on those to set the stage for why we are seeing this in response to what the neighbors wanted to see, why we're seeing it the way we're seeing it tonight.
Yes, she's on and she can provide that information.
Okay, Councilmember Dewar, you're back.
Sorry, I'm back. Sorry for that. We all have our things, right? Just 2 quick questions. I just want to get clarity. When we said it went back to the Planning Commission, did they render a decision? Or when we remanded it, I thought they never discussed it because the lawsuit was filed. So did they ever rediscuss it? That's question 1.
The Planning Commission reviewed and discussed it just a month or 2 ago when it came back forward through this process.
Okay.
So that's the recommendation or the decision, appeal decision that's in front of you.
Okay, so they finally did
They did.
hear it again. And then number 2, you mentioned industrial development being waived, and I was unclear where that is. So maybe Ms. Manzo can identify where that is and where these offered some property as wildlife areas, where those are. Okay, thanks.
Okay,
Okay,
Ms.
good
Manzo.
evening.
Oh, Ms. Manzo, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay,
Good evening, Vice Mayor
the floor
and
is
council
yours.
members. Thank you very much. I'm going to go ahead and go to my presentation if that would be okay, and I will answer some of the questions that you've raised this evening. Okay, so please let me know if there's any delay in my presentation. So the first slide is really just kind of a general location of the Morton and Garson Overlay District with the subject site identified in pink. The subject site, the 6 villages are located within Planning Area 3 of the MGOD on the south side of the freeway. And this map really illustrates each of the village locations. Village 1 and 2 include 1 acre minimum lots, which abut the existing Belli Ranch, and the other smaller lots are located internal to the site and are zoned SF9, or excuse me, zoned SF15, but have the applicant has requested that a cluster development be reviewed. So that's a special use permit for that request. Villages 3 and 4 are located on the south side of the freeway. If you can see my mouse, those are labeled, but they're a single family attached product with 3 units per building. And then villages 5 and 6 are located further to the south. And those do contain some more changes in topography. And so those have additional special use permit requests for hillside development and major drainage way disturbance for their roadway crossings. And so this is really just a summary of each of the 6 villages and their locations. And so you did have questions as far as what's gone before Planning Commission and the timelines. The council members that recall are correct. Villages 1 and 2 went before City Council in 2017. And at that time, council did remand it back to Planning Commission. However, before the item was heard by the Planning Commission again, the applicant did file litigation on that. And the reasons that there were some concerns related to this request were really about water service. You may recall back at that time, a private water purveyor had been identified to serve this area. And in fact, Council and Planning Commission had shared and expressed a desire to really have water service evaluated further and express a desire for Tumwa to really come in and serve this part of town. Since then, Tumwa has come in and taken those private facilities, and they have become the designated water purveyor for all of Morton and Garson, and are able to serve villages 1 through 4 today, and would need additional infrastructure to be installed in order to provide service to 5 and 6. So at the time that I believe it was Councilperson Jardin had made a motion to remand this back to Planning Commission, water service was one of the items identified. Additionally, when the request to send it back to Planning Commission was made, it really was to ask the applicant to go back and bring back to us an evaluation of the whole development rather than coming in with villages independently, one after the other. And so that's what the applicant has done. And following the filing of the litigation, we had received the tentative map request for 3 and 4 and for 5 and 6. So all of the applicant's development proposals were in application with the City of Reno, and the applicant and the city worked with the judge who was hearing the case, and a motion to stay the lawsuit was issued, and direction was given by the courts to go ahead and review the development proposal and continue the process on that. So we've done that. In February of this year, the Planning Commission had seen all of these from a comprehensive perspective. The presentations and analyses have all been conducted looking at these 6 villages comprehensively, and so that's where we are today. Is on this slide you'll see the Planning Commission's actions for each of these requests. The Planning Commission approved villages 1 and 2, and 5 and 6, and they denied villages 3 and 4. And that denial was initially a motion to approve. However, it didn't receive a sufficient number of votes to be approved. And so what you have before you this evening is there are 7 different appeal filings by 5 unique filers, and they're listed on this. The appeal filings and the Planning Commission minutes have been attached to the staff report. And to answer Councilperson Breckes' question as far as the background, we didn't include a new background in the City Council staff report. However, on page 8 of the Planning Commission staff report from February of this year, it does describe the history on villages 1 and 2, as well as the history on the other requests. And so each of the appellants are prepared to make their presentations this evening. And so what we really wanted to do is just kind of lay out for you the main issues that have really been raised by, I think we had about 80 public commenters. And so we summarized where the area of concern seems to be, and those 8 points really do identify those areas of concern and summarize each of the comments that we've received. So we have received a lot of comments, and those have all been forwarded and provided to council for consideration. Generally, the comments have been related to these 8 major points. One resident did provide a peer review of the traffic study that has been forwarded to staff, and it is worth noting that while there was an initial traffic study on all 6 of these villages, plus the surrounding existing plus future development, it is worth noting that with final map submittal, should these projects be approved, updated traffic studies would need to be provided with that to ensure that that information is accurate based on the time that development is coming in. And so Arlo had identified that there are some modified conditions, and these are staff prepared based on information coming from the applicant. And so I've summarized and highlighted the proposed changes in red and underlined those for you. So on condition number 6, in order to aid in groundwater recharge, there is an addition of adding rock-lined bottoms to the detention facilities. For condition number 10, there was a lot of concern that has been raised about wildlife and caring for their corridors and their access to water and other portions of the area. And so you'll see an addition of about 17 acres of the parcel that is located on the northwest portion of the site that the applicant has identified that less right-of-way they would dedicate to the city of Reno for wildlife purposes. And excuse me, in addition to that, Arlo had mentioned that there is a condition that's been added as a recommended condition that would really encourage or require actually more coordination through the final map process with the applicant and the stakeholders. Condition number 27, while this is code in Mortensen-Garson overlay, we did want to emphasize that the 2.9 acre fire station property will need to be dedicated with the recordation of the first final map. And then condition number 28, prior to any application for a final map, the applicant submit that request to rezone the property, which is currently zoned IC, to open space. And I'm going to back up, I'm sorry about that, for just one moment while I identify that area. And so hopefully you're able to see my mouse. The industrial commercial area is located to the west of villages 1 and 2. And
and is about 8.3 acres. Some of it has, some good topography to it. However, that is right along one of the main roads that will provide access to the planning area 3. And so we did really feel that that was a big concession on the applicant's part to offer that up as open space. And so with that, we've got the recommended changes based on the applicant's concession. And we do have possible motions for the council, and we would recommend that you take these in 3 separate actions. For villages 3 and 4, which is a tentative map and SUP for the single family attached product. For villages 1 and 2, which is a tentative map under the 17 number 61, and then that special use permit for cluster development under 20 number 13. And then the third motion would be for villages 5 and 6. Each of these applications can stand alone and independently, and so it will help the record and help guide staff if, when the time comes, those motions are taken independently, and those are on page 7 and 8 of your staff report. So that concludes my presentation, and I am definitely available to answer any questions at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Ms. Manzo. Let us transition the computer screen back over so I can see where we are. I think we're now on to the various appellants. Am I right, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Vice Mayor,
Yes, Councilmember Dewar.
just the question I asked before, I was unclear still with Ms. Manzo's presentation on the industrial area, that once it's zoned industrial, that's going to be some kind of preserve area. If she could just show that. I didn't think I heard that.
She showed it.
Okay, well,
Can we come back to it? Because I was unclear as well.
Yeah.
So, Ms. Manzo, did you understand the concern that was raised by Councilmember Dewar? I think there's a slide.
Sorry about that. Let me just go back and share the screen, and I can point that out for you.
Thank you.
Do you see my mouse move on
Yeah.
the screen? Okay,
Yeah.
great. Okay, so the industrial commercial portion is the bridge that gets you primary access to the development is just here. And then the industrial commercial portion that we're speaking of is to the left or to the west of villages 1 and 2. So it's the gray area here.
well, the fire station is up in there now?
The fire, no, the fire station is closer to the freeway interchange, and
Okay.
the future fire station location is that blue piece.
And are you saying this would be a conservation area or houses instead of industrial, or?
The condition as it's drafted is to require the zone change from industrial commercial to open space.
Oh.
And so, yes.
Okay, and then you said there was 2 other areas or another area that was going to be open space.
So the applicant, and they may have a map of the area specifically, but that 17-acre portion that's proposed to be turned over for wildlife habitat is located on the western side of the site, somewhere
Okay,
in this
thanks.
general area.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms.
Heather, could you
Manzo.
point to the portion north of I-80 as well that would go towards wildlife? I think it's labeled UT 40 in the upper left of the map here.
Yes, thank you, Arlo. It is that dark green area to the north of the freeway.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Manzo.
Is that going to
Mr.
connected or something, or, okay. I mean, are these supposed to be part of the same and it's an off-site mitigation, or is there a connector underneath I-80, or are these just 2 separate areas?
I think the applicant can go into more detail, but it's a kind of nice piece of land that extends down towards the river from the freeway. It's set up so that in the future, there could be a wildlife overpass. That would be a logical location to do it, or it could just be reserved for wildlife purposes without an overpass.
Thank you, Ms. Manzo, Mr. Stockham. Council members, I know we have about 50 minutes of appellant presentations, and so let's move on in our process. I'll turn it over to Ms. Turney.
Mr. Vice Mayor, at this time, we will transition to your appellant presentations. Just to clarify for the record, as Deanne Radcliffe is speaking on behalf of two appellants, she will be afforded 2 10-minute time slots in order
Yes,
to present that.
understand.
So first to speak will be Ed Coffer, speaking on behalf of the Society for the Preservation of Verdi. After him will be...
Councilmember Breckus, can I ask, your hand is raised for the blue hand. Are you looking to comment?
Well, I did have a question for our staff who just made that presentation.
Well, we're going to go through the staff presentation, the appellant's presentations, then council questions, I think. Can you hold it till we get to that point and just put a pin in it?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay, back to you, Ms. Turney.
Okay, we will transition to Ed Coffer. At this time, Mr. Coffer, you will be unmuted on our end. You have been transitioned in as a panelist. You are now sharing your screen. At this time, we will put 10 minutes on the clock, and you may go ahead and start your presentation.
Yes, good evening. My name is Ed Coffer. I represent the Society for the Preservation of Verdi and more than 125 local residents who unfortunately could not attend this meeting because they don't have the required technology. We're in opposition to these Meridian projects because they're fundamentally flawed, and I'd like to address some of those issues. Are we up? Okay.
Yeah, we're up.
When the city annexed these properties for development, the city became responsible for providing sewer, water, fire, EMS, and police protection. The city has already said that these services cannot be provided and that the infrastructure is inadequate to handle the development at this time. Nothing has changed since it was stated on June 6, 2008. When we look at the city's master plan and their tiered approach, these projects are clearly in Tier 4. They can only be served if the infrastructure is built and the services provided that don't take away from the existing services in other areas. These properties are clearly on the bottom of the tier of land for development, and approval goes against numerous policies. Findings that cannot be met: tentative map E, special use permit B. The master plan conformance is the city is unable to provide and maintain the required level of services that are set in the master plan without diminishing services in other areas. Those are Plan 2.1B, Concurrency Management System, Policy Plan 2.3A, Capital Improvement, Master Plan Policy 2.3D, Public Safety, and 4.5A, Connectivity and Service. The master plan conformance, fire protection is critical, and new development shall identify and fund facilities and infrastructure before the occupancy of any structure. Fire stations have to be planned, funded, and then built. The fee imposed will not come close to covering the full cost of the infrastructure, the equipment needed for the station, much less manning the station. And oddly enough, the city has said that this area is not on their master plan for a fire station. There are 23 staff conditions, and you're being asked to approve projects based on items that may or may not happen. Such issues as drainage and connectivity are not addressed until phases 5 and 6. These must be addressed in phases 1 and 2 because of the uncertainty of the development and a delay in the timing of development for 3, 4, 5, and 6. Meridian 120 staff conditions. Condition 1 requires compliance with city codes, plans, reports, materials, etc. as submitted. City code requires surface water as the primary water source. There needs to be a condition requiring that the Tumwa interconnect line be in before approval of the first final map. Condition 7 requires villages 5 and 6 to pay contributions for fire facilities that's refundable if the fire station is not built. These conditions need to say that the fee is non-refundable and apply to other fire mitigation services. So the condition needs to require that secondary access is within the first final map. Let's see, okay. 1 and 2 also require a bicycle and pedestrian path. This condition requires a path that must be in the first final map as well. And these projects are not, these projects are not in conformity with the code. The next slide kind of speaks for itself. There is no cohesiveness, and this is clearly a piecemeal project that lacks connectivity. The staff report states each project is to be constructed as a standalone project. However, phases 1 and 2 are dependent upon future phases for drainage, ingress, egress, fire, safety, and connectivity. The drainage issue is not dealt with until Meridian 4, and Meridian 3 and 4 is no longer in the staff report. Future phases may be years away or may never happen. These conditions must be a part of each final map. The next slide is a subject that's near and dear to every Bird Eye resident's heart: water. The tentative map, the findings that cannot be made are tentative map A, tentative map B or D, tentative map C. Surface water must be the primary water source as required and agreed to when the properties were annexed. There needs to be an additional condition that Tumwa interface line must be in before any final map is approved. Village 2 is using the wrong density, and this is a subject that is very, very sensitive to all residents of Bird Eye. These findings cannot be met. Tentative map E, special use permit A, Meridian 2 is zoned SF15, but the developer is using SF9. The city council changed the zoning to SF15 in 2004. Clustering is only allowed in hillside areas. The applicant states that the property doesn't qualify as a hillside development, nor has the applicant addressed the other requirements of hillside development. It appears to us that this is an attempt to get what is perceived as a guaranteed number of units. Live fire safety is another critical issue for every resident in Bird Eye. The city has stated it cannot provide adequate services or infrastructure. These findings cannot be made. Tentative map D, tentative map I, tentative map J, special use permit C. There are or will be adequate services and infrastructure to support the proposed development. Here are the reasons that these findings cannot be made. There's a delay in EMS response. EMS will have a higher response time, and this delay will not align with first due response objectives for medical emergencies. Reno PD has stated concerns that they will neither have sufficient number of units to respond or at a service level that meets community expectations. These services are going to require additional light, fire, and safety personnel to adequately service the area. However, there's no budget to hire these new personnel. Ingress, egress, another very, very sensitive subject to the residents who've survived fires in Bird Eye. There's one way in and one way out. The findings cannot be met. Tentative map G, special use permit C, and special use permit D. The proposed adequately mitigates traffic impacts and provides a safe pedestrian environment. I don't see how this is possible. There's one way out. It is one way in and one way out, and it's a bottleneck at the proposed roundabout. Emergency access to Deer Mountain goes nowhere. It goes right back to where it started. The proposed pedestrian and bike access is the old cattle guard crossing and tunnel, which is currently used as a wildlife corridor and also for emergency and utility vehicles. And as such, it's not safe for bikers and pedestrians in a combined mixed-use environment. Finally, the area that it really concerns us as well is the recharge area. These findings cannot be met. Tentative map E, tentative map H, special use permit A, special use permit E. Special use permit says the proposed site location and its scale is appropriate to the area in which it's located. This is hardly the case. Every unit on the south side of the freeway is 1 acre or more. And finally, the project does not create adverse environmental impacts. Well, this area is our groundwater recharge. I'd like to just remind you of one thing that pertains to the density, which also affects life, fire safety, recharge, and numerous other issues, and that is increased density increases hardscape, which increases runoff and reduces recharge to the aquifer, which is detrimental to the groundwater levels of all existing wells. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Coffer. Next to speak will be
Action.
Gideon. Next to speak will be Gideon Kaplowitz, speaking on behalf of Pam McNeil. Gideon, we have unmuted you on our end. You are now sharing your screen, and you may begin your presentation.
My name is Gideon Kaplowitz, and I am presenting this appeal on behalf of the appellant Pamela McNeil. Before I get started, I just want to say that I was one of the strong advocates for taking this holistic approach to these projects to avoid piecemealing, and I just want to apologize to you, Councilmember Breckus, for the confusion, and express my gratitude to Councilmember Jardin for really spearheading that. So I just want to say thank you for that. I also want to thank Ed for setting the table for much of what I'm going to dig a little deeper in. Ed, you hit a home run with that on the Zoom, so thank you very much. In this presentation, I'm going to be really addressing three findings: tentative map finding D, J, and SUP finding C. I call this the fire, police, and EMS. All about public safety. And we're going to start with fire. Currently, there is inadequate fire protection for the site. This is well acknowledged in the agenda on page 13. There are 11 to 15 minute response times currently for the project, which are clearly inadequate. Moreover, the response route is particularly dangerous. The intersection there on 4th Street, a neighbor of mine's father, elderly father, was involved in a horrific car accident. Anybody who's been going down to the Jump and Shout or the High Sierra Gymnastics knows just what a disaster that intersection is. And of course, the fire trucks would be getting to the project location going over the Garson Overpass, which I'm sure you guys know all too well is really bad and a point of its own contention. Why does this matter? It matters because the project areas are in the WUI, the Wildland Urban Interface, and are classified as high extreme fire danger areas. And this isn't just theoretical. There have been wildfires in this area before, the very, very large Crystal Peak fire, more recently the Quilisi Ranch fire, and in fact, parts of this project area have themselves burned in the past. And then historically, you know, Verdi as a town, I mean, this is just kind of fascinating for a guy who moved here 15 years ago, has burned down completely, you know, periodically going back to the 1800s, his family, when it was founded. And in fact, in very recent years, there have been single family homes in the area that have burned and have been complete losses, in part due to poor response times. And I just note from the Washoe County Fire Plan, section 28.1.7, in regards to the ignition risk assessment, I'll just say the ignition risk in Verdi is high, and the area has a history of multiple ignitions and large fires. So this is really important. Why this matters even more is that the 120 South project is part of the MGOD, and in that even greater holistic context, the MGOD has provisions for an elementary school to be located very, very close to villages 5 and 6. And moreover, in Planning Area 3, their preliminary development proposals have prioritized the development of senior and assisted living areas. Thus, this unprotected area of high extreme fire danger will be serving some of our most vulnerable residents. So how are we dealing with this? Condition 7, the fire plan, as I like to call it. This is the plan, okay? We can't cover it now, so city came up with condition 7. There are 3 elements of this I'd like to point out to you. The backbone of it is a $1,608 door fee that will be charged to build a fire station within 10 years at that site. And in the staff report I saw, and I think this is because 3 and 4 was denied, maybe it's a technicality, but this condition only applies to villages 5 and 6, not to villages 1 and 2. So in front of the Planning Commission, I don't know if it was the fire marshal or the chief, Cochran. I apologize for not knowing what his title is, but he estimated the cost of building the fire station, equipping it and staffing it to be in the ballpark of $9 to $10 million. And there was much discussion in the Planning Commission, particularly by Commissioner Velto, about what great finances the city has right now and how flush with cash, and how this really isn't a problem. But that's above my pay grade. But $9 to $10 million, that's what this fire plan is supposed to come up with, all right? Moreover, to build a fire station, fire stations don't just fall out of the sky. You got to plan them, you got to budget them, you got to get them on the capital improvement schedule, which a fire station is not yet. It's got to be built, equipped, and staffed, and this all takes an enormous amount of time. Okay. And again, this condition is only applied to villages 5 and 6, 261 units at $1,608 a pop. That's $419,000. I'm just going to pause for a second and let that sink in. That's the plan. That's condition 7. We're going to generate $400 grand out of $9 to $10 million. Okay, according to city staff before the Planning Commission, the $1,608 was determined based off of the calculation of 3,000 homes. And why 3,000 homes? Because that's the development cap for residential units within the MGOD. But villages 1 and 2 are not subject to the door fee. I have a feeling if approved 3 and 4 would be. I don't know, it wasn't there. Stan Lucas, which is part of the MGOD, was denied 676 homes, in large part because they would not be served by this proposed fire station. And given that they wouldn't be served by the fire station, it's hard to believe it would make sense for them to ultimately have to pay the door fee. So in reality, even in the best case scenario, within 10 years, right? Within 10 years, you completely build out the MGOD and you generate about 1/3 of the necessary costs. But that's in the greater picture, holistic picture, to be fair. Locally, right in front of you, we're talking about 420 grand. But it's even worse than that. This is a door fee. So this is going to be passed on to the home buyer, increasing the price of the homes. And I've shown you guys these pictures before, but this is a search of Zillow for homes in the Northwest valued at more than $300,000, for sale at more than $300,000, right? We have an affordable housing crisis in the Northwest. This is what this same map looks like when you search for homes under $300,000. Right, there are none, okay? But wait, it's even worse. If not spent, if the fire department is not built within 10 years, Condition 7 states the money will be returned to the developer. So think about that for a second, right? Think about that for a second. We don't build it in 10 years. This money we got dedicated to a fire station, paid for by the home buyers, goes back to the developer or their successors or their designee. So that's the best case scenario. Let's talk about the worst case scenario. Home buyers are strapped with the fees. MGOD gets built out over a long period of time. Let's think about that. That seems very, very likely. The station does not get built within 10 years, and the developers walk away with the cash. And I mean, that doesn't even seem legal. That just seems straight up criminal. But importantly, the project area is left without adequate coverage. Why does this matter? We're talking hundreds, and in the context of the entire MGOD, thousands of homes, an elementary school, elderly, and again, the area has a history of multiple ignitions and large fires. So, is Condition 7 an adequate plan to provide fire protection? Now, Madam Mayor, council members, appellants, Andy, the folks you represent, my fellow appellants, all those who are listening in here are going to make public comment. I'm going to quote our future president, with all due respect, it's just a bunch of malarkey. Now, as was stated, fire is not the only issue. When the city annexed these properties, they assumed the responsibility for not just fire, but for police and EMS as well. And it's no better. For the police, in the staff report, here's the letter. This is dated February 4th, 2020. RPD will neither have the sufficient units for emergency calls to service emergency calls in a timely manner, nor will we be able to provide service at our levels that our community exists. And importantly, response times will suffer for both the 120 South projects as well as the greater Western Reno area at large. So not only can they not provide service, but in attempting to do so, this is in the police chief's own words, it'll make service worse for those of us who are already out here. EMS, it's exactly the same story. Now, June 6, 2018, we've been at this a long time. I've read the minutes, I've watched the videos. You can go in, the EMS response time for Meridian 120 South is, quote, outside first due response objectives. So what could possibly go wrong with this? We've got families, we've got kids, we've got the elderly, we've got an extreme fire danger WUI, I just like to say it. We've got inadequate fire, police, medical response infrastructure, and we've got a laughable Condition 7 plan that fundamentally fails to address any of this.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Kaplowitz. You have now gone at your time. Thank you. At this time, we will transition to Deanne Radcliffe, speaking on behalf of Dennis Crabb and Kim McNeil. And just to note again, Deanne, you will be permitted 2 10-minute timeframes to be able to present your presentation. We have unmuted you on our end, Deanne. You'll be able to share your screen.
Start my video. Okay.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the Reno City Council. Thank you so much for serving. My name is Deanne Radcliffe, and I have been a resident of Rhode Island for over 40 years. I have the privilege of reviewing traffic and the Meridian 120 project. The traffic findings specific to the Meridian 120 projects include the following: tentative map G, the effects on existing streets and highways; special use permit C, there are or will be adequate infrastructure to support the proposed development; special use permit D, the proposal adequately mitigates traffic impacts and provides a safe pedestrian environment. Nearly 20 years ago, when the Mortons and Garson Development Standards Handbook was created, traffic was a major concern to residents. There were two criteria established to address these concerns. Number one, any impacts to traffic, level of service, and level of congestion on the existing Verde community. And secondly, a traffic design, both interior and exterior to any development, minimizing traffic impacts on the rest of the Verde community. Paul Salegi completed a comprehensive traffic study for the Mortons and Garson nearly 20 years ago, and the following traffic improvements were built into the project. The Garson overpass would be widened. On and off ramps at Garson interchange would be improved to 2 lanes. Garson Road, Warrior Lane, and intersection improvements to 2 lanes. US 40 improvements at Somerset Drive and South Verde Road improvements to accommodate traffic from these new developments. Mortons and Garson also included trip reduction requirements. This is no longer included in the Meridian 120 plan. The goal of the traffic study completed in December of 2019 was to look at all development plan for areas 2 and 3 in Mortons and Garson. All of the recommended improvements are necessary to accommodate the planned development. Note the promised improvements from the Mortons and Garson Development Standards Handbook were validated in the report. Excuse me, none of the promised improvements from the Mortons and Garson Development Standards Handbook were validated in the report. The Verde Community Council engaged LSC Transportation Consultants to complete a peer review of the December 2019 traffic study, looking at apples to apples data. On the left is data from the December 2019 study, completed by Mr. Salegi. On the right side of the slide are ADTs using the ITE recommended methodology and included in the peer review from LSC Transportation Consultants. You will know that there is a difference of 4,253 ADTs for this one portion of data alone. And that's not all the traffic. The peer review completed by LSC Transportation Consultants noted that the underestimation for the trips reported by Mr. Salegi alone is 16%. This is a result of the December 2019 traffic study not using the industry standard ITE for trip rates. One significant finding from the December 2019 traffic study is that, amazingly, the traffic counts used to develop the existing traffic volumes were not included. In discussions with traffic engineers, November is typically avoided as a month to complete a traffic study. During November of 2019, when data was obtained, it was an extremely snowy month in Reno, with 32.5 inches of snow as compared to an average annual snowfall of 22 inches per year.
Anne, I apologize interrupting your presentation, and I will pause your time for this. Are you presenting a PowerPoint at this time?
I'm in Keynote.
Okay.
So yes.
So the reason that we ask is that if you would like to share your screen through Zoom, then we can look at your PowerPoint or your Keynote.
Okay, I would love to. Sorry.
That's all right. I felt like you were looking at something that you would like us to see as well.
I am so sorry.
That's all right. So you should see a button to allow you to share.
Yes. Thank you.
Perfect.
Can I come back?
You can, I think we're good because council does have a copy of this. It's uploaded to the record, so you can just pick up right where you left off and we'll continue with your PowerPoint.
Thank you. So let's go on. Okay. The criteria for the traffic established, these are the developments planned, right, improvements with development that were promised from the agreement, trip reduction requirements that are in Mortenson Garson, the traffic study from 2019 by Mr. Salegi. Here are my apples to apples comparisons. Mr. Salegi's are on the left for his ADTs. The peer review completed by LSC using the ITE recommended methodology is on the right-hand side. And again, there's a difference of 4,253 ADTs for this data alone. Here's the peer review. It just discusses that the trip underestimation in the report from Mr. Salegi is at least 16% because of the ITE methodology not being utilized. And then here we have in November of 2019, when it was completed, the traffic study was, there were 32.5 inches of snow compared to an average annual snowfall of 22 inches a year. So it was a really, really snowy time. So thank you very much. Stating that 100% of trips from a town center and school generation is improbable. Those are not going to be 100% internal trips. Employees, buses, and students will be arriving from outside of Mortenson Garson. In terms of the traffic study, this results in both an overestimating of internal trips and underestimating of external trips. So Boomtown's nearly 30 acres of undeveloped land are excluded from the December 2019 traffic study. With Verde Crossing currently in the pipeline for development approval, this is a significant oversight. As you'll note, the proposed truck stop alone would generate over 3,500 ADTs, but that was not included in the traffic study that was submitted in December of 2019. The traffic improvements to serve the development are appropriate with many roundabouts planned. And those are all included in the December report and they're very appropriate. You'll note the conclusions from the LSC peer review. The existing traffic volumes are underestimated. The project generated traffic volumes are underestimated. Cumulative traffic volumes do not include all other potential projects in the area. This translates to the fact and really data that conclusion from the December 2019 traffic report that Garson Overpass does not need to be widened and may be completely wrong due to all of these factors. The basis for that information was really not accurate, so we can't really make a clear statement that that does not have to be widened. So what is the right thing to do? Honor the promise of Mortenson Garson. A real evaluation of traffic needs to be done. It needs to be free of conflict of interest. We need to evaluate the Garson Overpass. And again, that really needs to be done. It's critical that NDOT be involved in this real evaluation. We also need a timeline for traffic improvements. They need to happen with the development, not after development. And lastly, we're requesting that no permits be issued until there is a cost-sharing agreement for traffic improvements. The City of Reno recognized the plan for Garson Road interchange during their 2016 community meeting as viewed on the slide. It was planned for 2023 to 2035, but now it is 2027 to 2040. Thank you for your time. Gordon Shaw with LSC Transportation Consultants is available to provide additional information and answer any questions. He is a registered professional engineer with 33 years of experience conducting traffic studies and is a principal of LSC Transportation Consultants. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Deanne. Did you have a secondary one for the second piece?
Yes, I do.
All right, you may go ahead and transition into that one.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Once again, good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the Reno City Council. Thank you for serving. My name is Deanne Radcliffe, once again, and I've been a resident of Verde for over 40 years. No changes there. I have the privilege of reviewing clustering for Meridian 120 South, Villages 1 and 2. This map denotes the underlying zoning for the Meridian 120 South, Villages 1 and 2 properties. It is LLR 1, which is 1 acre lots for edge matching, and SF 15,000. The steamboat ditch runs along one side of the property. I would like to point out that during Ms. Manzo's presentation, the second map she showed actually was from, I think, November of 2018, and it showed the incorrect zoning on that map just earlier tonight. So it noted SF9 when really the zoning is SF 15,000. When the Meridian 120 South Villages 1 and 2 project was submitted in 2017, there was an error, and it was assumed that the SF 15,000 area was zoned SF 9,000. This project was denied by the Reno City Planning Commission. So in response to the denial, the developer went back to the drawing board to revise their project to conform with the required zoning. What did they come up with? As you see, the development plan remains the same. So, how did we get here? In 2004, the City of Reno changed the zoning from SF 9,000 to SF 15,000 because it was determined to not be compatible with the existing area. This change represents a 40% decrease in density, and less impacts follow decreased density. I want to reinforce that the SF 9,000 zoning was not compatible with the surrounding area, which are 1 acre or larger lots. Here is documentation from the City of Reno in 2004, noting the change from SF 9,000 to SF 15,000 for the area. As you can see, it is the same plan with a new name, Cluster Development. What does Reno Municipal Code stipulate regarding cluster development? One of the following requirements needs to be met. Number 1, the natural area being preserved includes features such as wetland, creek, or strand of trees. Or number 2, the area will be landscaped and developed with significant amenities. Additionally, clustering is only allowed in the Hillside Development Code. There are slopes greater than 15% on only 8.6% of the site. And as you will note in the application for the project, the applicant acknowledges that this project is not considered a hillside development. What is the applicant's response? The steamboat ditch is being preserved? No. The irrigation ditches are being preserved? No. They want to put these underground in a pipe. The major drainage way is being placed in the 1 acre lot. Additionally, the 30 feet trail easement along the steamboat is a requirement. None of these reasons ring true about clustering. As you'll note, all land available for development has homes placed on it. Clustering specifics from Reno Municipal Code. The code allows for a 15% reduction in lot size. The lots in Meridian 120 Villages 1 and 2 have an average lot size representing a 23% decrease in zoning. This is not compliant with Reno Municipal Code. Is the project compliant with Reno Municipal Code? In summary, no. The project does not meet either requirement, natural area being preserved, or an area that will be landscaped and developed with significant amenities. The steamboat trail is required. The major drainage way is in the 1 acre lot. Additionally, the major drainage way is being disturbed and there is no restriction placed on it. Against the request of steamboat ditch water rights holders, the irrigation ditches are being proposed to be placed underground. So lot size has no impact on them. No, Meridian 120 clustering is not compliant with Reno Municipal Code 18.08.202. SUP finding A, the proposed use is compatible with the existing surrounding land uses and developments. This clustering is not compatible with the surrounding area, which are 1 acre or larger lot sizes. On March 10th, 2004, the Reno City Council recognized this and changed the lot size to a minimum of 15,000 square feet. The area is a groundwater recharge area. The applicant has acknowledged this and requires less impervious surface, and the clustering increases the impervious surfaces. The clustering is a guide to get a denser development. SUP finding C. There are adequate services and infrastructure to support the development. No. You've heard from my fellow appellants that this finding cannot be made. SUP finding B. The project is in substantial conformance with the master plan. No, this project is not shovel ready. The services are not there. It is tier 4 for development. Clustering brings many benefits, including preservation of open space and amenities. Unfortunately, in this case, cluster development is being used to gain approval of a project at the expense of the existing community and to the sole benefit of the developer, which is antithetical to the very purpose of a cluster development in the first place. To summarize, should clustering be allowed for Meridian 120 Villages 1 and 2? No. The city already determined that SF 9000 is not compliant with the existing area. It is not in compliance with Reno Municipal Code 18.02.202, and it does not comply with Reno Municipal Code regarding lot size reduction of up to 15%. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your presentation, Deanne. At this time, we will transition to our last appellant of the evening, which is Andy Durling, representing the applicant. This time, Mr. Durling, we will unmute you on our end. You may share your screen and control your slides from your computer.
Thank you very much. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can. You may begin.
Well, thank you very much, members of the council. For the record, Andy Durling with Wood Rogers, representing the applicant. Before you tonight, as has been shared, are 3 separate tentative maps coupled into a few different phases or villages. So villages 1 and 2 is one map in the red. That consists of 13 1-acre lots and 62 clustered SF15 lots. The SUP for the cluster development was submitted due to a mapping error that was in the city of Reno's zoning maps for over 15 years that had it improperly zoned as SF9. And so the SF15 zoning allows for 76 residential lots in there. We're only asking for 62 in a clustered fashion in order to pull the development away from the steamboat ditch, which is the black line here on the south side of the property. Villages 3 and 4 are clustered townhomes. They're triplex product. Village 3 is one type of product. Village 4 is another. Village 3 has 2-story homes or triplexes in there. Village 4 has some 3-story elements to kind of a lofted living space in some of them. This is the subject, Villages 3 and 4 is the subject of our appeal. Specifically, what was found by the Planning Commission, it was a 4-3 vote against, where really the only thing that was noted was the density, that it was more than 100 units, and we feel that is a wrong assessment of this. The 100-unit threshold in their arterial commercial is just a threshold by which special use permits are triggered, not necessarily or not at all a limit on the density. Actually, in code, AC zoning has no density limits. It just has thresholds for when projects of certain size and scope need to be reviewed by the Planning Commission. So with this, we feel it is an appropriate density and intensity given the surrounding uses such as Cabela's, Boomtown, and other smaller single-family zone lots to the north and south. Villages 5 and 6 is 261 lots and also contains special use permits for cut fills, major drainage way, and hillside development. The zoning on this, just to give you an idea, the arterial commercial for villages 3 and 4, village 5 is zoned SF9, and village 6 is zoned SF6. In Morganton-Garson Overlay District, there's a requirement for site analysis to determine developable areas. There are a number of different metrics that are identified in code that we must assess to determine where the developable areas are. We look at the major topographic conditions, geological and soil conditions, hydrology, plant and animal habitats, view sheds, hillside conditions, and slope analysis, all to determine the developable areas, which are identified in the green dashed lines on the exhibit. Everything else are the other aspects, whether it's slopes, drainage ways, and other of those site analysis features. One of the major things when Village 1 and 2 in particular was before you last, we were sent back, one, to look at the projects more comprehensively with all of the development that we had, but also really the main feature was that this area was served by a private water system, West Reno Water, and TUMWA was not the water purveyor at that time, even though we were designing subdivisions to TUMWA standards. Fast forward 2 years, TUMWA has now acquired that system on the backs of the applicant. They were the facilitator for that acquisition. In that acquisition, TUMWA committed to serve the lower pressure zone. The lower pressure zone is effectively villages 1, 2, 3, and 4, and a small portion of village 5. Any future extensions into 5 and 6 will likely require surface water mains, which are planned by TUMWA. In fact, at the Planning Commission hearing for this item, John Enlow with Turkey Meadows Water Authority was questioned on this matter, and it's in your minutes on the record for this case tonight. He said that, in fact, they are planning to extend their surface water main across the Truckee River and connect into the West Reno water system. That project, again, back in February when he testified, was going to bid very soon. It is our understanding that that bid has been approved and actually the contract has been let, so that work will be completed per his words in the next year. So in the next year, prior to any of these homes coming online, you will have a surface water connection to the West Reno water system. And Mr. Enlow testified that in the winter months, it would predominantly be served by surface water, and only they would turn on the wells in the summertime during peak irrigation season. You heard testimony about fire in the Morganton-Garson Overlay District. When this was annexed back in the early 2000s, the requirement for fire service was for the first map on this side of the I-80 to dedicate a fire station site. That 2.9 acres will be dedicated with the first map here. In addition to that, we've worked with staff to establish a fee that would be applied across all of Morganton-Garson Overlay District. Staff actually went in, looked at the number of lots, all of the commercial acreage and potential commercial square footage, and came up with a fee of $1,608 per unit that would help to fund a fire station in the future. In addition to that, we are providing secondary access in a couple of different ways. There's a condition, number 8, that addresses this. For the first villages 1, 2, and 3, which are approximately 255 lots, they will be served by a single access that is the divided access from the interchange and then going to the first intersection in each subdivision. Once we get to the 256th lot, we will have to provide a remote secondary access. We have a couple of options for that. The first option would be to look at a small emergency access road that connects into a way station on Interstate 80. And then long-term in the Morganton-Garson Planning Area 3, there is a plan to have access all the way down to Felicity Ranch Road. That easement we have procured from the adjacent property owner. Additionally, the units out here, the homes out here will be fire sprinklered until that fire station is built. When you sent us back, you wanted to look at this comprehensively. Obviously, we can't bring forward tentative maps that are not associated with our property. And so, but what we were able to do is bring forward a comprehensive traffic study to assess future traffic demands. Now, we have 621 lots, which are shown on your screen. We analyzed all of the residential development to the south of this in the Santera parcels, as well as everything that was known to be happening on the north side. So everything that would be contributing to that Boomtown Garson interchange there. The result of the study, and mind you, in Morton Garson, when this went through the settlement back in the early 2000s, this area has a higher threshold for traffic mitigation than anywhere else in the city. This has a required policy level of service of C, whereas elsewhere in the city it's typically D. So we analyzed it to a higher level of service than you would typically see. That analysis identified a couple of different intersections that would need to be improved. One will be the off-ramps, the south side of the interchange, these on-ramps will have a roundabout. And then in the future, with the Santera build out, there would be the need for an additional roundabout. It's not necessary for our development right now, but we will set aside a right-of-way for that future roundabout in the future. Additionally, has come up pedestrian and bicycle access in the area. The existing bridge does not have, over I-80 does not have sidewalks or bike lanes. We feel like this was addressed in Morton Garson. This was known as a constraint, and so there is an alternative route that has been proposed. There's an existing tunnel underneath of I-80, and we have condition number 15 that requires us to make this connection up to the sidewalk system at the north side on Boomtown Garson Road. So we've got a trail system and sidewalks that would connect to this. There's also a requirement for a trailhead and a small parking lot here that would serve as the pedestrian and bike access in the future. In our opinion, and the opinion of other transportation professionals, this is a much safer route than putting pedestrians or bikes on the overpass. One of the other things that came up during this project, as it's, in the last 3 years as we've been working through this, is general storm drainage in the area. The area is prone to flooding primarily due to the steamboat ditch. The steamboat ditch traverses it's almost the entire property from west to east, as shown in the blue dashed line here. We now have an agreement in place, and I think the comment was made before. We had a lot of different agreements that were in the works. TUMLA, fire fees, and steamboat ditch is one of those as well. All of those agreements are now ratified and in place. The agreement with the ditch company establishes the improvements that will happen to the ditch access road, which will serve as a bicycle and pedestrian trail, and also fix some of the low points in the ditch profile. We will then provide culvert crossings and drainage way crossings to take storm water out of the ditch that is just coming off of those drainages to the south of us. And we will provide relief structures to alleviate surge flows in the existing drainage ways. The existing condition out here, effectively the ditch as it enters our land on the west end, enters it full in heavy storm events. And any additional flows that come off the hillside into the ditch lead to overtopping and breakouts in uncontrolled locations. What our solutions are is based on our modeling efforts. We understand now the capacity of the ditch, and we will be designing relief structures, both to be reviewed by the ditch company's engineer and require their approval, as well as City of Reno engineers for their approval. We will look to control flows and limit the ditch level and limit the breakouts, control the breakout locations.
Mr. Durling, Mr. Durling, I'm sorry, your 10 minutes are up, and I apologize. I thought we were giving a little bit of warning, but I just need to hold you to the very close 10 minutes because the other applicants have had the same limitations. And so I'm going to, if there are questions from council, it may require you to go into those things, but we'll transfer now back to the clerk and remind us where we are at this point in time in the evening.
Mr. Vice Mayor, at this time, we will be transitioning to council questions, and they will be permitted to ask questions of any of the applicants, the appellants, or staff at this time.
Okay, let's start. Again, if everyone could raise their little blue hands. It looks like Councilmember Jardin, you're first out of the box.
Thank you very much, and I'm going to try to respect everybody's 3, 3, 1 here. This is a very complex issue with lots of moving parts. And first off, I want to thank all of the neighbors and Arlo and staff. This has been a long road to this point. I know we've had a lot of neighborhood meetings with regards to that entire area, and they've been very productive meetings. And I think everybody understood that There would be landing spots that everybody wouldn't always agree on, but there was good faith efforts and very respectful dialogue, and I appreciate that that has carried through to tonight as well. So just thank you to everybody involved. I did want to just touch on a couple of the main things that, and we'll get back into some of the details, and then I will get into some additional proposals and requests. Question I have here tonight is with regards to police service. Can staff speak to the police letter and any things that have transpired since the receipt, I think, of that February, if I'm reading it right, February 4th letter from Mac Benzon and the police impact fee? Any updates on that?
Sure, I can handle that. This is Arlo. So the letter itself, you know, definitely acknowledged the need for additional police services in this area, but also noted the significant property tax revenue that development in the area will be providing and generating. And effectively, that's how we provide police services, with tax revenue. So the revenue from the development will fund the additional staffing. In terms of facilities, since that letter was done, the City Council adopted a citywide police impact fee system. And this development project, as with all the others, will be paying into that impact fee system. So that impact fee was calculated to cover the proportion of our future police facilities that are attributable to new growth, which is essentially the maximum allowed under state law. So those two items address the police issue question.
Thank you very much. And I do want to thank you, Arlo, and the appellant, we'll just call them the AA, I guess, because they're both the applicant and the appellant, for the issues of allowing the community, not only allowing, but requiring that the community be involved before final map on a lot of the details. I know that there was a lot of work that we've done on, as an example, West Meadows out in this community, and we worked on a lot of the details, and then some of the follow through or guarantee that some of those details were completed didn't necessarily happen or happen to the degree that the neighbors had believed they would or expected. And this really does ensure that. And I'm sure at some point you'll put up on the screen some of the meat on that sandwich that you have put pen to paper to ensure that you are the overseer of those meetings and make sure that they happen. A couple of things that stand out to me that I'll be wanting to see as we move forward, in addition to the already agreed upon modified conditions, is condition number 7 with regards to the fire impact fee. I agree that this $1,608 should not be refundable to the developer if it does not go to the construction of a fire station. And I have some language here that I can read into the record when we get to that point. But that needs to be retained by the city and used in community development and fire services in facilities or equipment in this area, and not refunded to the developer if it doesn't come to fruition. The other thing is the...
What about the other shortfall?
I'm sorry? Sorry, I heard somebody. And also that prior to the recordation of any final map, the applicant should have plans approved to construct and provide the public access along a 6-foot wide temporary pedestrian and bicycle path extending from the sidewalk improvements within each final map to existing sidewalk infrastructure on the north side of Interstate 80. The path shall be constructed with compacted decomposed granite, asphalt, or alternate all-season surface material. Temporary path shall remain in place until the permanent sidewalk and trail facilities provide connection between sidewalk and existing sidewalk on the north side of I-80. This is to say this needs to go in at least with DG, compact DG at the outset, not waiting until, I can't remember what it was, villages 3 or 4 that it said. And then prior to the recordation of the final maps for Village 1 and 2, there needs to be something that says if the neighbors to the 1 acre matching lots wish to have some sort of landscaping as a buffer or shield from their property line, that they should be involved in the selection and confirmation that this HOA, landscaping requirement, should they want it, be implemented so that they do get some of that privacy if they want it. Now, should they not want it because they want to conserve water, then that's a different story. And then finally, the unimproved secondary access road needs to go in within the first final map. It doesn't need to wait till the 256th home being built. It can go in again like we do with construction projects. It goes in as a kind of a temporary road until it gets paved over. But this needs to go in at the 250. It needs the DG road needs to go in at the outset, and then the paving can maybe come in for the permanent road at the 256. But that secondary access is really important for fire. So that's it for my first round. Thank you.
Okay, do any other council members have any questions? Councilmember Breckus.
Thank you. I was confused about this 17-acre land outside of the subject site that's going to be given to the city to maintain. What is that about?
Councilmember Breckus, are you talking about the wildlife corridor proposal?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I had the same question, so thank you. Mr. Stockham?
This was an offer submitted by the applicant a couple days ago. A lot of the discussions that we've had, wildlife concerns have been a big topic, in particular the deer population out there. So this is kind of a piece of the wildlife mitigation plan that would be fully fleshed out before final maps. But there's some property across the freeway from the project that is partially sloped and partially not. Essentially, they're offering not to dedicate that piece, but a wildlife easement so that it could be used for wildlife purposes and restricted in that manner. You may be aware a lot of what the Department of Wildlife has been doing for wildlife involves the road crossings. That's the biggest hazard to the deer population. There's a new overpass out in the Wells area, if you've driven to Salt Lake lately, and that allows the deer to cross the freeway without battling traffic. And this would essentially provide the land to do something similar at some point in the future. They've also, agreed to put some of their on-site property to either give it to Reno or our designee, also for wildlife purposes. So it's kind of part of a larger wildlife plan that's called for in the condition of approval. Really, the majority of the highest value deer habitat is on the adjoining property, the Santera property. That's where if you go up there, you'll often see the deer. So the wildlife plan needs to be coordinated between both parties, and the condition calls for that. But this land was kind of offered up as an additional concession, even though it's not part of the development project, to help with the overall goal of wildlife.
And Mr. Stockham, can we see that on a map? I don't know. And Mr. Durling, you look like you're raising your hand. Are you trying to raise your hand to answer this question of Councilmember Brekkis's?
Yes, if you guys can hear me, yes, we were hoping to kind of chime in since it was our offer and give a little bit of backstory to that if you'd like.
Can you show us on a map, Mr. Durling? Because as I understood the offer, there were two parcels. So there was the 17-acre parcel, and I apologize, my handwriting I can't read, but I think it's 120-23 for an APN. But there's a second parcel.
Yes.
Okay, maybe this will explain it. And Councilmember Brekkins, I'm not removing this from your time. I'm just giving you the opportunity to ask this important question.
So as Arlo shared, last week, he conducted a small neighborhood meeting with the neighbors to kind of see if there was any kind of last things that we could see, that we could do, to help them feel better about this project. And one thing that came out of that was chance reading with the Burbank Community Council and put together a pretty well thought out wildlife framework, if you will, a plan, kind of an outline for a plan. And while a lot of it, addressed land to the south of us, which is not our property, but as Arlo said, the Santero property, what was identified on our land was this desire to see a crossing in this location, a wildlife crossing in this location. And so we were already dedicating a 5-acre future park site here. It's part of a larger 17-acre parcel that's in this location. So to help facilitate that vision for the Bird Eye Community Council, we're willing to dedicate all 17 acres to the city or their designee for wildlife habitat area and that future crossing. That crossing to the north side is also land over here. Sorry, it's not a very large scale map. But there's land over here that's at the end of the approved and under construction Meridian North project, also owned by Reno Land. And so we would be offering an easement over there. So not a dedication of the land. So it's not something that the city has to worry about maintaining, but an easement for that crossing in the future. It's zoned UT40, so it's very low density that's allowed over there. And so we're just trying to kind of help facilitate that vision for that future crossing here.
I guess my response to that, and it raises another issue of parks, because I didn't see a condition related to parks. So that future map living on these tentative map approvals is kind of begs what, because it's not part of a lot, it's not anything addressed in a condition, is, it's a noble thought to want to make accommodations for the wildlife. These 3 tentative maps can't do a whole lot to a whole area, but I'm afraid it's sticking the city with this responsibility of building this and having this crossing. And this is already going to be difficult land to serve, and to put in this extra added obligation on us, I think it either needs to be put onto the development right now, if it's an issue or not. If it's not, it's not. And it sounds like it was. And I also think that this delay of a plan to a tentative is not a normal tentative mapping process, because usually at a tentative map, when rights are vested to file finals, you don't have a lot of details like a plan. Everything's out the door. So I am troubled about that. Let me ask my next question. Is this a project of regional significance when you merge all 3 tentatives together, like we have assembled them into one project tonight?
I'm not sure if that's a question for me or for Arlo. I can answer.
Whoever knows the Nevada revised statute language related to projects of regional significance.
It is not. It's 3 separate tentative maps. None of the 3 tentative maps trigger project of regional significance, and furthermore, as a collective, it's 621 lots. 625 lots is the threshold for project of regional significance. So either way you slice it, no, it does not.
So it just got put down 4 below a project of regional significance. Can someone address this issue of the clustering and the zoning differential from the SF15 to the SF9 that some of the appellants mentioned?
Yes, Councilperson Breakfast, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Great. Heather Manzo, Associate Planner for the record. To answer your question also on, in addition to what Andy addressed as far as the PRS goes, the Mortensen-Garson Overlay District contemplates the build out of this area in total. And so development that's in accordance with the MGOD would not trigger any additional reviews for a PRS at this time. And may I ask, what was your other question was about the cluster request?
Yeah, was it on SF15 land or SF9 land?
Yes, so if you can see the map that Andy has on his presentation right now, villages 1 and 2. The light yellow is the 1 acre lot minimums. Those are meeting the density requirements for that zoning district, the property that is zoned SF15, so the interior portions that are the darker yellow, those were, and I think Deanne may have had that in her presentation, when council approved the zoning map amendment for this area in the early 2000s, it was originally proposed and approved by Planning Commission to be zoned SF9. However, during the council action, the zoning was modified from SF9 to SF15. However, our maps reflected an error for many years and just recently was corrected based on the adopted ordinance. And so, as Mr. Durling had mentioned, when this went to Planning Commission and City Council in 2017, there was still a map error at that time. However, staff was able to make all of the findings at that time based on the design that was proposed, and evaluating the proposal, the fact that SF9 design on this location will actually create a larger open space area that can be dedicated to undeveloped areas that will help with stormwater recharge and things of that nature. Staff was able to make the cluster development findings that are associated with this request. And so I had notes on that. So as far as a cluster development request goes, there needs to be a natural area preserved as open space. And there are some examples in the code, but it's not limiting to those specific items. And so staff did evaluate the fact that there is, you know, a real benefit to have that additional 6.5 acres as dedicated open space for, you know, drainage and stormwater and recharge, where if the project were designed at SF15 lot standards, there would be a loss of that open space where those lots could potentially have roads, concrete, additional structures, things of that nature. So staff did see the benefit in having that additional open space that really would leave that in a common area, and in addition to that, the increasing gross acreage that's dedicated to open space has been met. So all of the requirements for cluster development and for small lot design have been met by the request, and that was supported by staff and approved by the Planning Commission. Just, I know that was a little long. Did that help?
Yeah, if I could just follow up with a clarification of understanding, and then I'll let it go around.
Yeah, no problem, but just understand Councilmember Dewar has been waiting patiently, so if you could keep it very quick.
If I could just clarify my understanding,
yes.
Is this property was zoned SF9, and at one point it was asked to be zoned SF15, and the Planning Commission recommended that, but the council did not take action, so it remained SF9. Or no, it was, can you repeat that again?
Well, let me try. It's, the zoning is SF15. The SF9 was a mapping error in the past. It was previously zoned SF9, but it's properly zoned SF15. It's been reviewed under that, and the cluster development under SF15 permits the development that's proposed in that phase.
So it was shown as SF9, and then you have some section in the code that lets staff make and clarify errors to the zoning map, and you did that.
Correct.
Okay, and you have all that backup that shows administratively how you did that, and then the zoning that you corrected it to is eligible for the cluster zoning ordinance.
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay, Councilmember Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. I want to follow up on just the thread that Councilman Breakfast was on. So, Heather, could you put up the map again? Because what I don't understand, you were talking about 6.5 acres of additional open space, but I don't see this identified. And what I'm trying to get to is what was presented to us by one of the appellants was that the clustering only applies in hillside development. And so I want to unpack that issue first. And the word unpack is probably proper here because there's I have a number of questions, but I'm just trying to hone in one by one. So can you explain this, Heather?
Yes, thank you, Councilperson Dewar. This slide represents villages 1 and 2 and the area that's requested for cluster development. And so the total of villages 1 and 2 is 53.5 acres. And as you'll see, there is no increase in density. It's just the way that the parcels are laid out on the map. And so with the design of SF15 with cluster development, because the lots are smaller, it results in a larger amount of open space that's dedicated on these maps.
Could you just use your cursor to show us where that is?
Yeah, there are multiple areas. So there's a common area C, which is a 1 acre lot that's dedicated to drainage facilities. Okay. And there is common area B along the southern portion, which encompasses a portion of the Steamboat Ditch pedestrian area, but also a larger portion that is going to be undeveloped and retained naturally.
Like where? Just give us a clue. Where is that?
So it's on the southern portion.
Right, I got that, but you said plus another area.
Yeah, so the Steamboat Ditch boundary is this smaller set of lines along this area here. And common area B actually encompasses this whole area. So it's a lot greater of an area than just the Steamboat Ditch area.
Right, so is the Steamboat Ditch, I'm sorry, go ahead. There's more?
No, go ahead.
So is the Steamboat Ditch being undergrounded here?
No, it's not.
I put in a pipe, I heard that. Go ahead.
We'll defer to the applicant on what may be proposed to go underground. But as far as the existing Steamboat Ditch, it's out there, it's open today, and the Mortensen-Garson overlay district lays out a plan for developing a pedestrian corridor along the ditch. And so that's a part of this proposal, is to put that corridor in for pedestrian use.
Okay, so on that note, I heard that somebody said, maybe the Steamboat Ditch people said, that if the path was on the north side of this ditch, that they were going to have to kind of interfere with the path to do maintenance on the ditch. So I get that, because you have to do maintenance on the ditch. So was there discussion about putting the path on the south side of the ditch?
I do believe those conversations have been had, but I'm going to turn that over to the applicant to clarify.
Rather than take time, I just want to get to a few other issues because in the interest of time. One of the things that I was concerned about was this presentation about the lack of funding. So it said in a best case, they could come up with $3 million, and the total cost was going to be on the order, if I recall, $9 million. So does that mean that the city has to come up with $6 million to build and equip and staff a fire station?
Perhaps I can address this one. I was involved. Essentially, that language is modeled after the impact fee statutes, and we're looking at doing impact fees. The total cost of a new fire station is estimated at $6 million, and this was divided up between all the development areas that are outside the service territory of existing fire stations.
So my biggest concern is the timing of the development of that fire station, because it sounds like if according to the appellant, and this is where you guys have to help us, if the fee was only to be applied to units 1 and 2, it wasn't spread across, even though you're saying that. They say it wasn't identified to be spread across all of them, and it would only collect some $400,000. That's way short even of $6 million. So I'm very unclear about how the rest of the money is to be acquired. I'll just get the issues of fire out. I'm very unclear about when fire service would be provided. The one thing that concerned me on Stonegate was that they waited for and I forget the numbers now, the 200 some house before they did an X, and then 1,500th house, so they did a Y. And it was very concerning, the staging, especially in this area, which is a high hazard fire area. We already know it. I did a PSA myself right on Policy Road here about target practice, about fires that have started in this area. So I just want to make sure we fully address that issue. And lastly, on fire, when I went out there, I drove out to the bridge that is the rail was part of. There's a six locks at a gate, so that it looks like it's access for Tumwa, NV Energy, the railroad, and probably 3 others. And when I went out there 2 years ago, that gate was open and I could just drive down that road and go over that bridge. And I discussed with them the need, to the applicant, the need for multiple access points. You can't just have 2. You know, this is a big area. It's higher risk area. You have 600 some homes here. And I think it should be addressed. You know, this should be at least an emergency exit, even if it's not routinely used. So I would recommend, if we move forward, having a breakaway gate or something where you don't have to stand there and lock. You can press a code or something, go out that way. The bridge, you might have to walk your horses across if there are horses, but at least for the people on the Belli Ranch side and the phase 1 and 2 side, you know, there's another way to get out of here. That's a big concern. So on this one, I just wanted to address the fire issues and understand this pedestrian thing. And we can move on. If you want to address fire, that's great.
I'll try to answer quickly. The secondary access route, I believe that's what Councilwoman Jordan was getting at with the additional condition I think she was suggesting.
So where would it be? It was unclear.
It's planned. There's 2 routes. One would go out essentially to the truck stop along, or not the truck stop, but the little rest area along the freeway there. The other way would go down to Quilisi Ranch Road. So I think there's already a suggestion on the table to require that with phase 1. In terms of the fire station, the funding would be raised by the area in whole. This is a portion, a fairly small portion of it. It applies to villages 3 through 6. There was some confusion on it not applying to 3 and 4. That's because that project was denied, so that's what was in the decision letter. It does not apply to phases 1 and 2 because those are within the service territory of existing fire stations, and we're trying to maintain consistency whereby other projects in that same distance haven't had to pay this fee. And then in addition to the fee that we're going to be recommending for the Lucas property, the Santera property, and also properties outside the MGOD, in addition to that, this particular site and property is identified for the fire station, and they are required to dedicate that site free of charge. So they'll be dedicating the site and paying the per door fee that cumulatively will fund the fire station. And the timing of construction would be at the discretion of the city of Reno. It's a little different here because we don't have a single master developer. We're more accustomed to a PUD. This is one where we have multiple property owners and the need to essentially have a coordinated plan between them.
So let me just really quickly recap. Phase 1 and 2, or section 1 and 2 would not have a fee. Section 3, 4, 5, and 6 would have a fee. That fee, I don't know how many homes are in that section, but if there's 600 and there were 70 some, so it's like, I don't know, 500 homes or something. And so you're saying, and that would raise, I don't know, let's just say 100, I don't know, doesn't seem like it'll raise that much. So I'm just concerned
under
about.
$1 million.
What's that?
It would be, it would raise, I believe, under $1 million.
Right. That's what I just calculated too. So what, how do we make the extra $5 million? Who pays that? And the reason I ask is Stan Lucas, we denied at a previous meeting, so there is no Stan Lucas. So,
well, presumably they'll come back. Lucas, if they come back, would pay. The Santera project is really the biggest of them all. They have 1,500 units allocated to them. They would also be paying. And I also want to point out that condition number 7 also has a clause that these fees will be recalculated with each final map. So if in fact they get to a final map and Stan Lucas is not real or becomes open space, they can be recalculated on that basis. Also, if we get a bid to build the fire station and it comes in a little higher, that would be recalculated at each final map.
And later on, not now because I want to go back to whoever wants to speak, but just later on maybe address this other access out, emergency access, because I think there should be more than 2. I appreciate what you said, but thank you.
And I also see Chief Cochran on the line if he wants to add anything or anyone has questions for him.
And maybe we should hear from the public. I'm going to probably reserve further comment.
Well, Councilmember Breck has raised her hand, and I know has been patient, so I want to come to her, and so I'll do that now. and I'll give the fire chief an opportunity to speak if that's what he'd like to do. It might address at least the one question that you've had about the cost, Councilmember Dewar, and also about the access. So Councilmember Breckus, and I think this is
Yes.
technically your second time, or is this, I don't remember, I'm so sorry. So the floor is
Yeah,
yours.
well, yeah. Well, you know, I want to make a point about the our rules. The consolidation of 3 tentative maps and sticking to the rule that we have of 331, although it can be waived by the chair or the discretion of the vote of the body, I think does keep this item from having the full consideration and discernment by the council that it requires. So I want to get on that procedural concern of abbreviated analysis if it goes to that point. But could Ms. Monzo put on that that cluster map that Ms. Dewar was asking about? Because I was very intrigued by that. I'm still stuck on that issue before I move on to others. And yeah, that one. So in the blue, oh, it just disappeared. In the blue there, that's the area that was clustered?
That's correct.
But that's a subset of one tentative map, correct?
That is one of the villages of one of the requests, and that area is the SF15 portion of the property.
I guess that's part of my concern about this deliberation, and I'll say Mr. Durling, I think, phrased it most correctly in identifying these as tentatives, because, you know, we're working in tentative and, you know, tentative map platting, they call it, and villages is not a consideration. Maybe it's a phasing or something else or a marketing name, but I just wanted to question, I've never seen one tentative map have a subpart of it clustered. Does the ordinance allow you to cluster one subset of a tentative map?
Maybe I can help. There may be confusion by the blue outline. That's not outlining the entire tentative map. That's outlining the portion of it that's being developed. The tentative map also includes the area to the south labeled Common Area B, which is also largely designated SF15. So there's this 6.5 acres of SF15 land that's being allocated to open space, and the blue outline here is the area that's being allocated to the smaller lot sizes to offset the open space.
But lots 1 through 13 shown on here are part of this tentative map and are going through the tentative map process within this?
They're in Village B, and it's a different zoning district. So the cluster is on the SF15 zoning, which is what's outlined here. There's no clustering of the LLR1 development. Those are 1 acre lots, standard platting under that zoning.
But they're all within the same tentative map, is that correct? You have a tentative map that has some mixed zoning in it, is that correct?
They're within the same application.
No, I want to know, are they in the same tentative map, yes or no?
I don't know, Heather, do you have the technical answer to that?
Yes, all of these lots are contained under one tentative map application. And it is pretty customary for development to have multiple zoning districts all under one application. So this is not an unusual request.
But I've never seen, and I just want to ask, I've never seen within one tentative map some lots subject to clustering and then the rest of the tentative map not subject to clustering. I've never seen that before. Can you give me an example of that going on before somewhere else?
Yeah, off of Stead Boulevard, I believe it was called Stead 40. Some of it was zoned mixed use, and some of it was of a single family character, I believe. And that did have a portion that was requested under a special use permit for cluster, while other areas did not require that.
In a tentative, okay. And then I do want to ask about Steamboat Ditch and the modeling of Steamboat Ditch. Steamboat Ditch is of tremendous concern in portions of Ward 1 where it goes through. And I'm just wondering if the hydrological modeling took Steamboat Ditch all the way out to, you know, to the boundaries of Ward 1 where we've seen some property damage in high water years. And I also want to state that someone said, and I think it might have been one of our staff, that the concern when the council remanded this one tentative map back down to the Planning Commission was about water purveyor, and that's not my recollection. I think that was on the north meridian way back when, but I do recall when we had concern here, the preeminent concerns of mine, which I still don't see addressed, were the hydrological issues. That's why I'm asking about how far they muddled down Steamboat Ditch, and the overpass, which if I get a chance to ask some other questions, I will ask about the CIP on that. But how far did we model down Steamboat Ditch in this new, I mean, it's putting water into Steamboat Ditch, right?
I'd like to defer that to the applicant.
Do we have any technical staff of our own who's read their materials and can tell me what their materials say? I sometimes like to start with staff in my inquiries.
I do believe we have engineers on the phone.
Mr. Durling?
Mr. Vice Mayor, we do have Mike Michelle from Community Development available. If that is someone who would be appropriate to answer, we can move him over. And also Mr.
My question is really, yeah. My question is directed to him.
Okay, hold on a second, because we have to move people into the hosted side of the site in order to keep them available to answer your questions. So give us 1 second. The screen is glitching on our end. Give us 1 second. Mr. Michel, are you there?
Mike, you might be muted.
Hello, it's Mike.
Hi, Mike.
You're good.
Your mic is live now.
Hi. Yeah, I think that question is better addressed to the applicant's engineer, Jenny, as far as how far downstream that ditch is modeled.
Did you review their materials though?
You know, it's been a while ago, Jenny, actually.
Okay, I'll let him answer.
Yeah.
Thank you. Can you guys hear me? Yes.
Yes, Mr.
So I'm going to Kerry Chisholm, the project engineer, is in the room with us here, so I'll let him address that.
So when we looked at the Steamboat Ditch, we only modeled the stuff in our property. That's the only thing we have control over. Any improvements we make to the Steamboat Ditch, though, will have a domino effect on everybody downstream of the ditch. But you got to remember, this ditch is hung on the side of a mountain with square miles of drainage draining to it. So you have limited capacity to improve that situation, especially our limitation is this is the property we own and we have the right to make improvements to. We worked with Steamboat Ditch. Part of our conditions is to go through multiple review process to make sure that the design and improvements we've established for Steamboat Ditch will improve the flooding situation that you see crossing our property. But the tertiary benefit to that is the reduction of flows that we create on our property will have a benefit to the downstream properties for a certain distance. What that distance is, we don't know, because there's, like I said, miles of drainage that drain to that ditch that's on the side of the hill.
And
Hopefully that answers your question as best I can.
yeah, I mean, that does not help me with the finding of environmental considerations because it's broad finding. And I recall in the first time we had this tentative map before us, there was some showing of some open channels that more or less went into the highway right-of-way, which, you know, is open channels into a highway right-of-way. But it is a place to go. And I'd rather see if Steamboat is proved to be a problem and modeled all the down way, which I know it's a problem because I've seen the damage and we're putting more into it. I would have called for specifications to put it into that other location off and through the property. And so that is a concern for me to make that finding.
Councilwoman Breckus, that's where the water goes today. So we're continuing the existing drainage pattern, which is required by hydrology law. We perpetuate the existing drainage patterns. So NDOT already has an existing drainage ditch along their entire right-of-way that is sized to accommodate the drainage from this property. Our requirements are we cannot increase those flows. As we know, this area floods. We're not going to be decreasing the flows from the upstream property, which is left in its natural state, but we are detaining and reducing the flows that are being increased by our development. So we're perpetuating and controlling the uncontrolled condition now to improve the situation that exists today. But we have the right, and it's standard drainage law, that we maintain the existing drainage pattern. So NDOT's ditch along their right-of-way is already designed to accept these historic flows. They fall into the same requirements.
Okay, but our tentative map findings of environmental, I got to look at it, degradation are a concern to me if I'm hearing that we're using Steamboat and we're not modeling it down into other areas.
Just a point of correction on that, the Public Works Design Manual does not allow us to put stormwater into Steamboat Ditch, so that would not be the case. What you have going into Steamboat Ditch is native flows coming off the hillsides, which we are along our property line where we have control. We are, taking the flows out where we can and controlling them within the ditch so that they're not overtopping in an uncontrolled manner. So we're doing everything we can along our property line or along the ditch within our property that we could do in accordance with the City of Reno's Public Works Design Manual and, as Mr. Chisholm said, Nevada State drainage law.
Okay, thank you. We're going to come back to the body. Hold on one second when we get the screen up. Councilmember Dewar, you're next.
I'll just ask a kind of a 1-minute question. It's a follow-up to this. I was going to bring it up before Councilwoman Breckus, but when 1 and 2 were before us before, one of the major issues we talked about that the residents were really concerned about was flooding. And what we asked the applicant to go back and look at drainage improvements that they could make to convey the water down to I-80, down to those drainage areas. And I don't think, from what I just heard, that happened. I think you guys are saying it's not required, and we didn't do it, and it would probably cost too much money. You didn't say that, but that's how I'm reading what you said. So I just wanted to confirm that, and then we can go to maybe public comment. Is that correct?
The design that we prepared, Ms. Dewar, shows a decrease in runoff through our property to the downstream existing residences.
So and is downstream north of your project or
north,
east of your project?
North.
Okay.
And if I can share the screen to get back to our presentation, I do have a slide that shows the hold on one second.
Well, I don't want to spend a lot of time on this. You answered my question, and so I just, in the interest of time, I just want to move on, I think, to public comment, and I think you've addressed it.
We do have effectively, we do have a reduction in the amount of stormwater going off of our property to the neighbors to the north. There is a decent amount of reduction in the 100-year flood inundation area over there, so that the improvements we're making are making it better for the neighbors to the north.
Okay, well, I hope that they will speak to that. Thank you.
Councilmember Breckus, this is your last go around.
Okay, I want to bring up a point that was brought up about the MGOD and the overpass. And I guess at one point there was a requirement that the overpass be rebuilt, or was it widened and then that dropped out? How does that, who did staff mention that, or who mentioned that?
If I may, Councilperson Breckus, Heather Manzo, Associate Planner. So I think in maybe Deanne's presentation, one of the appellants had noted that there was a time horizon for improvements to the Boomtown Garson Bridge. And where that came from is the RTC's RTP. So there is in the out years, there is a line item for potential improvements to that bridge. However, they still remain in the out years because they have not been prioritized forward. And Mr. Salegi or Andy can clarify as far as the traffic study goes, but the traffic study did not show that that bridge needs to be reconstructed or widened as a result of the development. The bridge is currently designed to accommodate the vehicle traffic. However, it is insufficiently wide to accommodate pedestrian and bicycle traffic, and that is why there's the alternate pedestrian and bicycle route further to the west.
Okay, I can accept that. When I came on the council in 2012, I did an extensive review of the RTP, and I saw that overpass in years. And I think as priorities shift, it's gotten pushed to out years. And that concerns me that it's in out years and it's not in years. And I also want to know, has there been any structural analysis to that overpass that anyone's reviewed at any point in time?
Yes, so we did meet with NDOT prior to taking these items to Planning Commission several months ago. And they did note that there are no structural deficiencies with the bridge today, that it can accommodate safely the traffic that it's designed for. I hope that answers your question.
Okay, it's just it's then a design thing. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Jordan.
Thank you very much. And I know the hour is getting late, and that's why I was rushing my first time around, trying to get in what I saw as some fairly significant asks, additional conditions. But I did want to ask Arlo if he, the point of having the neighbors involved after whatever happens tonight is a significant step, and not one that's been done really in the past. And I want to make sure that you, Arlo, feel comfortable in the parameters, and that the applicants are comfortable in the parameters of your guidance or the City of Reno's guidance through final map and some of these details, and they're involved. Can you speak to that?
I can. Thank you for the question. Yes, it is significant. To my knowledge, this hasn't been done in the City of Reno before. But this is, as I mentioned earlier, a very important project with very intelligent and engaged neighbors. And they expressed a real interest in seeing this through and being part of the final design. I did review the language that Heather put on screen earlier in the presentation with the applicant. They're comfortable with it. Essentially, and I give my personal commitment to those of you on the line here, that we will be doing this and it will be meaningful, and we'll make sure that the final map is consistent with approvals that may get granted, if they get granted. It also includes a notification, basically the same property owner notification that we do for a tentative map. We will do again for the final map, so you'll get a postcard in the mail to the radius. We'll send out information more broadly as well. And we will host some meetings when the time comes that we have more detailed information to review. So that is a significant one. And a lot of the concerns, most of the concerns, if not all of them, are addressed in one way or another in conditions of approval. And a lot of the concerns I heard in our discussions were, yeah, once it's written as a condition, we don't really know if it'll ever happen. We never see it again, and we may not be happy with the results. So we hope this provides a process to make sure that doesn't.
Thank you, and thank you for being creative in that regard. There will be, once we get to the point of maybe making a motion, I have, I think, 4 additional items of suggested modifications or conditions. So I'll wait till we get to that point after we hear public comment. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll transition to public comment.
Mr. Vice Mayor, transitioning to public comment at this time. I'd like to remind all of our public commenters you were afforded 3 minutes of public comment. Please address the mayor and council as a whole. Be respectful, even though you are in a digital format. There are still rules of decorum that are expected to be followed. First to speak tonight is Ian Judd, followed by Rob Judd, followed by Pam McNeil. The Judds have dropped off of the call. We will keep them in the queue if they come back on. Pam McNeil.
Was I successful?
Pam, you are very successful. I am happy to hear that you are on the line.
Thank you, Ashley, very much. This is Pam McNeil, and I just have a few items to add after listening to some of that. I changed my original notes. One of the things I wanted to comment on during the mogul hearings for that Reno Gateway Business Park, all the council people were very respectful of acknowledging that the residents are county residents and cannot vote for the council. And that really applies here, and I think it needs to be remembered. Just odd things here and there. That bicycle path is quite the subject. Planning Commissioner Marshall said that he would not go a half mile down the road to go through that path. So I doubt that children will if he will not. So that's just not an acceptable option. That bicycle path does not conform with the master plan, the connectivity issue, and 3 of the planning commissioners agreed on that. So I mean, it was a 3-4 vote on that, and it just does not go with the master plan with the connectivity. One of the other issues on that overpass that we just talked about, the 2016 and the figures, and supposed to be starting in 2000, whatever it was, it also indicated there would be private funding. And I thought all the developers were supposed to contribute to that. And the way it's going now, Sunterra has the biggest amount of properties. Are they going to be on the hook for all the funding of that? And I think that's interesting. Hours of construction, one of the conditions, it's been explained to me that there are no adopted standards for conditions of hours of construction, but this was mirroring the draft language in the Title 18 update. I think that it should be changed to say that not only no constructions on Sundays, but no constructions on holidays, because there's plenty of kids in that area, and I don't think there needs to be construction at that time. Villages 3 and 4 that were denied by the Planning Commission, Commissioner Johnson asked a myriad of questions about the density. I mean, I didn't time the amount of time that was spent on that issue, but it's a huge issue, and Mr. Durling really downplayed it. A big part of the issue is because of the zone change that was made. Hotel commercial was originally in that. It was changed to arterial commercial, which allowed the apartment buildings, but it did not allow for the dwelling units. And those dwelling units are being taken from the remainder of parcel 3. Parcel 3 does have, I don't know what the amount is, but it has a huge amount. So Sunterra is basically trading their units. Anyway, it's a big issue, and I shouldn't even started on it, but it's a big issue. It was really delved into. Open space, if that is granted as in villages 1 and 2, I think it needs to be noted that it is irrevocable, and indeed, because we all know open space can be changed by bubbles or by master plan amendment, and if that's going to be open space, it needs to stay like it is. I think I said all.
Thank you, Ms. McNeil, and thank you also for the opportunity to spend some time with you last week briefly for our tour. Madam Clerk, I'm not sure who's next in the queue.
Mr. Vice Mayor, next to speak is Chance Reading, followed by Casey Corbett. I'd like to note to those on the Zoom call, if you previously signed in indicating that you did not wish to speak, however, now you do. Now is your opportunity to raise your hand electronically. If you are on the phone, you may dial *9 in order to raise your hand. We'll make one call for public comment after this. Chance Reading, you've been unmuted and your time will begin.
Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Hi guys, I really appreciate it. My name is Chance Reading. I live out here in Verdi. I have a few things that I'd like to clear up. I'm going to kind of jump around here. No, I don't have too much time, but one of the things about the wells that we had asked that surface water be the provider at final map. And one of the reasons for that was because, only using groundwater to supplement in summer, well, that's the least time that we have the groundwater available. So I think at minimum you could say if you're going to use groundwater that we need to have a proper well mitigation program in place, because I hear a lot of numbers. The fact of the matter is, what if they're wrong? We have a lot of residents that are going to be out of water and out of wells, and we're worried about that. I did want to talk about the wildlife plan real quick. That was a plan that we came up with. So the MGOD requires a wildlife plan at tentative map, and acknowledging drainage waste in this circumstance is not adequate. This is a forest with a very rich ecosystem, tons of wildlife, and it's not just deer. I mean, there are birds, there's owls, hawks, eagles, there's bear, and one of the things I just like to say, I have to mitigate my trash every fall. I have at least one time where the bears get me. I have to handle my trash differently. I didn't see anything about acknowledgement of this, of bear boxes. There are cougars and wildcats up on that hill, and we're building in their space, so it's going to be impactful. What we asked for was a cohesive corridor, and really protection of the forest is kind of what we were trying to mirror in order to, we realize it's a big ask, but this isn't a park. It's not supposed to be even designated as open space. It's something different. It's protection of the habitat for these animals. And we are proposing a wildlife overpass, and that's not something that we want to put on the city. We're not asking for infrastructure. We're simply asking to build this plan in place so that we can possibly execute it. We would be seeking and helping with granting and funding and trying to create something that's really beautiful. That would be a proper Western Gateway entrance, to come into our state. I would like to say the ecosystem, the trees are going to be so important, especially as we move deeper into planning area 3. These migratory paths, it's almost genetic code within these animals, so you can't simply just change them and have them move. The secondary access is also a really big one because it is going to go right through what we're hoping would be a protected corridor. We realize, I think a secondary access is appropriate. A couple other things, just again to jump around a little bit. We asked for the removal of the 1 acre lots, that would really help with drainage, and that would leave that as open space, which is allowed in the MGOD. Sorry guys, and then real quick, 3 and 4 don't have the units, and we're asking that the 3,000 residential cap be respected in the MGOD. So thank you guys.
Thank you for your comments. Next to speak is Casey Corbett, followed by Carly Borchard.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You're unmuted. You have the floor.
Okay. My name is Casey Corbett. I live at 205 Deer Mountain Road. I am in strong opposition to these projects. Reno Land Development originally brought Meridian 1 and 2 forward as SF9 in 2017. They were denied at Planning Commission and then remanded back to the Planning Commission by the City Council to bring all projects at once, so that the entire scope of the project could be seen. To the error of city staff, Reno Land Development and Wood Rogers zoning, they presented this project as SF9. It is zoned SF15. The city has already changed the zoning from SF9 to SF15 back in March of 2004. Reno Land Development has no substantial justification for a special use permit for a SF9 cluster development, other than they already did a pro forma based on SF9. This is nothing more than a hoax to get max density out of this project. Let's make sure we remember there is nothing compatible with SF9 south of I-80 from State Line to the end of 4th Street in Mogul. By bringing this project together entirely separate in 3 different projects, 1 and 2, 3 and 4, and 5 and 6, This creates issues that need to be addressed in additional conditions. My first condition is for the steamboat. The steamboat is a big effect on this whole project. Basically what happens is as the steamboat comes in from state line, water from the major drainages interact with it, and the way that rural properties have been designed, or the steamboat, basically they go into the steamboat and don't exit. Well, so what needs to happen is they need to have drainage through the bottom of them, if that makes sense. Anyway, the condition for the steamboat ditch drainage infrastructure should contain specific verbiage that requires completion of all drainage infrastructure prior to the first C of O of any of the 6 projects. Explanation being all drainage infrastructure that protects overtopping and flooding in Meridian 1 and 2, Blue Heron and Belli Ranch are located in 3 and 4 and 5 and 6. If Meridian 1 and 2 is built out first and 3 and 4 or 5 and 6 are not built out, there will be absolutely no flood protection for 1 and 2. My next condition is for water. The residents of Verdi are entirely dependent upon their wells. We've heard mixed things, that they were allowed to build out a certain amount of houses before the surface water line was to be in. I thought it was roughly like 70, but I'm not exactly sure. We need a well mitigation program to protect us until we have the surface water line in. So I believe the condition for water should read, water service to the project shall be provided by the Truckee Meadows Water Authority using surface water exclusively. Groundwater will only be used in an event of a water emergency and as approved by the state water engineer. Well monitoring and mitigation program shall be established to prevent.
Thank you for your comments, Casey, as you've exceeded your time. Next to speak is Carly Borchardt, followed by Ken McNeil. Carly, you're unmuted. You may begin. Carly, we're showing that you're unmuted on our end. It also appears as if you're unmuted on yours. Carly, we're showing unmuted on both ends, but we can't hear you. If you're using a headset, you may need to unmute on your phone if you've contacted that way. We'll go ahead and keep you in the queue while you can identify tech on your end. At this time, we'll transition to Ken McNeil.
Okay, there you go.
Greetings, City Council members. Thanks for taking the time to consider these very important projects. Just real fast, that underpass that's being talked about for usage by bicycles and pedestrians, we were there the other day, and there's swallow nests in that underpass. And there, I don't know if you're familiar with the Migratory Bird Act. You're not supposed to disturb nests of migratory birds. I think that could be a problem if we've got migratory birds building nests in that underpass. But what I really want to talk about is the funding for public safety, police and fire. As part of this process, you require a very detailed report about traffic. But the report about adequate funds for public safety, it doesn't contain hardly any detail. And this is how cities get in trouble. Cities all across the country are learning that they can't afford public safety because there's not enough taxes coming in to fund public safety. And I think you should be just as detailed with the police and fire funding as you are with the traffic study. And if you're not, that's irresponsible. I'm a tax, Pam is telling me to calm down, so but anyway, I'm a taxpayer. And I don't think it's fair for me to subsidize public safety for new development. New development should pay their fair share, and it's pretty evident to me that that is not the case, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you for your comments, Ken. Next to speak is Carly Borchard, followed by Ian Judd.
Are we trying this again? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Carly, we can hear you, however, the volume is quite low.
How about now?
Slightly better.
Okay. Well, I'm going to go ahead and read through my script here. It's obviously changed listening to everything that's transpired. But there's several points that I would like to bring up, if I may. Basically, what I would like to say is that it's clear that city staff has made a valiant attempt to resolve the known issues surrounding these projects. However, 21 of the 25 conditions of approval that I've referenced are all deferred to final map. We've gone over this multiple times, so I hate to reiterate, but I think it's important. The majority of these issues do not include villages 1 and 2, and they simply don't lend reassurances that these extremely important issues are truly being addressed. The conditions as they're written and being deferred are not acceptable. These projects must be denied until these issues are resolved. If these projects do move forward, it's imperative that we get these conditions right. Now, it is our understanding that the council has 30 days to actually make a decision on or motion on these projects. So while again, I appreciate the efforts and sincerely to Arlo and city staff and so many people have put a lot of time and effort into these, we are appreciative, but the neighbors' concerns are still just not being met and these conditions are not working. So, you know, I do believe that they may be within the allowed 30 days, but we need to be able to work on them. And I don't think that this project is ready to move forward at this time. I'm going to take a couple seconds to be the one of bearer of bad news. And I hate to disclose this, but unfortunately there is a trust issue. I appreciate that Councilwoman Jardin mentioned certain past negotiations that weren't adhered to, but specifically conditions of approval have not been upheld for many years. Somerset's hillside development, the warehouse lighting up by Boomtown, wildlife mitigations, the list goes on and on. This is why we feel it's imperative to get these projects right and be sure these conditions of approval are accurate. I'm bringing this up because of confusion just within this particular meeting. Specific to the secondary access, it's now being stated that that's on Quilisi Ranch Road, which will require 2 railroad crossings, mind you, and it's very, very unsafe. If you refer to the master traffic study, it says that secondary access is going to utilize Gavika Lane, which is a private driveway and has been very misleading. And then now, of course, through the course of this meeting, that's changed. Pam was gracious enough to bring up the pedestrian bicycle. That is not going to be used. That's not going to actually happen. I love the fact that they're putting it on paper or suggesting it, but I don't see it happening. So basically, the fact of the matter is, all of these issues were negotiated 20 years ago. And it has been all of the residents' understanding that these certain negotiations were to take place when these projects got built out, yet none of them are being honored. And, you know, I understand that it's not feasible to have all the infrastructure in place at the time of build out, but we certainly expect a plan. Let's have a plan in place before approval and have some necessary timelines. You know, there's just so much ambiguity here, and we've mentioned that with Stan Lucas, we've mentioned it before. The MGOD needs some clarifications.
Thank you for your comments, Carly. At this time, transitioning to our next public comments, which are Ian Judd, followed by Rob Judd.
And Chair?
Thank you. We're trying to screen share, Ashley. I'm not seeing that option.
We will transition you to a panelist, so you'll have that option in just a minute, Deanne.
There.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
We are ready to screen share. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, so hello everyone. My name is Ian Judd. I am 14 years old and I live on Moyer Lane. I would like to talk about the proposed pedestrian access. As you can see, this is a Garson overpass, which everyone just uses to cross the freeway. The pedestrian access is a mile long, and when walking with it, add at least an extra 15 minutes out of your way. Here is a time-lapse video of me biking the proposed undercrossing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next to speak is Rob Judd.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the Reno City Council. Thank you for your service. My name is Rob Judd and I have lived in Bird for 22 years. I will be discussing the irrigation water in relation to the Meridian 120 Villages 1 and 2. The photo depicts much of the property where Meridian 120 Villages 1 and 2 will be built. I am the first house that receives water from Gate 10 on the Steamboat Ditch. I understand that the developers propose placing an irrigation water in a pipe and piping it to my property. There have been discussions to provide screening on the pipe and having the HOA flush it twice each year. I oppose these plans. I have already walked up to the ditch 3 times since our water was turned on in May to unclog the gate. The Steamboat water is not clear and free of debris and is very rich in silt. I do not agree with the irrigation ditch condition as it was approved in February of 2020. Placing the pipe underground will burden myself and my neighbors as we depend upon our water rights for irrigation of our properties. Placing the irrigation pipe underground did not work across the highway at Meridian 120 North as they did not receive their water this year. The original condition for the project and concreting the irrigation laterals within the 1 acre lots or a common area is preferred over placing the laterals underground in a pipe. This map includes easements that were included on the parcels prior to Reno Land purchasing the property. On the map following the easement is noted, it was in the green box, existing irrigation flows through the parcels will be perpetuated and that right of access for maintenance and operation will not be denied. I understand that my current access out of my back gate and to the steamboat in about 5 minutes will be eliminated. I will be forced to complete a nearly 1 hour round trip down Warrior and along the Steamboat Trail to unclog my gate. I do not feel the applicant is honoring the rights of the Steamboat Ditch water right holders. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Judd. With that, Mr. Vice Mayor, I would like to note for the record, between the letters received, emails received, and online public comment, total count for this item was 8 letters of support, 79 letters of opposition, 2 letters of concern. Those have all been submitted to council and are part of the official record. With that, Mr. Vice Mayor, we're closing your public comment period. We have no one else registered.
Okay, at this time, do any council members have any questions or comments? Start with Councilmember Breckus.
I have a question about that underpass. We have one like that in Ward 1. It goes under state-managed McCarran Boulevard, just south of Mayberry. And there is a similar culvert that people like to informally use as a trail route. And I've had conversations with state DOT officials who, when asked to go clean it out because it gets muddy from, water and silt, say, we don't clean it out to make it usable as a trail because it is for water to go under. And I'm just wondering, did this concept of making that the pathway in lieu of, making the improvements that have been contemplated on the RTP for Garson Overpass, did NDOT give thumbs up to that for that purposes?
I can address that one. Yes, this is a long-standing cattle crossing that property owners have rights of use. It's different than the underpass you referenced. It's not used for drainage. It would need to be improved for the trail facility and maintained by the applicant. I don't know that we have any here in Reno, but many communities have these underpasses under freeways. As a rider myself, it's a whole lot safer than battling traffic at a freeway interchange. So I personally prefer them to using a freeway interchange. I'm sure you're aware we've had some issues out at the West McCarran interchange with pedestrian safety. So yes, they have rights of access. Yes, they need to maintain it as a trail. It's not a drainage underpass. And we believe it's actually preferable to sidewalks on the bridge itself because they're separated from the traffic.
Well, I mean, I've seen a lot of nice overpasses that are improved. And that's when in 2012 I came on and I saw that overpass on the RTP, I thought that's going to do the job. But I want to confirm to you that NDOT has approved this for this purpose that is being conditioned.
Yeah, and the applicant might want to add, my understanding, I don't know if they've issued the final formal approval, but they've discussed it and had kind of a preliminary conceptual approval. There's a lot of right-of-way encroachments necessary. Andy could probably elaborate if there's any further approvals from NDOT necessary.
Yes, Andy Durling for the record. Actually, Carrie Chisholm has been, the project engineer has been in those conversations with NDOT. This has been discussed with them. It is not a facility. It is right now, as Arlo said, a cattle crossing that's been used. It's big enough for a pickup truck to go through. But Carrie?
NDOT's looking at that, but you gotta understand with any of these, you can't get a final approval for something without an actual application for a permit. So at this point, we don't have an entitlement. We don't have the ability to apply for a permit. But we started those discussions with NDOT. We actually, I believe Amanda may actually be attending the meeting if she wants to speak up to that, but I don't want to make any representations for NDOT. But we would be required to get a right-of-way permit to occupy area that's within their right-of-way. Currently it's built as a cattle crossing when I was originally built. So our intent is to turn it into a people crossing where we put pedestrians and bicycles under the freeway, and that's what's been shown in the Mortensen Garson plan from day one. So I think it'd be best if Amanda's on and she wants to provide any input for that.
That's okay. I mean, due to the lateness of the hour, on that specific, which, I find it as a less desirable transportation circulation than the direct ability of people to use that overpass because you want the neighborhood connectivity. I mean, I prefer it as a secondary one, but.
And I am on the call if anyone would like to ask additional questions. This is Amanda Caligari from NDOT Project Management.
Thank you, Ms. Caligari. Let me go now to Councilmember Jordan.
Thank you very much. I guess one of my questions for Arlo was, there was the comment from Pam McNeil about having no construction on Sundays or holidays. Is that something that could be worked out in some of the neighborhood meetings in the final map staff discussions?
Yes, certainly. I'm just looking at this is addressed in conditional 11.
Oh, it is.
I'm reading it right now. There shall be no construction on Sunday. It is
Okay.
written into the conditions, so that'll be required.
Okay, can you put holidays on there as well?
Certainly, if the council wants to, we can.
Okay. And I know we've got a lot of conditions on here, and when we get to the point of making my attempt to make some motions, Arlo, I'm going to be leaning heavy on you. We're in hour 16 of our council meeting, and things are getting a little foggy, so I want to make sure put you on the spot when we get to that point. I just want to make a comment. This meeting, you know, having been involved with Bird Eye and the residents out there for quite some time, I just can't thank the neighbors enough for how far we've come. And I know there's still issues. I know there's still concerns. But I value very, very much their input. And today was a perfect example just on I think the commenters we had, where one said that the lot sizes were not big enough and there was too much density, and another said we need more density with lower pricing. That was just in today. I mean, so we as a council always try to thread that needle, and I will certainly attempt to and have for some time tried to reach compromises and work towards those and find a way to yes wherever possible. But anyway, I'll get to the point of a motion, I suppose, when we're there.
Okay, Councilmember Dewar.
Okay, in light of the issues that have been brought up and Councilwoman Jordan's comment about conditions, and I'm really going back to Carly Borchart's comment about getting conditions nailed down, which I think there's been a big effort to do that. But in my 6.5 years on the council, this is where I think things have failed. Like, we leave a meeting with an understanding, we think the condition says this thing or addresses it, come to find out later, not really so much. So just really quickly, the residents brought up a number of issues that I don't think are baked, and perhaps Councilwoman Jordan can address them. But surface water, I know that the Mortons and Garson calls for surface water, and yet they're on groundwater, and there is no well mitigation program. And I like the concept of using groundwater only in a water emergency, and I think that should be put into the condition with a well mitigation program. On habitat protection, the construction itself is going to severely impact the habitat. And so I do think that the habitat protection mitigation should be put in place to protect the habitat before you go and disturb all the habitat with construction of 600 homes in all of these phases. Similarly, I think the drainage needs to largely be completed. We've required that on other projects because you can't, not address the drainage upstream, allow people to be affected downstream, say Village 1 and 2, and say, oh, we'll get back to that later. The setback from I-80, I'm glad Amanda's on the phone. It seems to me when I look at Village 3 that it's extremely narrow and there's not enough room to address issues on I-80, like widening I-80, dealing with stormwater on I-80. There's just not enough right of way there as compared to where we're talking about putting homes, like right next to the freeway. When I drove there, it seemed like there's barely enough room for the existing dirt road and a series of homes. So I think that that area appears too congested to me, and I can understand maybe why the Planning Commission said no on 3 and 4. On fire, I just don't think it's baked. When I was out there, I saw several at-grade crossings on railroads, and 600 homes, where this has to be an access is extremely dangerous. So I would really appreciate, I think it would be useful. And then finally on road safety, I drove all the roads around there and I didn't see guardrails. Already when I've gone out 2 years ago at night, there are extremely narrow roads accessing this area, and I just think those need to be road safety guardrails. Something needs to be added there. Like, it just seemed incredibly dangerous to add 600 more homes with all of those people driving and leave the roads unimproved. So the at-grade, the roads, I-80, south surface water, for me, there's a lot of issues remaining. I don't know if Amanda could address the I-80 issue while she's
Councilmember Dewar, I didn't understand the last question. Were you asking for Ms. Caligari to address the answer?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
To I-80 with, and the other roads, since the RTC type people aren't here.
Yeah, hold on one second, because we have to move them between two different, I don't know how to explain it, two different groups of people who can speak. So it's, give us a second to make the change. Okay.
And I just want someone to address this well mitigation. This has been one of the biggest issues throughout this entire project.
Well, I don't think Ms. Caligari can answer that one, but we can come back to
No,
that.
but our staff.
Yeah, no, I understand. So, Ms. Caligari, are you addressing? Yes, thank you.
Hi, we have not been in contact with the developer or with anyone from the city in regard to villages 3 and 4 and its proximity to the interstate. And if this is, I know that this has not been approved, villages 3 and 4, and if it was, then we can address the proximity to our clear zone to the interstate at that time.
But one of the things that we're being asked to do today is approve 3 and 4. So
as far as I'm concerned, if we have our 30 feet of clear zone to our roadway, as far as I know, those are not impacting any future widening in this area. To me, it's similar to the Meridian North development, where they're developing very close in very close proximity to our right-of-way, but they are not affecting our right-of-way or future improvements.
okay, thank you. And then I just think I'm on a ditch myself. If I had to drive even a half hour, I just walk up the street to clear my access to the ditch, and I think that should be addressed now.
Okay. Any other questions from council at this time?
Well, I mean, are they going to address this well mitigation
Oh,
program?
yeah, I apologize. I think Mr. Stockham was intending to answer that question. I cut him off. Mr. Stockham, or can you hold on one second. Okay, you're now in the queue.
I am on. I am. Thank you. I'm not sure if someone from Tumwa is on the line. They could go into more detail. My understanding is this has been all hashed out by Tumwa and the state engineer, and there is a well monitoring program that Tumwa is implementing in accordance with this whole arrangement. At this point, the city is not a party to that. Really, Tumwa and the state engineer are really water rights experts more than we are. Certainly, we could coordinate, but that's how it's set up at present.
All right, and what about this access to the steamboat ditch for the gentleman? I know other people have mentioned it as well.
Yeah, perhaps that's one for Andy. I believe the easements are being honored, but I think he has more details on that issue.
Yes, for the record, Andy Drilling, Wood Rogers, representing the applicant. As far as access to Steamboat Ditch, there's a number of different ways. It won't look the same as it is now, but the roadways that we have proposed are public. The trail that will be coordinated with Steamboat Ditch Company, which basically is their access road along the ditch, will be public. So there will be multiple means of access to get to kind of traverse this subdivision. Really, subdivision 1 and 2 is what we're talking about, to get up to the ditch. So there are multiple opportunities to access the ditch via our sidewalks and the roadways.
Okay, well, last time we just talked about common area where they could just continue to walk up, and I have to go up and clear my ditch, the surface water head gate like every week. So that's like at least 14 times, 15 times, 16 times, and 17 maybe in the irrigation season. So I think it should get addressed somewhere. So.
Okay, did that answer your question, Councilmember Dewar?
Well, they're saying that there's plenty of access. I'm hearing from the residents there's not. So somewhere there's a disconnect, and I don't know how to resolve that at this time in this location with my lack of knowledge of the layout specifically. So probably not I just think it needs to be addressed. So the habitat protection, this overpass, I mean, do you understand that all of this construction is going to affect the wildlife? This is one of the prized features of this area. So some kind of mitigation has to be done, just like stormwater in the beginning, just like you put erosion barriers, you need to put something to protect the habitat. And, you know, it just seems to be a must. And finally, just the fire. I'm still struggling with the access, the timing of the station and who's paying. Like, it seems like we are, and we're severely cutting our budget. So I'm still very much struggling. Perhaps Councilwoman Jordan can address some of those. Thanks.
Okay, I'll transfer now to Councilmember Jordan.
Thank you. Maybe what we can do, Arlo, I'm going to kind of follow maybe your lead. And I know legal had advised us to start with which villages, because I actually wanted to see if we could flip it and discuss the villages that were approved by Planning Commission first, or if there's some reason why we needed to take it in the other order.
This is Carl. You can take it in any order you want.
Okay. So I guess I will ask you, Carl, the issues of village 3, 4, 5, and 6. Do we take them 3, 4 at one swing, 5 and 6 at one swing, and then 1 and 2 at one swing?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That was helpful. Okay, so one of the questions, well, let me ask Arlo, when we talk about some of the details with regards to some of the conditions. I don't know, Arlo, if you wanted to put those up on the screen for the benefit of everybody here. If you wanted me to go one by one and read them into the record, I don't know what would be best.
Yeah, I have a suggestion. Heather had presented earlier, and I can put it on screen, the applicant agreed to conditions. So those are typed up, and we can look over that language. We did note one typo in that language that I'll point to. And then as the discussion has gone, I've taken a crack at typing conditions of approval for some of these additional issues that you raised earlier in the meeting. So maybe as a second step, we can look at those additional ones that at this point, at least the applicant hasn't agreed to, but the council could require nonetheless. So we're able to do a screen share. I will do that now. And please bear with me because I'm sometimes clumsy on this. Am I sharing?
You are. Can you,
Yeah.
I don't know, yeah, there you go.
You could maybe enlarge, but you're sharing.
I'll do this. Give me a moment. I'm going to minimize everyone there. Get it a little larger. Hey, I hope that visibility is good. So these are the implementation of the conditions agreed to in advance of this hearing by the applicant. I'll go down to each change is in red line format. So the first change occurs in condition number 6 with the addition of the language you see on screen. One sentence there about aiding in groundwater recharge. I will tell me if I'm going too fast, otherwise
Fine.
I'll keep moving at about this pace. The next one is condition 10 as it relates to wildlife corridors. And this is a requirement to do the detailed wildlife corridor plan before the approval of any final map. So that's where a lot of these details need to be fleshed out, and we'll have that stakeholder coordination. We're deleting an "and" on this page because we're adding new provisions and adding the sub-items. This is where we have the typo in this APN, the 17-acre portion of that APN. That's the parcel on site. And the correct parcel number is 038. Let's fix it right here. 120 and 23. So everyone can read that. Continue on to the next.
Wait, 11, you have to put in to include holidays.
Yes, I'm going to get to that with the second document, if you can
Got it.
humor me with this process. They're in two different documents. Then there are additional conditions. Again, these are the applicant agreed to ones. These are not getting into the issues that we discussed here at the hearing. That'll come next. Prior to approval of each final map, this is the staff coordinated stakeholder engagement process.
Wait, can I ask a question? When you say applicant agreed to conditions, when did they agree to those?
Monday,
In what manner did they agree to those?
by email. And this is language, they sent the email as concepts. We drafted this language this morning. We shared that with the applicant and got confirmation that it was acceptable.
So you've been in communications with the applicant about these conditions, negotiating these conditions outside of this hearing today?
Yeah, this was implementing the email that they sent of their agreed to conditions. And then the next document will get to the things that were discussed at the hearing.
Okay, I saw that. I think I did see the email of their suggested concepts. I just didn't know that there was negotiations prior to this hearing with them on that. But okay,
Yeah.
and so the red is what you and them have been talking about from Monday on to now. In addition to what
This is what I typed up this morning, and I think they probably would like it to say stuff a little differently. But they were agreeable to this.
you talked to them. Okay, you ran it through them. Okay.
I do want to point out at the end of this condition 26 is where the applicant financed public noticing comes in accordance with requirements normally applicable to tentative maps. 27 was an area concern that this would slip. This is actually written into the code, the overlay district, but we're adding it as a condition just to make sure. Then 28 is the dedication of the 8.3 acre industrial commercial zone spot. And that needs to be heard by the city council prior to recordation of any final map. We can't obligate the council to approve it or not. So this is the first suite of changes that have effectively been agreed to by applicants. Any questions on this one?
I do have a question, and you said we have this novel new thing of this stakeholder engagement process. I think it's novel in my view because it's outside of the tentative map conditions. That's why I've never seen anything like that. I'm a little nervous that we're doing something that maybe is outside of the tentative map conditions that they can agree to here tonight and say we agreed, we've had conversations, but then later on, even as we're under a judicial decree right now, if you will, for my layperson's discussion, they can go back to the judge and reserve their rights to continue on with this case and toss some of these things out. So that is of concern with me on this condition because it's something I've never seen before. Really don't know that it has a place in the tentative to final map progression. So I am concerned that we're creating a procedural flaw right now with this condition.
Councilmember Jordan, the floor is yours, and I think you were working through these conditions with Mr. Stockham. And Mr. Stockham, you have the floor. Thank you.
Lacking any other questions, I can move to the second document.
And the second document, for clarity's sake, the second document are items that you and I have discussed that I believe need to augment and expand some of the issues that have been brought up by neighbors to get them in as additional or expanded conditions. Is that correct?
That's correct. And with the addition, yes, so I can go through those here. Those additional items, it starts with a modification of condition 7 related to the fire facility contributions.
We're not seeing, I think we're still seeing the old, no, I apologize. We're seeing the right one.
Could I ask a question? Is it intended that these address all 3 tentative maps? They'll each have the same conditions? Is that how this is proposed?
Yes and no. That's why I wanted to go through conditions first. Many of them apply to every tentative map, all 3. And some of them, the one you see here, is not applicable to villages 1 and 2. As discussed earlier, the fire station contribution. So you see the bold language at the bottom when it only applies to a subset of the 3 applications that's noted there.
I've never seen conditions written that way, I'll just say that.
And you know what, Arlo? I'm not seeing on my screen the latest conditions. I'm seeing the ones you just showed previously.
Okay, I'm gonna new share. There we go, additional.
There they are. Thank you.
I'm better here. Okay. Here are the redlined modifications to condition number 7 related to fire facilities.
Could you do what you did before, X out navigation and just enlarge this? It was really good job of visuals.
There we go. Thank you. So Arlo, just to confirm, this language allows us as the city of Reno to collect these fees and to retain them for our purposes as they relate to fire facilities and service in this area. And these monies would not revert back to the developer if they didn't, you know, if they didn't build the fire station or didn't complete their project, we would retain those dollars.
That's correct. The crossed out language where my mouse is here, that's the language previously in there about refunds, and that's been deleted.
And this allows us flexibility to use it for equipment or something, I don't know, let's say we needed to lease another facility or something. I mean, what if we consolidate at some point and we want to use, you know, those funds for, as long as they're fire related and they're retained for this area, that's what these dollars would stay for.
Yes.
Okay.
Probably the critical language, this contribution will be set aside by the city to be applied towards fire facilities or equipment to serve the project.
Thank you.
I'm going to move on to the next one. New conditions. 27, this is the one, it kind of works in conjunction with the permanent pedestrian path, but it speaks to the temporary pedestrian path prior to recordation of any final map.
Okay.
Just a moment for everyone to read.
And again, this one isn't a mandate. This is more of a, in your discussions with, should the neighbors want, this would be availed to them.
It's written that construction of it is a requirement.
Okay. So
we can change that if you'd like to relax.
Well, yeah, and maybe here's my thought on that. So let's say in meeting with the adjacent neighbors, let's say the majority of them say, you know what, we don't want this barrier because whatever the reasoning and the rationale may be. I'd like for those adjacent neighbors to have the flexibility to maybe majority rule say, I don't want them. I don't want them.
I apologize, I misunderstood the question. You're moving on to condition 28 here involving land.
Oh, you were still on 27.
I was on the trail, sorry, I'm slow.
I'm sorry, Mr. Stockham, could you explain 27? I'm not really sure. What's the end result of 27?
The end result is there's a path across the freeway prior to any home getting occupied. It'll be a DG path initially, And then the other condition of approval kicks in with villages 3, 4, 5, or 6 to make it a permanent asphalt path. The reason this would be temporary is because the scheduling, at least as envisioned now, starts with 1 and 2. So this path is going to cross some land that'll ultimately be built upon, and it'll need to be removed. So that's why it's kind of this way and more. That's why decomposed granite is allowed, because really it's not going to be there for that long. It's an interim arrangement.
But it's 4, 1, and 2?
Yeah, we wrote it for any final map just in case their phasing's different, but this provides the pedestrian route across I-80 with units 1 and 2.
So that there would be an interim, even just DG surfaced path rather than having to wait to get the more substantial one with the further villages. This gets it going sooner. It doesn't get it to be a finished, paved path, but it improves it to be a path from the outset. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll move down to 28 now. Now, this is the landscaping one, and there's a little nuance here. This does require coordination with the abutting owners and essentially allow the abutting owners to select the nature of landscaping that's abutting their property line.
Okay. And these that you have, these additional ones in red, these are not necessarily approved to by the applicant yet. We'll have to, we're going through all these details, and they may come up here and say, absolutely not, it's a deal killer, and we'll have to deal with that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But it's good to, we need to have the details of it worked out in the event there is some agreement that we can be reached. And then, Arlo, we'll say the 29th one, and this is a big one, and this is important. This is the one for the secondary access road, that it be constructed with the first final map, with the, not waiting until the 256th home built, similar to other construction projects, so that they can get it right away and not have to wait for it.
I was typing furiously, so I'm going to proofread while you're reading this.
Okay.
If I may, Arlo?
Yes.
Condition number 8 notes the secondary remote emergency access, and so we may be able to modify that condition to identify the timing.
Oh, it does.
Yeah, I started doing that, and then you see that last sentence ties it together with condition 8.
Okay. And I sent you an email if you want to take a look.
Oh, did you type too?
Mm-hmm. The one benefit of working remotely.
Anyway, could I ask maybe Councilwoman Jordan, does this reflect your intent?
Yes, the intent is to, this as well as the other pedestrian path, is to get those as benefits at the outset, even if they're not in a completely finished way, I guess is the right word, but to have the benefit right out the gate. So yes, this language does work for me.
Okay. And then I didn't add it to condition 11, but the note at the end would be to add Nevada recognized holidays as a prohibited construction time.
Thank you.
I did not get to typing. I know there were some other suggestions raised by others, but this is what I have at this point.
Caligari from NDOT. I have a question in regard to condition number 29, and just wanted a little clarification on the proposed said secondary access to I-80.
Yes.
Is this secondary access at the way station as proposed in one of the presentations, or is this the one on the west side crossing the UPRR?
There's two options, really, depending what your agency approves. I know it's closer to access that way station, but it's not guaranteed approval. So the way this condition's written, that the applicant could satisfy the condition with either route, and essentially if either the applicant or NDOT disapproved of the connection to the way station, it would have to go out to the Quillisi Ranch and the exit, sorry, I think it's exit 2 further west where Chance lives.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. And just for your guys' information, there is not currently a break of control of access at the waste station. So that would need FHWA approval.
Yeah, that's one of the many things that need to be worked out prior to any building happening.
So Arlo, to that point, so this would be something that, again, this is conditional on NDOT and all the other issues being worked out. So my other question is the open space, that's irrevocable. Is the language in there that open space is irrevocable?
The language, I can switch screen again. It's written that it would be rezoned to open space. You know, this may be, here, I'm gonna switch over to the other one. Whoops. So this 28 here is how it's written presently. I think the intent would be it would be integrated into the project open space, which is, you know, to be public open space. So we could clarify that. It's not, the project's not planning to dedicate all their open spaces to the city. Undeveloped open space is a big maintenance obligation, so they would need a homeowners association or comparable mechanism to maintain the open spaces.
Thank you.
I was happy to see this one as an aside. Many of you know I'm not a big fan of the industrial zoning in that location.
Well, it never made any sense. Yeah, anyway. It was this little weird industrial island that didn't make any sense.
It's nice property, though. It'll be great open space recreation land.
Okay.
Arlo, oh, sorry, excuse me, sorry. To that point, I never heard through this whole discussion anything about any parks. Speaking about open space, is it open space, or are there any parks for these people? Or?
Yes, that's addressed in condition number 9. It's a minimum 5-acre park site. Their tentative plans have that located near villages 3 and 4, near the freeway and the way station there. Andy Durling and I discussed earlier today the possibility of moving that park site to this industrial commercial zoned land. It's really a nice piece of land and it's a little more centrally located. So that's not prohibited by the conditions of relocation. It's a requirement of a park site to be dedicated, is though addressed in condition 9.
So when you were talking about the access, I want to make sure I understand. Most of our both old master plan and new master plan, which I don't know if either one of these apply, if it's just the Mortensen Garson plan, but I just, I'm struggling with access and this intense fire risk. Is there any way to require a breakaway gate at the road? There's already a bridge for an emergency fire exit so that you would go east from Village 1 and 2.
I believe, maybe I'm misunderstanding the question, that's all going away and there will be a permanent paved road out to the Garson interchange. And then this condition will require a second route with the initial phase out to I-80 on a different route, presumably to exit 2, or if the parties approve, to the way station. So those gates are effectively gone, and those rough dirt roads that are there now need to be improved to a much higher standard, public road standard, or the standard for this new condition of approval.
Maybe I'm not being clear. To the east of Belli Ranch, there is
East of LA.
east. There is a existing road and existing bridge over the Truckee River, which accommodates people. It has 6 locks on it. I think that we always talk about a minimum of 2, not a maximum of 2, like 3 is better. So that's what I'm suggesting. I'm not saying it has to be a permanent road, but it seems like it should be a fire exit, for this area.
I understand that would be wonderful. Yeah, someone may know more about that than I do.
Yeah, this is Heather Manzo, Associate Planner. That is a property owned by Tumwa, and we did have conversations, the applicant staff and Tumwa had conversations earlier on about that as a potential emergency access route. Unfortunately, Tumwa noted that that is not sufficiently designed and there are some bottlenecks for access going further east, and so they were not amenable to that option.
Okay, well, I think you should still keep talking to them. And then I really think that all this mitigation, we already know the wells are going dry in much of Bird Eye, and that's why we put in Tumwa coming in with surface water. I think we're almost there, but I just feel that it can't be on the back of Tumwa ratepayers to suddenly have to mitigate all these wells that are north. They're going to use the 5 wells that are there at the old Boomtown, whatever it's called, that water system. And I think it should be written in here. Just like we required the surface water, we should be requiring, mitigation of the wells. So that's how I feel as a water person. So, and I also is there anything that we can do for this habitat protection? Again, the construction of 600 homes is going to displace habitat, and it's going to displace other animals. And then we talk about we'll preserve an area later. It seems inconsistent. After they're all gone and moved away, then we'll bring them back. I'm not sure.
There is one of these conditions, and I know this is going to be a big topic for our coordination. I'm looking for it here.
Oh, the wildlife.
Wildlife. It's not just limited to those parcels.
Okay.
Here. Oh, sorry, I clicked too fast. It's condition number 10 here. So prior to any final map, identify the corridors, the wildlife mitigation plan, and there are some standards for that mitigation plan written into the overlay district, as well as noxious and invasive weeds. So all of those are required to be done prior to any development. We'll be working with the neighbors and the applicant out there on that. And then the stuff we've been discussing were additions on top of that pre-existing condition language.
And for Village 5 and 6, both of them I went and visited. They're up on Lake Hills, and I know that there's some setback requirements. And could you just point me to where that's addressed?
That's addressed in the code. Heather, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's condition 1, comply with code. The setback requirements from the hillside are clearly identified in the overlay district.
That's correct. And the 5 and 6 do meet the ridgeline standards that are contained in the MGOD.
Okay, I wanted to be sure on that. So if you say it's so, take your word for it. And
thank you. Arlo, can we maybe bring the applicant up at this point and see? I mean, we're going really far down this very important rabbit hole, and I'm not sure that they're going to be in agreement to see all this red. So maybe we need to cover that before we move any further.
While Andy comes up, I'll switch over to the other screen because that's the new stuff.
This is Andy Derling. Emergency, right? For the record, we were just discussing internally here as you were going through all of those. I think just clarification on I think we understand everything. I think we're generally in agreement with respect to condition 29, I believe our understanding of the fire department's needs is an egress, just so that it's, a secondary egress route. If that's just a added specificity to condition 29. Other than that, we're in agreement with these new proposed conditions.
So instead of, Andy, if you can see the screen, are you suggesting instead of secondary access, a secondary egress?
Correct, yes.
Councilwoman Jordan, is that acceptable?
Well, why only egress?
The change in the fire code was really, it was pushed by the Paradise fires. And the secondary route that was previously a part of standard acceptable measures was a split access. So we've provided a split access. The concern from the fire department, I think the fire chief can speak up to this, but the new code requires two means of egress. And a lot of it's been dictated by the Paradise fire where people couldn't get out. So the secondary means is to get people out. So it's secondary egress.
So I guess my question would be if we have anybody from fire on the line, and Dave Cochran, if you're still on the line, God bless you, because it's late. Or if there's anybody from fire on the line, if they can speak to this.
This is Councilmember Breckus. I understand the comment, I guess, from the applicant about the access means the egress is because of the access is because of the Paradise fires. But independent of that, we have a master plan with response times. This is out of it. And if we don't have a second way in, we don't have our response times, which we're already not meeting, are going to be even more problematic. But I also wanted to raise a concern about the bounce back to the applicant to ask them if they're going to be okay with this. I think this is the applicant that said they were okay with conditions and then took us into court on some of the conditions. So I probably am not going to support this over some concerns I'll discuss that I don't think can get to on conditions. But the people who are negotiating this.
Councilmember Jordan, your mic is cut out somehow. Hold on. Hello? Councilmember Jordan? Entirely? Okay. Because we've timed out.
Welcome to Zoom. Enter your participant ID. You have joined the meeting as an attendee and will be muted throughout the meeting.
Councilmember Breckus.
So what I'm suggesting is within 30 days of this approval, the applicant shall return to Judge Draculich and ask for dismissal of the existing lawsuit. And should the applicant at any time file litigation on this project, the approval shall be immediately withheld, and the council shall reconsider the completeness of the approval.
Excellent point.
I'm not sure the second part of that will hold up, but I'm curious to hear from our legal counsel as to some language. I guess my point is, I don't know that we can, for infinity, ask somebody to not ever bring litigation. I don't think it's ever smart. In my case, you lose access to me completely. I don't speak to anybody that sues us outside of these proceedings, public proceedings. So but I'm just not sure that we could, it's almost like tying a future council's hands. I'm not sure we could do that. I'd like to hear from our council.
Yeah, sorry, Councilmember Jordan, this is John Shipman, from the City Attorney's Office. Yeah, I think that's a bridge too far. You know, essentially having people waive their rights that they have under current state law to do things like seek judicial review. That, I think, raises potentially takings claims and things of the sort. So we wouldn't recommend that as a condition. Certainly, you know, I think it'll be
You
in
are
a position where
unmuted.
the case will be ready for dismissal. But again, I think there is also an intervener in that case as well. So I think we just have to play that one out.
Who's the intervener? I don't recall that.
Who's the, I believe it
Ditch company?
No, it's the Verdi.
was the Verdi folk.
group.
Yeah.
Oh, the participants here tonight are also involved in that litigation.
Well, we can advise the appellant that they need to drop their portion of it. The appellant, I'm sorry, there's so many appellants tonight. So I like the first part of that language. I know it can only be applicable to Reno land, but I would like to add that condition.
This is Arlo. I don't think my screen was being shared, but I did type some language for that.
Can you share it
additional
again?
item I'll try to share with you right now.
Yeah, it was there originally and then it went away when we lost the call. And so you're saying condition 30 is this.
Yes.
The final map can be months, if not years, away under Nevada revised statute. I'd say within 30 days of the record of this clerk's letter issuance.
I agree with that. Okay, Mr. Vice Mayor, are you prepared for me to take a swing and we'll see where it goes?
Yes, I think we've reached the hour.
The 17th hour to be exact. Okay, and the City Attorney's Office and Arlo and anybody else that needs to jump in to make sure that this is structurally correct, please let me know. I would like to make a motion to uphold the Planning Commission's approval of villages 1 and 2 with the modified and expanded conditions as outlined here tonight. Is that good? Legal?
Yes.
Okay, so that's my motion.
I'll second the question. A question is, you said there were several special use permits. Is this one have a special use permit?
This does have a special use permit for cluster development.
So we have several findings for 2 special use permits and I'm not really sure. The first one says general special use permit findings and the next one hillside. So which one is it for this one?
Heather, can you go through the specifics, please?
Yes, Heather Banzo, Associate Planner for the record. So the motion for villages 1 and 2 would be for the tentative map and the general special use permit findings.
Yeah.
Councilmember Jordan, could you just put on the record that you can make the findings? I'm assuming that's.
Yes, I can't make the findings and add that to my motion. I thought it was given, but thank you.
Seconder agrees. Weber.
Mr. Vice Mayor, you do have a motion and a second on the table. At this time, the applicant's representative has a clarification for the record.
Okay, and that's Mr.
Andy
Durling?
Durling.
Okay. Mr. Durling, can you hear us? And I'm sorry